Hi, this is Liam O'Gogon here. It's March the 7th, Monday at 12:50. This video is a forensic fact-checking review of the interactions between Jimmy James Boyle and Scioból, the men's shed in West Donegal in Gweedore, which were carried out on through a Facebook Messenger group which belongs or set up for the shed. So just as a start, I just noted this quotation early this morning. I captured it. Never try to destroy someone's life with a lie when yours could be destroyed by the truth. The other thing is, before I kick off on this, just to set down a couple of markers for what I think are important issues. What I'm going to fact check comes about as a result of a concentrated campaign by two disgruntled ex-members of the Scioból men's shed, Jimmy Boyle and John Joseph Bradley, who have between them in partnership undertaken what they have said is their desire to damage the reputation of the men's shed and effectively to close the shed down. They have, in partnership, carried out this campaign. On one hand, John Joseph Bradley constructing and creating fabricated false allegations and a rumour, and spreading that rumour throughout the internet, and also approaching both the local Garda, Udaros na Gaeltachta, with his allegations, and in parallel with Jimmy Boyle, who has, as evidence will show here, lodged a complaint with the Health Safety Authority, again of fabricated allegations. So just again for a reminder of the reader, that the idea that rumours are created by haters, spread by fools and accepted by idiots. That's the sort of first premise. The other one I'd like the reader to take cognizance of is, ignorance is not knowing the truth, but also unwilling to search for it. Stupidity is knowing the truth, but refusing to agree with it because it doesn't fit your views. We have to stop under-analysing facts because we don't like the direction they point us in. We can do better. So the objective of this exercise for me is to forensically uncover and expose facts, and just to say that both Jimmy Boyle and John Joseph Bradley, and apologies if I interchange or mix these names during this video, this is an extempore video that I'm doing. I'm also doing this within the context of a digital literacy project that we're involved in at Scioból men's shed, with the support of the Mitigating Against Educational Disadvantage Fund, the MAEDF fund, and the support of the Educational Training Board in Donegal, to enable members of the community to upskill themselves and familiarise themselves generally with digital technology. So actually one of the comments I'd make at the start here, that it's interesting that the interactions that I'm going to talk about today probably wouldn't have taken place pre-COVID, in terms of the interaction of the various actors in this through the internet or in a digital format. So while the negative experience that has been foisted upon the reputation of the men's shed is a terrible, I think, side effect of social media, the fact is that many of these people in an elderly quadrant of our society, or an older quadrant certainly, are actually engaging in digital media, so that itself is interesting. So the other quotation that I'd like to work off is one that's seminal to me, from my early days working as a lecturer in the Institute of Technology in Dundalk, working with students, electronic engineering students, on the subject of documentation, which again, if you've ever bought a piece of equipment and you're trying to read badly constructed documentation, or worse still, badly translated documentation, this will make sense. It's a quotation from Confucius, from right back 500 years BC. If language is not correct, sorry, just to explain, you might be wondering what this cursors are doing there. So I'm using in order to hopefully navigate usefully through this process, I'm using a Bluetooth mouse connected to an iPad. All of this has been recorded in real time on an iPad, and I trying to do it with as little post-production editing as possible. So this is quite useful for navigation. So if language is not correct, then what is said is not what is meant. If what is said is not what is meant, then what must be done remains undone. If this remains undone, morals and art will deteriorate. If justice goes astray, the people will stand about in helpless confusion. Hence there must be no arbitrariness in what is said. This matters above everything. Confucius. Again, just to say, I'm a little confused about why my cursor is changing its shapes as it's going along. I haven't seen that before, but you learn something every day. Okay, so we just want to move across then to this process that I'm going to be involved in. So what we're going to look at here is the interactions that have taken place on a private messenger group set up for Scioból Navarre Domain Shed. It was set up back in early 2020, if I can just see. So in fact, it's 4th of December 2019 is when we set this up. So this is all pre-COVID, and it looks over a period for the last 2 years. It's not my intention to really delve into the general chit-chat that goes on in this group. That's not the exercise here. What I'm trying to do, this is an exercise I'm trying to do. As I said, it's done ex-tempore. I have a good idea where I'm trying to go with it. I may come across problems during this process, and I'll explain them to you as I go along. What I'm hoping to do is just scan quickly through the posts as they emerge, and focus on the interjections or interactions by James Boyle. In the event that I, as in this case here, I'm focused on a particular element that's really nothing to do with this conversation, it may be that in post-production I will edit those out, snip them out, etc. I'm not sure at the moment. I'll see what this looks like afterwards. Now again, just to give you some backdrop to this whole situation, Scioból Navarre is effectively in operation since probably 2015, and in, say, the period of mid-2016, we moved to a location, an old factory on the industrial estate in Bunbeg in West Donegal, where we entered into a building about 40 foot high, 2,800 square feet in space, and in such a dilapidated condition that, you know, it'd be hard to imagine anybody in a first world work experience working in an environment like this. In the corner there was a shambles of what would have been an office, and in the corner beside that then there was a toilet that no self-respecting person would even go into. So that's the history of where we were. We were a handful of people, probably less than 10, who got together strictly on a Monday night and a Thursday night. One person was a key holder. Shortly afterwards, the word came, and let's put it like that, the key holder was told that we had to get a committee together. So we were starting from that situation. I, probably as an outsider, was chosen by everybody to be the chairman, and served in that role from, say, 2016 right through to March 2021. When I took on the role, I was specific in saying that I had no desire to come here and be chairman of anything. I chose to come to West Donegal in retirement to walk the beaches, to reflect and to read and write, hopefully. But I said I would serve on the basis of two mantras I had were, one, that we would undertake to be around in 5 years' time, which thankfully now in 2022, 6 years later, we are. And secondly, that we would all undertake to leave the shed in a better space and place and developmental stage than we found it in. And again, in March 2022, I'm very pleased that both of those aspects have been achieved. Sometime later, maybe a couple of years afterwards, Jimmy Boyle joined the shed. Austin O'Donnell, the present chairman, tells me it was him who invited Jimmy Boyle to come down. And effectively, just to look at the sort of issues we're in at the moment with health and safety and governance issues, none of these concepts were remotely considered by anybody at that time. I was the chairman. I didn't even know who had control of why we were in the building. I was loosely told that we had insurance cover, which was covered by another community organisation. We formed a committee, and yet when I would try and get people together to meet, nobody was interested. Basically, we came there and enjoyed ourselves. There was nothing in the place, so we brought all our own junk from our own sheds, including broken tools and bits and pieces, and we just tried to play around and do things. I mean, from my own point of view, I got the stump of a tree, took the head of an axe and put it in with the sharp edge facing up, and I simply enjoyed myself on a Monday and Thursday night chopping up blocks of wood and making kipini for the fireplace. The other thing I did is lots of guys would have come up, give me their broken tools. I'd pull them apart. I might try and find spare new brushes for motors. I might clean down commutators, check out rear wire devices, etc. But there was no conversation ever at any time about formal health and safety rules, about governance standard. I mean, the lighting conditions were old sodium lights in the ceiling, some of which worked, and gradually they all faded away. So the conditions under which we were working, we were existing, let's say, until I suppose the middle of 2018 maybe, were quite underprivileged, let's say. The other thing is, just to be clear, a men's shed is not a work environment. There's no employer-employee relationships in there. It's a place where guys just go and do DIY and fun and whatever. The other thing about that time in the shed, there was no playing of cards, there was no playing bowls, there was no playing pool, there was no playing music. Those wonderful nurturing activities that take place in the shed right now, which has been a fantastic development. The relevance of this is that a couple of years ago, I said, after Jimmy Boyle was there, every member of the shed had constructed your own bench. I suppose that was the evolution of sheds time in Ireland. Guys just took whatever they made their own little benches and they put their own stuff up, etc. It was personalised to that degree. What happened then is I was actually away on holidays somewhere, and I got a call from Jimmy Boyle to say that there were people giving out about him in the shed, and that he said to me he was very angry that I wasn't there as the chairman. It was up to me to sort all this out. Now, I have to say, whenever I tried to get anybody to come together at a meeting, including Jimmy Boyle, nobody showed any interest in any formal structure, meetings, minutes. I was just left to try and scrape together a few pound wherever I could just to keep the place going. I said to him, look, I'm on holidays. I mean, there's nothing, I'm not even in the country, I think, at the time. And I asked that when I would come home, we'd all sit around together and just try and resolve it. It seemed to me the obvious thing for grown adults to do. What transpired apparently was that Jimmy Boyle had, in his effusive creativity, started leaving things all over other people's desks, and other people were getting pissed off with it. And there was disgruntlement there, etc. That's perfectly understandable. And I just said to Jimmy, let's sit around a table and talk about this. And he just refused, downright refused. I'm not sitting around a table with anybody. I'm not going to be believed anywhere. And I said to him, look, there's no way we can resolve this unless we have dialogue. So Jimmy Boyle, who's also known as Jimmy Ellen locally, just decided to leave the shed. He just walked out of the shed. Now, what is it? Partly because my total philosophy is that I think when a shed loses any member, apart from death or illness, I think it's a shame and something we should try and resolve. It had happened with one other individual also, and I had gone to both of those people and entreated them, as I did with Jimmy, to come back and be part of it and try and work through our disagreements. So just about on the record, Jimmy Boyle simply steadfastly refused to have anything. It was just blatantly, I'm not participating. So shoot forward into closer to 2019, 2020, and the shed had now advanced a lot, and because of the great fortune we had in getting a €6,000 grant from Electric Aid Ireland, which really helped catapult us into making something happen and building some of the wonderful facilities we've got there. It was a start based on the very small money for materials, but a lot of hard work by all of the members of the shed. Well, and it very much so, including one of the parties to this, John Joseph Bradley, who must be commended for the tremendous physical and practical work he did on all aspects of the work. Now, at that stage, my understanding, John Joseph Bradley was a scaffolder by profession or trade or whatever. Nobody ever asked anything about each other's qualifications or certification or anything. John Joseph Bradley clambered all over scaffolding, etc. Nobody asked about any of those. We were concentrated as a Mehla group in making things happen. I also want to put on record that, having discussed this with everybody, nobody can remember Jimmy Boyle laying one hand on doing any of this work. So this is important insofar as that the body of facilities, the resource we've put together that is being attacked by Jimmy Boyle now, that he had no hand or part in actually physically doing anything around us. This is for a fact rather than for judgment. So coming into the period leading into COVID, over November 19 to 2020 March, there was an enormous improvement made in the shed as well. Again, without it, we were getting almost negligible funding. And this is one of the other bigger organisational development issues about fledgling groups being left starving on their own with no resources, etc. And then subsequently people coming in and demanding all these governance standards and safety standards while having never given them the resource in the first place. There's something really philosophically corrupt about that viewpoint. However, and at that time, in March 2020, the shed were in debt to me personally to the sum of about €7,000, because from my point of view I felt that we weren't getting anywhere, but we had enormous goodwill and fantastic skill resources within the group, and the value or return investment on whatever money I invested in the shed would have been on a range of 3 or 4 to 1. So we've a wonderful facility, which I think if you got a QS in there to measure the quality of work or the quantity of work, it's probably in the region of 70 or 80,000 from the original space that we had, while our grants intake might have been, in total, might have been over that year up to 2020, might have been 20 or 25,000. And out of that, we had to pay insurance and rent and everything else. So when we came into 2020 and then COVID hit us all, we had to close down effectively in March. And really, the question is whether a lot of the issues, they've all developed since then. There's no record of there being any of those issues or the issues that have been discussed at the moment. We have to take into account that all of this has emerged in a very societally dysfunctional environment of COVID. How much of the COVID stuff is responsible for the vitriolic behaviours that have emerged, I can't really say, but I think it should be considered. So what I'm going to try and do here is I'm going to try and go through the posts as they came in quickly, because at different times there are different interjections or whatever by Jimmy Boyle. I will try and highlight these. What I'm going to try and do is to keep silent in between the sections which I think are not relevant, and then cut them out in the edit. Around the 24th of March 2020, I just noticed this post here, and this is in relation, I suppose really it's the beginning of where COVID itself brought in a type of governance that we may not have had to focus on too much before then, because really up to that period of time people came and went in the shed as they wanted. Various people had keys, and there was an awful lot of just trust between people. Very little interest at all in people coming together to have formal meetings or do any formal committee or administration work whatsoever. But just this note that I put in, all these are on the ones on the right hand side are my posts. Guys, firstly, a big thanks to JJ, that's John Joseph Bradley, for the work that he's done painting the shed. There's a hygiene protocol, etc. You must immediately wash your hands with soap. that's irrelevant. First thing in the shed is wash your hands. So we started firstly there there was complete recognition for John Joseph Madley's Trojan work in helping develop the shed, etc., and get it ready. But the idea that we were going to have to follow protocols. This is the first time really. And then if we move on to the 25th of March, then there's more conversation here that I had to come in and try and emphasize repeatedly the idea of, for example, somebody said, Paul had said that he was going up to the shed for an hour. Bernard said, I thought the shed was supposed to be locked up. So this was just at the lock-up time, if everybody remembers. And that we had to then shift from a process where people just organically went up and down when it suited them to having to think about what was safe or otherwise in the shed. So then in the 2nd of April 2020, I noted that the issue of came up about insurance in the shed and of cancelling that insurance and trying to get our money back in relation as a result of conversations that took place with the our advice from the Irish Men's Shed Association. So we move on to the 3rd of July, just to fill in that after that period of March, I was approached by Jimmy Boyle, who came to my home, and he said to me that he would go out and get a shotgun and use it on himself if he didn't have access to the shed, because he'd have nothing to do and he just couldn't hang around at home. And I just want to make it clear that under no circumstances did I feel that I was having a confessional type of conversation with Jimmy Boyle. I know what a confessional conversation was. I fielded thousands of them with men going through marital separation over the years. My reputation in relation to maintaining that secret or privacy in intimate issues for people has never been challenged. So, but what I agreed with Jimmy Boyle was that, and this was taken into account, the sort of advice that Professor Luke O'Neill was talking about when he was talking about managing of risk and just trying to make wise assessments. And I understood the onslaught in terms of mental health, in terms of the isolation of not being able to get out and go to a shed. The shed is 2,800 square feet. And in maybe 40 foot high, so there was endless volume of air there. And I believe that Jimmy Boyle, and as it turned out his friend John Joe Bradley being in the shed, was not likely to cause anybody any harm, etc. And in that light, Jimmy Boyle paid the insurance monies for half of the year in order that we could maintain the insurance on the shed. Just to put that into context. However, on the 3rd of July, I just said that we talked about, again here, folks, I've had some feedback expressing concerns about COVID safety practice in the shed, the general issue of safety with use of machinery, etc., and the increased risk of a second wave that will emerge as tourists begin to visit the area. I'm calling a meeting at the shed tomorrow for 1 hour at 12 noon so we can consider these issues and agree safe protocols. I hope you can make it. And again, you can see the various people here that give thumbs up, including Jimmy Boyle, by the way. So again, we talked about this on that 4th of July. Good meeting this morning. Sanitising station, 5 hours, 5 litres of official sanitizer dispensers, notice on floors. So the importance of this is that the shed is now moving towards a process of improving governance, probably forced by the COVID reality. We had to act in concert. We had to meet, agree, decide things together and move forward together. Now moving into October 2020, I just put the note up there on the 14th of October. Folks, with Donegal moved to COVID level 4, unfortunately the shed is now officially closed for the time being. Let's hope this tighter period doesn't last too long. The Monday and Thursday nights are cancelled until further notice. Contact myself or Austin. So Austin was the vice chairman then for queries. I'm hoping we can do something shortly about online interaction. If this is of interest to you, please comment below. So the interesting thing was around this point in time, a few of us in the shed started to put some effort into seeing, given that we didn't know how long COVID lockdown was going to last, was to start some online interaction, which we then did through work in training members of shed on how to use Zoom, along with the Donegal Local Development Company, DLDC. They gave us the loan of 10 smartphones, which we loaded Zoom on, and worked with people over the winter of 2020, early 2021, to enable us to have Zoom meetings. So, for example, on the 13th of January 2021, I posted a notice of a Scioból Zoom meeting at 8 o'clock the following night. So just to say that between that and the next post where I provided Zoom training to meetings, this is very understandable that we're dealing with a mostly digitally illiterate group of people in dementia, no different than many people in Ireland, and certainly people in the, what I would say, over 45s, never mind over 60s age group. And there was a natural resistance by certain people within our shed, and the objective was to try and work in increasing circles of influence by taking first the small group people, first 5 or 6 people, working with them, and then spreading it out. And I'm happy to say that this was in January. By March the 4th, 2020, we were in a position to have a full AGM through Zoom, which was recorded. And just to note that a small number of people, and I suppose particularly those who didn't have smartphones themselves, didn't have phones, just phones that could go on the internet at all. Those people found it quite difficult to come to terms with this. But every one of them that I offered a phone to tried at least to get involved, except for significantly one person who refused to get involved in any of this was Jimmy Boyle. So just to make it clear, Jimmy Boyle refused to take one of the training phones, refused to join in any one of the training sessions. Now, as we will see, when it came to subsequently attending Zoom meetings, that he would sit in with John Joe Bradley, who went down to the shed to join in the Zoom meetings. And JJ, I think, was doing wonderful work. We hoped in encouraging Jimmy Boyle to come along. But Jimmy Boyle was never in the forefront at all of being a team player in this regard. Again, this is a matter of consideration when one looks at the overall picture in relation to the narrative presented by Jimmy Boyle. So we can see there on January the 31st, that's where I mentioned the Donegal Local Development Company coming on board, and they were procuring 10 Samsung A12 phones, and that we could do actual training. So people were asked to sign up for the training. And again, just want to repeat, at no stage did Jimmy Boyle agree. And I personally would have asked him on numbers of occasions to participate, and encouraged him that I would set up Zoom on his own Apple iPhone at the time. He never participated. So moving on to the 27th of February, where I posted that we would have our AGM on Zoom. So this group had moved from the start of 2020, when we had effectively no governance, no conversation about structures of any kind, to a point which I believe was very much fomented by the requirements and the restrictions of COVID, to having to act in a constructed, consortium type of basis. And we had to come to agreements with each other, and essentially governance was emerging in this space. So again, on the 3rd of March, the day before the AGM, just a note here, which was posted by JJ Bradley. So he sent this to me, and I put it into this post, where he actually, so JJ Bradley nominated the Austin O'Donnell for the position of chairman, along with others, along with nominating other people for positions. So here we're at the 17th of March 2021, that's St. Patrick's Day a year ago. Austin is posting here now. Austin O'Donnell was at this point now the chairman of the new committee. I had passed on my role of chairman. It was now within a brand new committee. And then just Austin is once again pointing out here, reminder, the shed being closed at level 3, and pointing out if anybody wants to go to collecting, please phone MJ, that's the secretary, or Austin. Thank you and have a good St. Patrick's Day. So right back at this point, I'm driven by the requirements of COVID, where we were in our second lockdown, if people remember, in the winter of 2020 into spring of 2021. And again, in trying to be in alignment with national safety procedures, the shed was, Austin, the chairman, had indicated to people to let him know if you needed to collect something from the shed. Okay, so this is really important. And just to say here that Jimmy Boyle, if you notice here, Jimmy Boyle puts a thumbs up to this. So Jimmy Boyle, it would appear to me to be acknowledging and accepting what Austin had said. So this is important because from then on, Jimmy Boyle simply refused at any stage to actually inform the chairman when he was going there. So on the 5th of April, Austin had made an interjection. Hi, just to say, committee was in the shed tonight to talk about grant funding. We noticed that members of the shed are still coming and going without calling. First, please call MJ, the secretary, or Austin if you need in the shed for anything. Thank you. So again, this is a second reminder of this. And now, even though Jimmy Boyle, as I just shown earlier, had put his thumbs up to acknowledge and presumably agree with the earlier note by or post by Austin in relation to notification, he writes, so this is the start, in my opinion, of the evidence, the written evidence of non-compliance. I was in there on my own. This said that I should have other people with me, like the committee as a group. And again, Austin's response to this was, that okay, Jimmy, just phone me or AJ to say you're going to the shed for anything or doing something for an hour or so. So I think this was quite a reasonable response. Again, encouraging Jimmy Boyle to just get on board with the team, to recognise as a group safety exercise to keep the chairman or secretary informed that you're going up to the shed. And this was in alliance with the whole advice we were getting everywhere, but also it's the beginning of a structured governance development. Now again, let me just say, presumably this worked because Jimmy Boyle gave a thumbs up, so it would suggest that he was in alignment with this. So now we move on to August the 8th, 2021. And a post by Austin, the chairman. Hi, can everyone be at the shed at 7 o'clock tomorrow to help move a few things next door and sort out the new bench? So this related to, again, we're coming into August 2021. The COVID lockdown per se is in the phase of being eased, and the weather's brighter, a lot of outdoor air. You could leave the shed, doors of the shed open. Remember, this shed is 2,800 square feet and 40 feet high. Like, it's a massive air volume. So the Austin had, again, a new committee had organised to try and tidy up the shed and get a skip and move forward. But I just note this, he just asked people to come along and help move things. Now look at this interjection by Jimmy Boyle. Again, out of nowhere it says, and get rid of that shit of a bench and don't let nobody bully anybody. So this is the first notification of, again, the earlier one was that Jimmy Boyle had questioned whether he should be telling anybody he was when he needed to be in the shed on his own, again for safety purposes. But look at the language that's starting. Get rid of that shit of a bench and don't let nobody bully anybody. Now, there was no conversation. It was a matter of trying to get the shed into shape, just get some organisation about it. So again, nothing that Austin said here merited any response like this. So the next interjection we have here is 26th of August. Austin put this general post, and if you're working in the shed, clean up after you're finished. Thank you, Austin. Now, this doesn't identify anyone. We're trying to move a shed from being a total haphazard mess, and look at it, it really got into, it was full of all sorts of stuff that just built up in there over COVID. The two people were effectively working in there, doing stuff in there. Again, The shed is not a working environment in terms, it's not an employer-employee space at all. People actively doing their own DIY stuff. It's what Jimmy Boyle and John Joe Bradley were doing. They fill the shed up with all sorts of things. So anyway, the idea was we're trying to get the place clean. Austin just asked everybody essentially to clean up. But Jimmy Boyle jumped again. I did, but someone moved the crosscut. So the crosscut was a saw that was there. And Austin responded by saying the crosscut in its new place where JJ asked us to put it. And Jimmy Boyle, I don't think JJ ever asked for it to be there. I don't think he is that stupid. So the language, just look at the language. I mean, a new committee trying to put the place in shape. The people on the committee include Austin, MJ, and John Joseph Bradley. Michael Call and Joseph Bradley, John Joseph Bradley. So these people are negotiating, organising, doing this. And now we have Jimmy Boyle. Just look at the language he's responded. Like Austin's given, this is why we did this, and this was the arrangement. I don't think JJ would ever ask for it to be there. I don't think he's that stupid. And then Austin went and said, me and JJ and Liam talked about it. That's where JJ said. Okay, so he's again trying to explain to Jimmy. Now again, we're not meeting at a shed on a regular basic physically because COVID is effectively keeping us apart. Jimmy Boyle, his practice was to be there during the day. He never turned up. Sorry, he very seldom would have been there at night. He just said he told me he goes to bed early at night. He just said he doesn't in the shed at night. So the only way that there would have been regular confirmed communication is through this Facebook Messenger. So JJ explains to him, me, JJ and Liam talked about it, and that's where JJ said. And then he comes back, Jimmy Boyle comes back, one cannot beat stupid. So that's that machine out of use, okay. So Austin comes back again and said, I'll be in the shed tonight if you want to talk about it, as I said that where JJ said to put it, not me. And then Jimmy Boyle says, let JJ answer that because me and JJ had a chat about it. And then Austin said, okay, we have a meeting next week and talk about it. And then again, how can you make progress unless we sit around a table and meet and talk? Jimmy Boyle was not interested in coming along to the shed at night, which is when we would have had our meetings, which is when the other people would have turned up. And I refer you back to the introduction of this, where a number of years before, when there was friction, and I asked Jimmy Boyle to come along to a meeting and sort it out, he flatly refused to come. So you cannot sort problems out if you don't engage. So I just want to roll up there and see what Jimmy Boyle then says. Okay, put the crosscut back so we can cut waste for now, thank you. And Austin said no. All right. Jimmy Boyle came back and said, good man, you cut all the waste yourself. You might be chairman, but you must do as you're told. So I just want you to, now we're looking into the genesis of the growth of this negative interaction that emerges. And just to say that the evidence has shown in these last number of reports of a chairman who's trying to explain to the group the need to keep the place clean. Jimmy Boyle, comes back with very strong language around stuff being stupid, etc. And Austin trying to say, look, let's come to a meeting and talk about that. Jimmy Boyle is basically, you do what I want first and that's it. Austin says no, and then he says, Jimmy Boyle said that you might be chairman, but you must do as you're told. So listen to the language. Here's a member, we're all members of the group. We've chosen a chairman. The chairman's job is to, I suppose, pull us all together and lead us forward and represent us and our interests, and also to represent the agreed policies and decisions we have. And here's a member just like me saying, you might be chairman, but you must do as you're told. Okay. Austin just gives him a thumbs up. Good man, says Jimmy, as long as you understand. So I'm not sure what he's supposed to understand. I presume he must understand it. You must do as you're told, chairman. So Jimmy Boyle's job is to tell the chairman what to do. We've now moved forward to a period 8th of October 2021. So again, for context, in September, a month or so earlier, John Joseph Bradley, Jimmy Boyle's partner in this campaign of attempting to close down the men's shed, had attended a group meeting and issued an ultimatum to the group that if it didn't move this particular bench that Jimmy had referred to earlier, that he would walk out of the shed. And without waiting for any other decision, he just got up and walked out and left the shed. Now, leaving the shed was one thing. People leave the shed. That's terrible. It's a big loss. More importantly, he fulfilled the role of treasurer in the shed. And our shed at that time owed up to €9,000 to 3 different members. We had commitments of €9,000 of grants. So we had spent the money, we could get it back. John Joseph Bradley had achieved none of this. And effectively, 2 things left: the shed finances in a mess, and which I was then required to take up and try and resolve. Thankfully we have. And the other thing, John Joseph Bradley had held the shed to ransom, saying that he wouldn't hand over any of the equipment, including laptop and iPad belonging to the shed, or in the gift of the shed, and wouldn't hand over the books unless he was paid a particular sum of money. So that was all resolved in a meeting that was held between John Joseph Bradley, the chairman, and myself, for which John Joseph Bradley demanded that I be present. So that had all happened. Then a month later, essentially on the 8th of October, an issue existed about the fact that Jimmy Boyle had a van which he had brought in to convert into a camper van, and it was literally there for months, occupying the whole entrance area for the shed. And the effect of it was that it meant other people couldn't bring in their cars tonight to valet them or do a quick check or look at them or whatever. And again, elsewhere, Jimmy Boyle has claimed that he never asked or approached about moving the van. So here's an example on the 8th of October, 1441. Hi Jimmy, it's from Austin. Hi Jimmy, can you have the van outside on Monday and Thursday night between 7 and 10? Connie wants to clean and polish the car, and when he's finished, I'm going to tea-cut the van. You can take it out and back in the same night. Thank you, Austin. So this is a reasonable request. And Jimmy says, yeah, no problem. And Austin says, thanks, Jimmy, which would be wonderful if that's what happened. The reality is that's not what happened. So we move on to the 28th of October. Actually, it's interesting, just above that was governance training. There's a note there about governance training. So, in the same time frame, the new committee are being supported by the Donegal Local Development Company under the European EU SICAP programme to start developing governance skills. So that's, this is happening in parallel with all this. So again, after some time before that, on the 8th of October, Austin specifically having to ask Jimmy to move the van. He needed to do this again. Hi Jimmy, can you have the van out for 7 tonight? I'm going to fix my back door on my van. You can put your back in after I'm done. Thank you, Austin. So despite the fact that Jimmy Boyle had acknowledged and presumed, provided assent that he would do what he was asked, he was back again being asked to do this. Now, Jimmy Boyle has since then claimed that nobody had ever told him about this. So these are the records of him being asked to do them. And by the way, he wouldn't be asked to do it unless it was kept coming up again and again and again. And now we move on again to the 15th of October. So this is the third time, I hadn't realised, this is the third time I've seen this now in a Facebook post. Austin saying, hi Jimmy, can you have the van out tonight for 7 o'clock, please, thank you. No response by Jimmy Boyle. This is the third time he's been asked to do this, right? So we have a van, Jimmy Boyle, where he had said it'd be in for a short period of time, in for months, blocking up the utilisation and opportunity for other people, not only to be able to get vehicles in and out, but because of the very nature of Jimmy's van being in there, it affected everybody working around the place due to the fact that nobody wanted to interfere or cause any damage to his van. So we've now moved on to the 9th of February 2022. And on the 8th of February, the night before, at the monthly Scioból meeting, a decision was taken by the group where every single person at the meeting, except for one person, supported the proposition that Jimmy Boyle be expelled from the shed. Jimmy Boyle being the exception. He didn't vote against the proposition. He abstained from doing so. At that meeting, he had called me personally a cowboy, claimed that it was cowboy wiring of the shed that I was responsible for. Now, what I'm following here is a forensic follow-through of the interactions that took place through a Facebook Messenger post. There's a parallel set of documentation of email interactions wherein I acted as an intermediary between the chairman, Austin O'Donnell, and Jimmy Boyle for the sole purpose of moving the interaction from difficult phone calls between Austin and Jimmy, which no one else could attest to, and as a result of which Jimmy kept calling the chairman a liar. And I suggest, well, if I can help in some way to document the interchanges between, at least there's a record of all of this. So what we're entering into is a phase in the 9th of February before which there's a set of documentation which has been put together and has been circulated to various interest people, including the Health and Safety Authority, the two local councillors, and both John Joseph Bradley and Jimmy Boyle, and to the Irish Men's Shed Association CEO, and to the Donegal Local Development Company. So as a result of this, was 9th of February at 16:56. An hour or two earlier, I had met Jimmy in the shed. The day after he was expelled from the shed, he was still in the shed. And Mary clearly was accompanying me. We'd been out for a walk. We'd called into the shed. Jimmy at that point stated that he was really happy to be out of the shed, and he totally shocked me by saying that it had been his plan the whole night at the meeting. His whole objective was to get expelled from the shed. That's what he really wanted. And he said to me that I apologise for calling you a cowboy, but he said, and I just said, well, look, if you're apologising, don't be apologising to me here. Apologise to the group, because that's what you should do. You raised this in a public space. So when he was finally, Jimmy had written this, "Hi Liam, I told you I would apologise for calling you a cowboy." And then he went on, "But today I met a person that told me I was kicked out of the shed. Does good news travel fast?" Again, as usual, Jimmy Boyle, this is a person. Again, no identifiable individual. This person told me why I was kicked out. I don't know how this could be. This only happened the night before. But I put this person right and told this person I was kicked out not due to me not signing the code of conduct in the shed for safety reasons, and for asking to make my place safe to work in. So just for the record, this is a false fabrication. It's not true. And the PDF documentation of all of the interactions with Jimmy Boyle show for the record that it was on 5 different points, separate points, and Jimmy's failure to align or comply with any of these policies is the reason that the proposal was lodged at the meeting that he be expelled. So is why I got kicked out. So this is Jimmy putting his own narrative on something which just, unfortunately, 2 things are not true. One, it's not true. The second thing is the meeting that he refers to was recorded, video recorded. It's a Zoom hybrid meeting that was recorded, and the evidence of that, if necessary, will show the total fabrication and false narrative by Jimmy. But anyways, I do apologise, Liam, and at the time it was necessary for me to do this to reach my goal, and it worked. So when I read this, again, was I surprised? I suppose I was, because, this is the second time this has happened with Jimmy Boyle for me, just to refer to this. A number of months before, and this is part of the build-up to all of this, when the shed policy was decided upon at a meeting that all of the plugs that were out in the area outside of the 2 offices would be plugged out every time someone was leaving a building, as an interim measure to ensure the optimum safety arrangement until we got the type of resources that would allow us review the whole wiring of the shed and maybe come up with some sort of a master control switch which could be implemented. Jimmy Boyle staunchly, resolutely refused to do this. So when plugs were pulled out, he then started to say, I'm going to get them back. And what happened was I was involved in delivering an ETB training and for our music stuff, for which we needed the internet. And I arrived in, and the internet was not working, and subsequently discovered that the plugs in all the offs had all been pulled out, the routers had been pulled out, they had to be reset, and it really infringed on what I was trying to do for the benefit of the shed. And I had no idea. I thought that people didn't know what they were doing. So I happened to be in there on an afternoon, and Jimmy was in the shed, and I just said, by any chance, did you pull out the sheds? And he looked at me with a smirk, and he said, I did. I was trying to help everybody. They told me all the plugs should be pulled out, so I plugged them all out. And I said, I pointed out to him, this was crazy. Like, it was made clear what was involved in this, and the objective was to try and get to a better, an increased, improved safety environment for everybody in the shed, etc. And Jimmy said, well, I tell you, I did that and I got attention. That's what I wanted. They're listening to me now. And I said, but you had to interfere with the experience of myself and others who were trying to do positive things in the shed. And I had nothing to do. We had nothing to do with what you were going on about. And he simply said to me, it doesn't matter. It's a pity you were in the way, but I got what I wanted. So this is the second time. I mean, this is a Machiavellian sort of issue of the end justifying the means. I mean, I put it to Jimmy, so you feel it's okay to damage other people who are innocent bystanders in something in order that you get attention? And he said yes. So unfortunately, this is the second time when he said this to me. At the time, it was necessary for him to reach his goal. His goal, by the way, is, he said, his goal was to be expelled from the shed. So he's quite happy to damage my reputation in order to reach his goals. I have a fundamental philosophical difference with this, guys. I'm sorry, just don't get it. So on the 9th of February, Austin had said, hey, Jimmy, can you leave out for me? I'll call MJ's electric planer, thank you. And he says, yep, no problem. So this is an issue. For a number of months, JJ appears to have had Michael's planer locked away with his, and he was locking all his tools. That's okay. He was locking them, except that it was just to clarify, Jimmy had decided to build a bench in the shed along with his partner, John Joseph Bradley, in spite of there being a long-standing policy to move from fixed benches, which we had years ago, to a hot desking or hot benching facility so that we could accommodate more people. So in his own wisdom, during the COVID period, both JJ and Jimmy built this corner bench unit and locked things up. And one of the things that was locked up was MJ's planer. And this was in February that he was asked for this. And it took a long time for this planer to be passed back to Micheál. Anyway, he said no problem. So we're moving on to the 14th of February. Now, at that meeting where I met Jimmy, just because I was out walking in the shed on the 9th of February, Jimmy had undertaken that he would try and remove all his stuff, as he now calls it, from the shed by that Saturday, which I think might have been the 12th or 13th of February. He didn't do so. Not only did he not do so, but he didn't have the common courtesy of informing the chairman of his failure to do so or asking for an extension. And remember, he had been expelled from the shed. He had also stated that it was his wish and desire to be expelled from the shed. So, obviously he would have had plans, knowing he was going to be out of the shed, to remove his stuff. Anyway, Jimmy writes, please do not touch any of my stuff, as I'm away right now and will be back. It's going to take me this week and next week to finish this task. So Jimmy, although he's no longer a member of the shed, and remember at this stage he had not been paying his subs in the shed either. So he was numbers of weeks behind paying his subs in the shed. And again, this is a matter of record. And yet Jimmy seems to be determining the narrative as when and where he will leave the shed. Now, the shed is at this time has moved on. I mean, the decision has been made that we're going to move on without Jimmy Boyle. That's just the way it is. If Jimmy Boyle wants to take any corrective action or, judicial review or whatever he wants to do, he's quite entitled to do that. But the shed is also quite entitled to get on with its business. And he had agreed. He was quite willing to take his stuff, and he didn't do so. So again, I just said to Jimmy, I will convey that info to the chairman. It would have been helpful if you'd given me that update last Saturday, because he'd said he'd be out by Saturday. And then Jimmy comes back saying, so I start getting, now instead of just being an intermediate, I start becoming part of the focus. Liam, the chairman can see this for himself. Stop bullying or babying him. So listen to the language, the inflammatory language. So I wrote back, this is where, obviously, we're now in the thick of this, like an exponential curve here. We're now in where things start to happen quite rapidly. On the 14th of February, I wrote, Jimmy, as you have repeatedly now called the chairman a liar, and as you have rejected the approved minutes of the December meeting as evidence of your absence at that meeting, he has wisely, in my opinion, requested a third party, me, witnessed exchange of communications with you. Yesterday you were written to privately with the information below. You chose, for whatever reason, to respond to the wider Scioból group feed. So just to say that the intercommunications between the chairman, Austin, and Jimmy were carried out by email to Jimmy, transmitted through me, in order to be a holder of the archive of the witnessed interaction. Jimmy had chosen to take this into this private messenger group. So whatever happens from now on is all initiated by Jimmy. Okay? So last Tuesday when I spoke to you, that's me speaking to Jimmy, you expressed your happiness to be out of the shed, and that in fact your fundamental objective when attending the meeting was to ensure that you would be expelled. You acknowledged the need for you to remove your items from the shed and as the shed needed to move forward. I note that you have not paid member subs for the last 3 weeks of January, nor for the last week while your stuff continues to remain in the way of shed development. When I was with you, the chairman phoned and agreed as a gesture of goodwill to facilitate you with a week's grace to move your property, with the reasonable expectation that it would leave your area, as you termed it at the meeting, cleaned and vacuumed. Now, just to say, the conversation I had, witnessed by Mary Cleary with Jimmy on the 9th of February, when Jimmy and I discussed the possibilities of moving forward and moving his stuff, and I really thought we had come to a point, can we move ourselves past this with a seamless transfer and minimum tension? Austin just happened to ring me at the time, and I put this proposition to Austin, and he agreed. So, frankly, I suggest that you focus on moving your items before 6 p.m. today as requested by the chairman, return the keys, and respectfully move on to a more suitable space for your disposition. Right? Meanwhile, the note posted to you yesterday afternoon. As I discussed with Austin earlier this afternoon, Jimmy, you said on Tuesday last you hoped to have cleared all of your equipment and removed your workbenches, shelves, etc. by yesterday, Saturday. I expected this to be complete and that you would have left that corner cleaned, empty, and returned the shed keys so that you and the shed can move on. On that basis, the offer was made to you to temporarily accommodate your saw, that's an electric saw, a big heavy electric saw, in the external storage area. I haven't received any update from you since. I was in the shed earlier today and it appears there's a lot left to be done. The chairman notes that by tomorrow you will have had a week's grace period to accommodate you to remove your property. It is necessary for the shed to move ahead with the shed structuring, which will commence on Monday evening tomorrow. I'm hopeful that this was back in February the 14th. I'm hopeful that you will arrange to remove the remaining items and leave the area vacuumed and tidy. Remove the brass lock from the press under the other workbench and hand over the shed keys by 6 p.m. Monday evening. If so, we can transfer your saw to storage for a short period in order to accommodate you. I would appreciate if you would confirm that you will fit in with these arrangements so that further unnecessary tensions are avoided. That's the information. We'll see later on a Jimmy Boyle claiming, or in fact in the parallel video where the rumour mill fabricated by John Joseph Bradley claims that Jimmy Boyle had not been given prior notification of moving his stuff, as he determines it. So this is the record of what actually happened. So again, on the 14th of February, Jimmy had to be reminded, Jimmy, can you leave the planer out, please? Thank you. And Jimmy coming back, I can't leave it out. today because I am there today. I'm not really, I presume he says I'm not there today. So again, why would Jimmy have to be reminded to return somebody's equipment a number of times that he had actually held and locked up for a period of months? Yeah, you know, this isn't exactly cooperation. So we go ahead then on, so there's other things happening in the shed. We've moved on to do a manual handling course, etc. So like the only thing that's happening in the shed is not, a concentration on the issues involving Jimmy Boyle. So Jimmy Boyle writes on the 14th of February at 15:07, Austin, can you please send me the safety officer telephone number, as I have this county council safety officer's number, so nothing is to be moved until this is sorted. The need his no thanks, Jimmy. Now, just to say, to be fair to everybody, all of us, including myself, when we're typing in these social media areas, particularly because of the way that the interpretive algorithms on these smart devices, they often fill out words for you unintentionally. So a lot of us, including me very much, makes spelling error mistakes, etc. So I'm not reading anything into this. Just to clarify that the shed have been trying to appoint safety officers at our monthly meetings, again as part of the developments of governance. And we have sought to try and appoint 3 safety officers. And we're looking for ways in which we can find training for these people so that they can actually do what's necessary. And at the meeting, we had put another call out for suggestions for safety officers. So Jimmy Boyle was at this meeting, so he knows that there was no appointed safety officer. He knows this. It's only been smart play. He knows this, and that's what you call developing governance. It's not an overnight situation. And for the number of years that Jimmy Boyle has been involved before, he's never had any cause to either engage, develop, encourage, be part of developing a safety officer or governance structure. Not sure what he means about the county council safety officers. Separately was posted by Austin as part of the whole developmental restructuring that had emerged probably through COVID and post-COVID, a realisation that what we should have is there was going to be a need to change the locks because Jimmy Boyle had failed to hand back the key to his lock, and we had no indication of who else may or may not have had keys. And we didn't want a situation, we have a lot of equipment around the shed at the moment, that in the event of somebody breaking in, that suspicions might fall on anyone else who may or may not have had keys. So the suggestion was to put a new locking system and have a nominated, identified small number of key holders. And that has been put into place. So this was general information for the group, just explain to people what would happen about key holders and asking people to pass back their original sets of keys. Our intention here was because these locks would have cost us a lot of money and getting keys cut. We felt that if we had this lock and a number of keys, we might actually be able to trade them off or give them to another shed and they might find it useful. So in other words, it could be useful to someone else. Again, Jimmy Boyle, I don't know why, but he writes back, Austin, I did not ask you about keys. I did not ask you about keyholes. Please do not dig a big hole for yourself. I asked you for the safety officer's number, so please provide this and try to stop bullying. So here now we see the bullying language being introduced again. So just for context, Jimmy Boyle had been going on about bullying for the previous number of months. At a shed meeting where he claimed he was being bullied, he was offered the opportunity to put this in writing so he would pursue a grievance procedure for the following month's meeting. Jimmy decided not to turn up for the following month's meeting, nor did he put any documentation in. So once again, Jimmy Boyle making allegations and refusing to engage with a process. Okay. And the other thing, just for the record again, when I took the trouble to attend and follow a Health Safety Authority, HSE.ie online course on bullying, I suggested at the time to Jimmy that he would either follow the course or at least look up the information to look at a definition of bullying. Jimmy Boyle had specifically said to me, I'm not interested in reading anything, I'm telling you it was bullying. So again, a refusal to engage with any logical process. Here we have a Austin forwarding a marriage. Jimmy, for the avoidance of any doubt, I am reminding you, you are no longer a member of Scioból na Bhar and therefore have no standing within the group, which renders your questions redundant. So Jimmy was no longer a member of the group, but we have a situation, his stuff, as he declares, is still residing in the shed. Not a very comfortable or safe situation, even from an insurance point of view for the shed. At any time, Jimmy Boyle could have, let's say, had an accident in whatever way, shape or form, and then made a claim off the shed. So this is not good for the shed to have somebody who's not a member who has displayed such negativity and animosity towards the chairman and to the group to be around the shed. And I said, at this point, he was still in the group messenger. He was still there. And I had spoken to Austin about this and felt it was important that because Jimmy had decided to ventilate his opinions in this group, that he should be given the opportunity to articulate those opinions and to, address the question that might be put to him. And only when that was cleared up should he then be removed from the group. So Jimmy's response, "Good man, you are still digging." So, this is not the idea, this is not the example of somebody trying to, build towards a solution or reconciliation. I had posted a post here, authentic leadership inside the mind of passion, so the mind of Dr. Patton. Just to explain it, it seems to me, looking through all of this, and part of all of this exercise by me is to look at the organizational development fractals that are going on here. The movement from an amateur organization with no structure towards a governance compliant structure which is trying to create long-term sustainability, succession management, etc. And, so these were articles I posted for people's thoughts. Jimmy Boyle said, "No, it's about bullying." So just think of the mindset that's responding here. And then Orson wrote, "Well said, responsibility can heavy duty to carry, but everyone's help is great for the shed." So just a point here, this is, I suppose, a plea by the chairman that we can only go forward if we go forward together. And again, well, now Jimmy Boyle, this is no longer a member of the shed, but we're in a transition period here in terms of information to enable the proper ventilation and recorded ventilation of everybody's input to this. So I wrote here, I think it was important, because my reputation has personally been impugned in this, separate on the shed, and also for my calibration of my own sanity, I felt it's important to keep the shed abreast of developments. On the 15th of February, I wrote, "On Monday the 7th of February, Jimmy Boyle claimed that my contribution to wiring the shed offices was cowboy work. Most importantly, Jimmy claims that the wiring in the meeting room was unsafe. He displayed his thumb, claiming he had received a burn as a result of this unsafe wiring. However, as with most of Jimmy's utterances, there is or was no evidence of same, no mark on his thumb, and vitally in terms of Jimmy's stated, focused concern for safety, etc., there is no record of Jimmy reporting this alleged incident to the chairman or other committee member, either verbally or in writing. Separately, for the information of those present, Jimmy withdrew from formidable case file, from his formidable case file, a file which he had with him, 2 laminated sheets which he placed upon the chairman's table. These were not considered as they were extraneous to the meeting. To my knowledge, these were the same number 2 sheets which Jimmy had so energetically inveigled upon me to consider a number of weeks ago and referred to PAT testing standards. Okay? Which Jimmy states the shed is non-compliant to, etc. For the avoidance of confusion in terms of Jimmy's claims to the reader room's wiring's cowboy standards, the following explanation is informative. So I'll just leave that there. All right, anyway, so a portable appliance. Okay, the most straightforward way to think of it is an appliance that has a plug in the end that plugs into a socket. Okay, like PCs, monitors, etc. So, no, the cowboy wiring that Jimmy refers to has sweet fuck all to do with PAT. Okay, so sockets are not plugs. However, in absolute recognition of my own personal and professional frailties, whereby I have made many mistakes in my life, many of them you'll notice in my videos, hopefully not having repeated them, I did just before when Jimmy, with such definitive conviction, just as before, When Jimmy, with definite conviction, claimed to have been present and participated in a Scioból December the 6th meeting, which the approved minutes give evidence of his absence, for my own peace of mind and out of respect for that possibility that Jimmy had Padre Pio-like managed to turn water into wine, pun intended, I subsequently checked those minutes. I shared them with Jimmy, and yet in spite of mature reflection, Jimmy persisted in asking the rest of us to join him on his illusory journey down fantasy land. Similarly, in this case of the cowboy wearing, and in deference to the ethical standards which I believe chartered engineers, even retired ones like me, should adhere to, and cognizant of the potential exposure by shed members or visitors to socket-sourced shock, I took the time last Friday, February 11th, to check out the 3 sockets, 2 in the meeting room and 1 in the front office, which to see if the wiring was unsafe and an example of cowboy work. The video record and analysis presented here as an example of the best of my ability to meet such an accusation by Jimmy with candour, transparency and authenticity. I trusted the evidence to reflect on the perception of the integrity of the various actors in this issue. As a matter of course, I replaced all 3 sockets with new ones. And just to say that I do retain and have retained those other sockets for the examination of any competent independent person. And there's nothing wrong with the sockets in these cases. There is surface damage in the front, which I believe would have come from an overheated plug, which I've referred to elsewhere. And this, by the way, backdates to pre-COVID, back in before March 2020. And to note that nobody, including Jimmy Boyle or John Joseph Bradley, had ever raised an issue in relation to these before. Meanwhile, for the remaining doubting Jimmys among you, I've retained the original sockets for examination if as considered necessary. If you feel this is the evidence or proof of cowboy workmanship as described by Jimmy, I would ask you to confirm the same. By the way, I am hopeful that the Digital Literacy Journal, which those who have joined it for the iPad experience will equip participants to provide material of this nature, etc. All comments, critiques, etc. video are welcomed with a view to progressing on a virtuous spiral towards excellence. So I shared the video. That's the video is shown shared here, and that's now up on YouTube for anybody to see. So now what we have is, so presumably having looked at this, because let me go back here. This was on 1827 to 15th of February. So in 1922, so he had less than 50 minutes. Jimmy, obviously, according to this data here, will have looked at this video. And I think perhaps a knee-jerk rush to judgment reaction led to this comment. Listen to this. Jimmy says, "Now, Liam, your own videos show I was right not to sign your code of conduct until this was, as you yourself still don't know what is wrong, and your video shows this. I am shocked and astonished at what I was put through at the meeting." Now, just to note here, Jimmy Boyle had specifically told myself and Mary Cleary on the day after the meeting that his whole behaviour, and his calling me a cowboy, was specifically strategically designed in order to draw on himself the motion to expel him. And now he's so shocked that he was treated like this. Everyone at that meeting knew of the problem with the socket. So again, everyone. This is pejorative statement. Everyone at the meeting knew of the problem with the sockets. What problem with the sockets on that side of the building? So now we're talking about sockets on, I told you I looked at sockets, 2 sockets on different walls and 1 in a different room, but did not have the guts to speak out. Were they afraid of being bullied like what was done to me? And then, as the person said, kicked out with all the bullshit you dished out, and you still don't have a periodic inspection report or anything to show that the electric is safe. Hopefully this will save someone's life. So this is now, as the fella says, extrapolating from the horizontal to the vertical. Earlier on, I said that Jimmy Boyle showed us his thumb, of which there was nothing wrong with his thumb, and he said he had burned his thumb. He claims that this video shows something untoward. I'm an engineer. I looked at the problem. Here's my theory of engineering. If I find a problem and I manage to fix it by chance, say, I'm not happy until I can break it again, fix it, break it, fix it, break it, fix it, break it, and then find out what the fault mechanism. Then I think I'm doing engineering. So in this case, I was told that the wiring was faulty. So I just got a wire. One of the things the video shows is I put in a socket tester. So then I took off the sockets. I checked the wiring. I checked it for loose connections. I checked it for gauge size. I checked it for earth fault. And I said, there's no fault with any of these. And yet Jimmy Boyle now suddenly he's grabbed a hold of something that's baseless. And now he's claiming that people's lives been put in danger. And then he's developed this. This is the process which has ended up being taken to the HSA. So I just responded by saying, Jimmy, thanks for taking time to watch the video. As the saying goes, you can take the horse to water, but essentially you can't make him drink. I mean, in all rational thinking, I made this video really, as an engineer, I did it because I was curious. Is there a problem here? Is there a problem? Let's find out. And the problem I was told existed simply doesn't exist. As regards your astonishment of what you put through the meeting, my follow-up explanation of the contents of my conversation with you on that afternoon of February 8 will better illuminate understanding of your astonishment. So Jimmy comes back. So now, again, Liam O'Gogan and me, I'm now becoming the target. Whereas the target used to be the chairman and the new committee, now I'm getting to become the target. And he says, yeah, bully and kick when you don't get your own way. It now proves I was right all along. Just stop feeling sorry for yourself. Now, I'm not really sure what it means by feeling sorry for myself. And actually, just at this time, I just posted, this is the tree stump that I had made when I originally joined the shed a number of years. This is how I entertained myself. I used to go up here and chop blocks of wood into little kipini. That was the happiest I was ever in the shed, when I wasn't carrying responsibility. There was no issues of safety, governance, no interscene struggling or anything like that there. And yet I'm left in the middle of this. As I said, when being in the shed was a simple thing, sharpening one's axe. So on February the 16th, again, for the information of the Scioból members, I posted that for the information of the Scioból members, it appears that Jimmy has now complained to the Uteros about how he feels he has been treated by the shed. I note this action in conjunction with JJ's recent threats re-ensuring the shed would never get another grant. Austin has asked me to liaise with Uteros on this, and I've been the record keeper in the interaction with Jimmy, I'm including below my email to the Uteros this morning. Please note that for fairness I have copied Jimmy in the email. That's separate from this post. I am also attaching in PDF form the associated correspondence with Jimmy, which on one hand he refers to elements of at the meeting, while simultaneously stating he hadn't read them, in order that where the gossip and misinformation may be fueled by Jimmy and JJ, you all have the opportunity to review the facts. So in here is the information which I sent to the Ross na Gaeltachta, explaining to them the situation from our perspective. I'll just say I noticed at the bottom, I don't know if the complaint, that was a complaint made by Jimmy Boyle, was in verbal and writing. If it was verbal, then the accuracy of any recollection of such complaint is by definition of less accuracy than would apply from written complaint. The issue of accurate recollection will become apparent upon reading the attached correspondence. So in here, you can see that I attached for everybody within the Facebook Messenger group, and also for the Uteros's knowledge and information, all of the detailed correspondence with Jimmy Boyle and between him and the group. And this information has been available to the HSA and everybody else. I think possibly what I'll try and do is I'll probably try and locate this up in Issue, which is like a YouTube for documents, and then reference the link here in this video below, again to create a full landscape for anybody who's interested in this issue to think about. And again, I remind you, this issue is much bigger than just what's going on in a local shed. I believe this is a fractal of organisational development behaviour, certainly within community and voluntary organisations. On the 16th of February 2022 at 13:59, I posted as following, and this is for the information again of the Facebook Messenger group of the Scioból Navarra members, in order to keep the members up to date with what's happening. Because remember, we're just meeting there on a Monday and a Wednesday night. People play bowls. Monday and Thursday night, people play bowls on a Wednesday and a Sunday. They play music on a Wednesday. They're computer training on a Tuesday and a Thursday. So everybody wouldn't necessarily meet at all times. And the next scheduled monthly meeting would be sometime in early March. So Jimmy Boyle posted the following: "Hi Liam, I told you I would apologise for calling you a cowboy, but today I met a person that told me I was kicked out of the shed. Does good news travel fast? This person told me why I was kicked out, but I put this person right and told this person that I was kicked out due to me not signing the code of conduct in the shed for safety reasons and for asking to make my place safe to work in. So is why I got kicked out. But anyways, I do apologise, Liam, and at that time it was necessary for me to do this to reach my goal, and it worked. Good luck, Jimmy." This followed a conversation I had with Jimmy in the shed on Tuesday afternoon, February the 8th. So actually it would have been February the 9th, Monday after the meeting on the 8th, which was witnessed by Mary clearly, in which I asked Jimmy to post his apology to me for claiming cowboy workmanship on my part. As part of that conversation, I undertook not to share with others information which Jimmy chose to share with me, in my hope to get both Jimmy and the shed past our present unnecessary and troubling hiatus. I take my undertaking to keep information private very seriously, as I have had thousands of fathers share their innermost stories with me through the pain of family breakdown over many years, and my reputation in terms of trust has meaning to others outside our small local men's shed. However, having reflected on Jimmy's disingenuous, slithery attempt at an apology and his final sentence, "At the time it was necessary for me to do this to reach my goal and it worked, good luck, Jimmy," I believe that Jimmy himself has released me from my undertaking of secrecy. Therefore, I am setting out below my recollection and context of that conversation, as I believe it gives everyone involved a more comprehensive insight into the behaviours which Jimmy has exhibited throughout the last number of months. In fact, since at least the election of the present Scioból committee and the election of Austin as chairman. I have had Mary Cleary read over my recollection, and she is in agreement with this reviewed version. On Tuesday the 8th of February, so I need to just check on my dates here, because I think, I'll just look up in a calendar here for a moment. So actually, I am correct. So the date of the meeting was on the 7th, it was Tuesday the 8th of February, the day after. As we often do, Mary, Diego, that's the dog, and myself parked the car outside the men's shed and went for a walk around the estate. On our return during the afternoon, we noticed the shed door unlocked, and we popped in to say hello to whoever might be there, as we normally do. To my surprise, given the events of the previous night's Scioból meeting, where Jimmy was formally expelled forthwith from shed membership, Jimmy was over at his workbench, his in inverted commas, working away as normal. Jimmy initiated conversation with a friendly disposition, which I can only describe as being as extreme a version of Dr. Jekyll to the previous night's Mr. Hyde, emanating from the same physical body as I have ever experienced. Without any act on my part, Jimmy was effusive in his desire to apologise to me for calling you a cowboy, as he has written in his post. He went as far as to state that he had actually intended to call over to my house to do so in person earlier, to offer his apologies, although it was by then mid-afternoon that he had not actually done so. Jimmy then blurted out that in fact he was very happy to have been expelled from the shed, as he said that there are things going on in the background constantly against him. As usual with Jimmy, he provided no detail, no evidence, no names, etc. And as I decided that I didn't need to go down that rabbit hole with Jimmy, I just let it pass. Earlier that morning, the chairman, Austin, had been in contact with me to discuss formally writing to Jimmy, setting arrangements for him to remove his personal belongings from the shed while ensuring that he left behind items belonging to the shed and to other members. As Jimmy had expressed his happiness at having been expelled from the shed membership and his willingness to move his belongings out without rancour, I saw an opportunity which I discussed with Jimmy for both he and the shed to move past this issue and to get on with our lives without further ill will or unnecessary tensions. Furthermore, Jimmy was at pains to dissociate himself from JJ's unsolicited, threatening early morning phone call to me at 9 a.m. that morning. While acknowledging that he had discussed his being expelled with JJ, Jimmy claimed to have had no hand, act or part in JJ's actions, which he said he did not agree with. I suggested that he shared that information with the wider group, and he declined to do so, stating that no one would believe him. I left that with him. Then Jimmy felt the need to expound on his strategy in coming to the meeting the previous night. He stated that his focused objective in coming to the meeting was to do whatever it took to ensure that the meeting would expel him. He emphasised that on no account was he going to do a JJ and walk away from the shed of his own accord. His calling Austin, that's the chairman, a liar, his calling me a cowboy, his persistent belligerence, refusing to align himself with shed-agreed policies, his irrational claims to have been at a December meeting in the face of the evidence of approved meetings proving his absence, his allegations of unsafe practice, his over-the-top and incorrect claims of receiving correspondence every day. All of this, in fact, intentionally amounted to a theatrical circus designed by Jimmy, with Jimmy as the ringmeister, intentionally fixated upon ensuring that he would be expelled from the shed. I then realised that this was another of Jimmy's games, just like his reference during the Monday night meeting to him setting a test to see if a blockage would be placed at the door to prevent him bringing his van back in, having been instructed by the chairman not to do so. The penny dropped from me about why, conveniently, Jimmy just happened to have the tidy, unusual sum of exactly €850 in his pocket, which, while standing like a ringmaster in the centre of the room, he smugly handed over the lump of money in order to take the saw, procured incomplete from his friend Bob, off the shed's hands. Frankly, I was gobsmacked, and to be honest, I was sort of embarrassed to have been, along with the other members who attended at the meeting, the unwitting and unsuspecting victims of such perverse, pre-planned, malevolent behaviour. As we began speaking, I had initially focused on minimising any discomfort that Jimmy's own persistent misbehaviour had brought onto himself, and hoping to make his exit from the shed as painless as possible. Jimmy asked that I would not share his strategy with other shed members. At this point, I kept my focus on securing a reasonable and deliverable agreement on a tension-free transition for Jimmy and his belongings from the shed. Jimmy insisted that all of the benches, etc., in inverted commas, his corner belonged to him, and he was removing it all. He was needing some time to rearrange storage, and I asked him for a proposed timeline for his moving his belongings out. His answer was, inverted commas, soon, I hope, close inverted commas. A perfectly courteous but absolutely unhelpful response in terms of enabling the shed to move forward after Jimmy moving on. I then proposed the following Saturday evening as a deadline, which gave him a number of days to complete his departure. And he responded by saying he would do his best. I suggested that as he had a short-term problem finding a place to move his newly acquired saw, that's the electric saw, the bandsaw, that perhaps the shed would keep it in an extended storage, in the extended store for a short time in order to accommodate him. Coincidentally, while I was speaking with Jimmy in the presence of Mary, the chairman Austin phoned me about sending his prepared correspondence to Jimmy. Remember here, I was acting as the intermediary for correspondence between Jimmy and Austin, and vice versa. I asked Austin to hold off on sending the correspondence and explained the proposal I had been discussing with Jimmy. Austin agreed to extend the grace period for Jimmy to remove his belongings to the coming Saturday evening, February the 12th last, for the sole purpose of reducing tensions and easing past this issue. I had noted with Jimmy that as he was no longer a member of the shed, there could be insurance implications, as also was the issue of him being in the shed alone without other members there. So again, there was a long-standing policy now that if you're to be in the shed on your own, that you must send notification of your intention to be there to the chairman by either text message or by Facebook Messenger, in order to ensure that someone knew you were there in terms of safety. And Jimmy that was one of the reasons for which he was expelled from the shed, for flatly refusing to comply with this. I left the shed with my understanding that, one, Jimmy would apologise without caveats to the group on Messenger for calling me a cowboy. As you saw up above, there was a caveat. You know, the caveat saying, Jimmy said at the time it was necessary for him to do so to reach his goal, and it worked. That's a caveat. Two, that I would refrain from sharing his diabolical meeting strategy with others. And three, that Jimmy would do his best to complete his removal of his property and leave the area cleaned and vacuumed by Saturday the 12th of February. Four, that those elements haven't been complied with, the shed would hold his saw in interim storage for a few weeks to enable Jimmy to arrange a suitable location. I admit that I was truly shocked at the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde versions of Jimmy's disposition, which I had personally witnessed in less than 24 hours. However, as we were on an agreed low-tension pathway to separate futures, I concluded that resolving this contradiction was and is not my concern. A day later, Jimmy had not posted the apology as he had agreed to do so. When he finally did, he actually insulted me and my intelligence further by trying to justify his scurrilous labelling of me as a cowboy, as at the time it was necessary for me to do this to reach my goal, and it worked. When I finally read the post, it brought me back to the day a number of months ago when I discovered that Jimmy had been repeatedly disconnecting the shed router. Sorry, that's an internet router, not a woodworking machine, by unnecessarily pulling all plugs out in the offices, an action which greatly discommoded and hindered me as I was trying to deliver ETB classes, which were bringing much needed funds into the shed. When I explained how his repeated disruptive behaviour had directly and negatively impacted on me when I was not a party to whatever issue he had with Austin, etc., Jimmy basically responded saying, tough, that he didn't intend to hinder me, but that he justified his action, saying that he now had everyone's attention. I told him then I do not accept his end justifies mean philosophy, particularly within the confines of a voluntary collaborative community group as the Scioból is. I also informed him that I could no longer be of assistance to him as a consultant in his personal issues, to which I had dedicated many energy-consuming hours for no monetary consideration compared to the large sums he claimed he had paid solicitors. In response, Jimmy gave the customary shrug of his shoulder, saying, "That's okay." For the record, I truly believe that Jimmy may not have the awareness, the capacity, the empathy, nor the tools to actually make an authentic apology, and hence my idealistic nature of seeking love in a whorehouse in regards to expecting an honourable, authentic apology from Jimmy must rest unrequited. For anyone interested in reflecting on the nature of apology, I refer you to my video, Making a Professional and Effective Apology, on YouTube. And there's a link there for that. But you can find it under that search term, making a professional and effective apology. The other part of Jimmy's post on Monday, February the 8th, last has deeper and wider implications when one reflects on Jimmy's perverse strategizing in terms of planning to use his expulsion as a platform to try to claim that he was the exemplar of high safety standards and being punished for doing so. Jimmy posted as follows: "But today I met a person that told me I was kicked out of the shed. Does good news travel fast? This person told me why I was kicked out, but I put this person right and told this person that I was kicked out due to me not signing the code of conduct in the shed for safety reasons, and for asking to make my place a safe place safe to work in. So is why I got kicked out." Firstly, Jimmy met a person. Once again, no evidence, no name, no basis to believe it's true, when considered along with the landscape of Jimmy's non-adherence to facts or truth. At the Monday night meeting, Jimmy kept insisting on wanting a letter explaining why he was expelled. In his own version of reality, Jimmy has single-handedly reinvented a false reality, to claim that he was expelled solely on the basis of being required me not signing the code of conduct in the shed for safety reasons and for asking to make my place safe to work in. This, of course, is not true. Jimmy is aware that the meeting was recorded in Zoom. It's video recording. I was the unfortunate shed member left with the task of proposing that Jimmy should be expelled. Prior to making that proposal, I had specifically taken the time to read to the meeting and into the meeting record the contents of the correspondence emailed to Jimmy by me on behalf of the chairman in my role as intermediary, the chairman Austin, on the 28th of January 2022 at 13:26. Before doing so, I handed both Jimmy and Austin hard copies of this correspondence, which I said see below, so this has been included, which sets out the 5 specific elements which required changes of behaviour and alignment from Jimmy. My proposal of expulsion of Jimmy was based on the cumulative combined failure by Jimmy to comply with all of these 5 elements. For the avoidance of any future attempt by Jimmy to deny cognizance of these facts and perversely peddle incomplete inexactitudes, this correspondence will be used as evidence of cognizance by Jimmy. An extract for correspondence emailed to Jimmy on behalf of Scioból chairman on the 28th of January 1326. As to date, you have not responded to assure me of your commitment to aligning with and supporting shed policies as explained to you, and given that you continue to show blatant disregard and disrespect for the role of the chairman, I am now drawing your attention to the following specific elements whereof you are required to modify your behaviour, to commit to shed agreed policies, and to show evidence of alignment and compliance with shed policies and decisions. So once again, for the reader, Jimmy Boyle continues to maintain that he was expelled from the shed for one particular reason. He continues to maintain that he wasn't given information in advance, proper notice. And John Joseph Bradley has fabricated false allegations as a rumour in a rumour mill throughout Facebook and continue to propagate these falsehoods. What you're going to see before you is a copy or the extract from the documentation which was sent to Jimmy Boyle. And which was sent and in law will be considered as having been received by Jimmy Boyle. And that he was given this information at the meeting in hard copy as well. So let's just look at these points. 1. According to Liam's recorded notes of your phone call to him last Thursday, the 20th of January 2022. So this, just to give the viewer some background to this, I was travelling cross country on the Thursday, and Jimmy initiated a call with me, which I took on the car phone system in my car. And he had this conversation with me for a period of time, maybe 30, 40 minutes or so. Can't remember specifics right now. My records will show how long it took place. Suddenly this phone call just cut out. I presume because I was travelling through the north it may have happened. When I reached Monaghan, shortly thereafter, I texted Jimmy to explain that whatever had happened to call, I had not killed it off, and Jimmy did not reinitiate the call with me. So this was my memory of, I wrote contemporaneous notes at the time of what he had said to me, and subsequently I just typed these up. So in relation to that call, let's just tip off that. According to Liam's recorded notes of the phone call, you insisted that your van has to go back into the shed. To just explain, during that call, Jimmy Boyle said to me, my van has to go back in the shed. Another ultimatum. Jimmy's just a member of the shed like everybody else. The shed decides its policies. Those directives are decided upon and they're passed on by the chairman. That's the way we do our business. Please note, as per email to you of the 25th of January, you were directed by me in my role as chairman not to bring your van into the shed at this time. So again, for the viewer, but certainly of the longer video here, if you go back on numbers of occasions, I think in this video, in this string of posts, there were 3 different times at which Jimmy had to be reminded to take his van out of the shed in order to allow other members of the shed to use the facility. And it kept coming back time and time again to the point at which it was decided just to instruct Jimmy to take the shed out of the van. He was given a directive to remove the van for the time being out of the shed. In accordance with the motion passed the December monthly meeting, which you are now apparently claiming to have been present at, and thus would have been cognizant of and party to, you were entitled to have the chairman's directive on this matter reviewed at the next monthly meeting on Monday, February the 8th. That should be February the 7th. I note that you have confirmed to Liam by FV Messenger that you will be present at the said meeting, which was good news and a possible sign of positive engagement by you in shed administration. In the meantime, in order to reduce possible misunderstandings and tensions around the shed, you are required in writing by midnight, January the 27th next, confirm your willingness to comply with the chairman's directive in this matter. So that was the first requirement placed on Jimmy. 2, you were required by writing on midnight the 21st of January, Thursday the 21st of January next, for the avoidance of future doubt and unnecessary wrangling, to withdraw your ultimatum, to enforce an illogical demand that 75% of other members must pay their weekly subscriptions before you contribute your share. You are required to confirm your commitment to pay your subscriptions going forward while undertaking not to use further unhelpful ultimata in future. So this point is in relation to Jimmy Boyle saying he's not paying any money until he sees evidence that 75% of everyone else has paid. So another ultimatum. So this is a member or tail wagging the dog, the shed, the whole organisation based on his own personalised demands. So he was asked to comply with this. Are you actually a member paying his subs or not, rather than be putting in ultimata? 3, you were required in writing by midnight on Thursday next to acknowledge that you have continually failed and refused to comply with the reasonable and relatively undemanding safe practice of informing the chairman by text or by Facebook Messenger when you have been alone in the shed. In order to establish alignment with the Green Shed policy, you are required to undertake in writing your commitment to complying with this notification policy going forward. So the evidence of this post of thread shown that this policy of for safety purposes of informing the chairman when one is going to the shed on one's own has been persistently not adhered to by Jimmy Boyle. It would have been the most easy thing, and certainly in relation to the commentary or the rumour mill Facebook post by John Joseph Bradley identifying Jimmy Boyle as a frail pensioner, I think it would be reasonable to assume in his own interest that he would have wanted to comply with this. Number 4, Liam has noted in his record of your phone call to him of Thursday last that you now acknowledge the legality, in your own words, whatever that might actually mean, of the shed's code of practice. So just this, Jimmy would have said that everything that this new code of practice was in his terms legal, whereas stuff we was asked to do before was not legal. The basis, the legal basis for this escapes me at every level. You are now required to confirm in writing by midnight Thursday the 27th your willingness to sign the Code of Practice without any caveats or further ultimata. For your information, any member who has not signed a Code of Practice form will not be entitled to use the shed shop floor facilities from midnight on February the 1st, 2022. I encourage you to do so without further delay to avoid inconvenience yourself unnecessarily. So again, this Code of Practice had been designed, negotiated, discussed along with an external person who was paid to do this by the Donegal Local Development Company, I presume under the EU SciCap programme. Meetings were held with, certainly a long meeting was held along with members by the person who designed this safety thing to talk through and to tease out any of the difficulties in relation to this Code of Practice. Jimmy Boyle, like everyone else, was made aware of this and chose not to attend. He chose not to attend, okay? That was his decision. And he didn't participate in the process, and yet he refused to sign this. And the group had made a decision that on the 1st of February this would kick in. So everybody else in the shed had signed up for this, except for Jimmy Boyle. And number 5, you're required in writing by midnight Thursday, 27th of January next, to confirm your compliance with and commitment to the practice and agreed at December meeting of removing all plugs from sockets on the shop floor only when you were leaving the shed, a decision which you were cognizant of and party to, were in fact, as you claim, which you would have been if you were present at the monthly meeting, as you claimed to have been. So I just want to say to you that this information in the correspondence sent to Jimmy, the specific agreed minuted point in relation to the directive that all plugs on the shop floor be removed when leaving the shed, was delivered to Jimmy Boyle. And he has persistently refused to do this. Persistently. And at the same time, he's the person who's crying wolf over safety. So these were the 5 elements. So in conclusion, so this is me writing here at this point about. So these were the 5 points. So Jimmy was not expelled for one thing. It was a repeated obstinacy of refusal to comply with the direction and agreed policies of the shed, and accepting the rule agreed by the shed of following directives from the chairman, which could be then challenged at the next monthly meeting in order for an orderly governance compliant processing of the shed. So all the stuff that Jimmy has gone out with there is falsely based. Anyway, in conclusion, when I was young, I half learned the following snippet of Gaeilge, but only in later life through radio programming. I met a woman from Dundalk who had learned the whole piece, from the nuns, I presume. Forgive my spelling of Gaeilge in advance. Please print the correct version so that I may use it correctly in future. Dúirt ban lum, genúirt ban lehi, gavacashi ban a chonig ban a chula ban a raw. I reflected on your contribution just now, Jimmy, as I read through it. Your experience of the person, the ban of the saying, typifies the inevitable shortcoming of events and interchanges, conversations, adjudications, etc., which unfortunately are not recorded, documented, archived and reproducible, as evidence, all of which leads to noisy, what I mean by there is poor signal-to-noise ratio concepts in communications technology, energy sapping, distracting interchanges. This is precisely why I put so much effort into supporting the consideration of your disciplinary issue in the shed, so that the focus would be on reproducible, robust, documented facts, as is distinct from the he said, she said, you're a liar, noise and red mist stuff that otherwise fills the space. For example, evidence such as approved minutes of December meeting is proof of your absence at said meeting, which I submit trumps your cognitively dissonant, persistent claim that you were in fact present and participated of said meeting. So, you know, this video has been said about fact-checking, and it seems almost to exceed my capacity to be reasonable to imagine that one has to go to these lengths to create some incontrovertible proof of facts. And when I compare that to the power, the abusive and disgraceful power of rumour and the misuse of social media, And on today, Monday the 7th of March, when we're looking at what's happening in Ukraine and the propaganda machine that exists on at least two sides in relation to this, we are poorly served by our digital technology if it allows rumours and unsubstantiated misinformation to proliferate through our consciousness. And we owe it to the potential of our survival as a human race to actually develop critical thinking skills. And as the quote I put at the start is, to stop under-analysing things. While this seems extremely pedantic what I'm doing here, I think it should serve as a salutary lesson that we should get things right. And where someone is shown to be untruthful, that becomes their badge of dishonour. So we don't waste time listening to these people going forward. The meeting last Monday was recorded on Zoom as an aid memoir to Dara when preparing the minutes of the meeting, and I expect and believe that the minutes of the February meeting will record precisely the motion of expulsion as against what either both you or the person, who's unidentified as always when you present claims, as the person he said he met, hold as memoirs and or beliefs. In fact, in accordance with the lengthy email correspondence between you and the chairman, I read out, for information and clarification for you and the other participants at the meeting, the 5 specific elements which you were asked by the chairman to comply with, which you decided not to comply with, and it is the combination of all 5 elements which were the basis of the proposal to expel you, not a single element as you suggested. So just to point out here, in that video of the meeting, I read those 5 points out. I had at the meeting. They're actually recorded. They read them into the minutes. Before reading them, I handed a copy of these to Austin and to Jimmy. They're the 2 people who were communicating with each other. And Jimmy is still claiming to be unaware of this. It might appear to the reader that I'm being pedantic here, but in this I am minded by a famous quote, "The devil is in the detail," or the alternative, "God is in the detail. Choose your poison." So that's a quotation that I have seen attributed to people from as far back as Wolfgang Goethe to various other people. The devil or God, choose your poison, is in the detail. Detail, detail, detail. As regards the rawfully about high noon in the shed and the likes, the modern relativism which permeates our culture, where, for example, you can present your claim that you're present at a meeting where, in fact, facts, who needs facts, you might ask, whose facts? You weren't, means that people will hear and listen to versions of the events which may differ in varying degrees both from each other and or what actually happened. Does it matter is what I ponder. And in fact, that was written in the middle of February. Since then, the entry into this process by John Joseph Bradley in spreading his falsely fabricated, malevolent rumours through the internet are causing that level of misunderstanding or concern or worry or wonder by ordinary members of the public. On the 16th of February, folks, in order to ensure optimal understanding of the ongoing shed issues with Jimmy and his choice to reach out to the Uteros to complain, I'm attaching a response to Jimmy's post to Scioból Messenger group of Tuesday the 8th at 16:56, giving the focused energy on my part consumed in forensically dealing with this material. I do hope that future integrated reflection on this experience can help inform greater sustainable governance in Scioból, and to assure that the shed never allows such non-collaborative destructive behaviour for emptying the shed, which other than for this behaviour should be a haven of welcoming camaraderie, mutual support and nurture space for mental and physical philanthropy for men and women guests among our community. In alignment with the spirit of openness, objective and fairness, I have copied Martina with the Uteros with this email. So again, this is really me exceeding my frustrations tolerance threshold in relation to this, and trying to keep some sense of logic in the meantime. So on the 16th of February of 2023, hi, I wrote, Jimmy, Austin has asked me to forward the following message to you. Jimmy, I refer to your post on Messenger of Monday last 14th of February. Please do not touch any of my stuff as I'm away and will be back. It's going to take me this week and next week to finish this task. Thanks, Jimmy. I'm giving you an update about removing your personal belongings from the shed. I note your time frame of 2 weeks, and I assure you that access to all of your personal belongings will have been well completed by then. We are hoping this week to start restructuring the shed, during which time we will dismantle your belongings and your saw and set them up just inside the large door. You will then be given a specified slot during which you will be facilitated under supervision of shed members to do so. If you do not avail of this proposed time slot, a second one will be provided. When that second time slot is passed, then any removing items will be stacked outside the door for you to remove in your own time, assuming your items do not cause interference for other tenants in the estate. So this was issued to Jimmy on the 16th of February last. And again, I put it to the reader, John Joseph Bradley has, in his second set of false allegation rumour mill Facebook posts, claimed that Jimmy Boyle had no prior notice of his stuff, as he determines them to be, being left outside the shed. So again, as you can see, this is not true. It's not true for a number of reasons. One, Jimmy Boyle is a recipient of this material in Facebook Messenger. And the other thing is that he's been sent this information separately. So I suppose there's reassurance of the fact that he has read that. If I just go down, shortly thereafter, was written to him in 2023, 30 minutes later. Again, not a lot of time for mature ingestion, digestion, reflection before knee-jerk reaction stuff by Jimmy. Jimmy, again, I ask you nicely. This is the word, first time I've seen nice in anything Jimmy's ever written, to leave my stuff alone. As you have broken your promise of giving me time to change, you changed the lock today. So just to be clear, the change of a lock has nothing to do with Jimmy Boyle's timing. It had to do with our awareness and all that has been learned post-COVID to up our governance and securitization process, because we have a lot of equipment in there. A lot of equipment has been supported by the Mitigation Against Education Disadvantage Fund for training, etc., and shed equipment. So the requirement to create a proper locking system. The other thing is, it had been made clear to Jimmy Boyle at this stage that having missed out on the window, he missed out on the window, agreed with him to remove his own items in the week following the night that he was expelled, that as no longer being a member of the shed, that he would be there under supervision. And it's really important when one looks at the implications of the vitriol that has been spread by Jimmy Boyle and John Joseph Bradley. It would be unsafe for the shed and its reputation to have either Jimmy Boyle or John Joseph Bradley even step foot inside the shed again. All they need to do is trip over something and then make a claim off the shed. So the shed, any sane advice would be that he should be allowed to remove his stuff under a supervised situation. So there was no breaking of any promise at all. The person who had broken his own undertaking was Jimmy Boyle. He said, "Today I've been in touch with Donegal County Council. I don't know what that means. I haven't had any conversation from Donegal County Council about it. Tomorrow, this has been tied in with the HSE. I don't know. The HSE is the Health Services Executive. I have no idea what reference that refers to. No idea whatsoever. And with the Men's Shed of Ireland. So I presume out of these that these are intentional statements by Jimmy Allen Boyle, to contact both the Donegal County Council, the Health Service Executive, and the Men's Shed of Ireland. So I presume these people have been contacted with, what I would state is that's a singular, one-sided narrative by Jimmy Boyle. I have no idea where any of this was presented to him in writing to any of these people. I have no idea if, when contacting these people, his phone recording to them was recorded for as they state, quality and training purposes, or as I would claim, for the requirement of veracity. I have no idea that if he did ring any of these people and anything was written down as a result of his call, whether there's any actual correlation in fact between what he said and what was written down. That's, the devil is in the detail. However, he said, tomorrow I will know more. So that would have been on the 17th of February. Jimmy Boyle claims he would know more. But he says the HSE seemed to be very interested in the video of Liam's. So the HSE is the Health Services Executive. Why they would be interested in the video, I have no idea. And also in his statement to Uderos about being expelled from the shed for a completely different version to mine. If his version was right, the chairman would have to give me 3 written warnings. So I just ask again the reader, look at it. The facts are the documented PDFs have showed that there were a repeated set of correspondences sent to Jimmy Boyle, building these up on a sequential stepped basis. So when he talks about these 3 written warnings, not only was he given them, emailed them to him, but on the night of the meeting at which he was expelled, he personally, along with Austin, was handed personally by me a physical hard copy of this correspondence. Now, Jimmy has claimed, I don't read stuff, he said. So, it's very hard to me to keep, some sort of detached involvement, I suppose, with this type of irreverent response, I suppose. Now he says, so he's claiming that if his version was right, the version is the version that's recorded on a Zoom video of the meeting. Now, he said, the chairman would have had to give me 3 written warnings. Now to look back at the deal we had, it did look very good. So the deal he's talking about is the agreement struck on February the 8th, I realised, the Tuesday afternoon, which was agreed in a phone call with Austin to enable Jimmy to remove his stuff with a grace period of a week provided. And that he would go quietly and he would go happily into the sunset to somewhere that he said he wanted to be expelled. He said, did look good. And I have to say, I thought it looked it looked good as a way of just moving past this problem. But no, you guys wanted to kick me on my way out and change the rules. So I'm not sure where this documented fact-checking, there was no changing of the rules. Jimmy did not deliver on his agreement to move his stuff within the time that he acknowledged was reasonable. 2, he failed to come back to the chairman, the committee, or to me on behalf of the committee to give me any update on that. And 3, he had been written to tell him what, in light of his failure to move his stuff, as he calls it, the shed, set out a reasonable path to move past the situation. Initially, to give him the opportunity to protect the stuff inside the door of the shed, to give him supervised access to remove the stuff, and in the event of him not taking that, to leave it outside. Okay, he said, you wanted to kick me and change the rules. I was very happy to walk and leave it all behind me. The problem is his actions don't align with that statement. As I've said before, I am not willing to put up with what was dished out to me. Now I want to claim here, just repeat, Jimmy Boyle specifically said that he attended a meeting and acted in I call it obnoxious when I look back on all of this, but in the most problematizing, obstructionist way you could imagine, including calling me a cowboy and calling the chairman a liar, etc., in order to force the group to expel him. And now he's saying, I'm not willing to put up with what was dished out to me, as this was supposed to be for the people. And anyway, Austin, you get the chance to put your point on the local radio when the time comes. So, I don't know. I therefore have to presume that this is another threat or something by Jimmy Boyle to approach the local radio, which I presume would be Radio na Gaeltacht, and therefore one has to presume that Jimmy Boyle, as a result of this written statement, has approached the Radio na Gaeltacht with his objective of taking all of this out into the public space. The problem I have with all of this is, at any stage, I would have always presumed that at some point Jimmy Boyle would have realised that in some adjudicative process he would be expected to back up his protestations, to take his wild allegations, actually support them with some evidence, and that he would then have to address and account and reply to the evidence presented by the other side, effectively by the shed, and that he couldn't just deny its presence just because he wanted to, act like an ostrich in it. So it was at this point that I posted that quotation by Confucius, which again solidly sort of follows my views about this, about language and the need for, as he said, there must be no arbitrariness in what is said. So actually, I noted this in this time frame. It's just a picture that was shown there of, a length of time ago. This shows a picture of guys actually cooperating. I said it's due to this hard work as a team that we now have such a wonderful shed. So I really keep getting stressed about this fact that the failure to recognise the importance of a team pulling together, which just seems to contaminate this conversation. So on the 17th of February, it was important. I received a text message from John Joseph Bradley. And so it was important that I share this with the group because, again, we're acting in consort with each other. It's important that people are kept abreast and informed of the detail. Good morning, Liam. This is text from John Joseph Bradley. I have seen the video you made about the electrics in the shed. The reason John Joseph Bradley would have seen this video is because at this time he was still a member of this group, a member of this Facebook Messenger group. And I only discovered this afterwards. I had wrongfully thought that I had removed him from that when he left the group in September 2021, after he concluded his business with the shed. However, he was also in another Facebook private messenger group, which is a group for the committee, and I had removed him from that. So while I was unaware at that stage that he was still in a group, it's true that John Joseph Bradley had access to all of this material, if he so wished, for the last number of months. And I'm very pleased that that's the case because there's nothing there which is untoward in terms of the integrity of the shed or its members. And he would have seen the correspondence and the approach that Jimmy Boyle was using and his disrespect for the chairman of the shed, Austin O'Donnell, and by extension for the shed group itself. Anyway, JJ writes, I have seen the video you made about the electrics in the shed. You installed the plugs throughout the shed, both in the workshop and the new offices. Now, again, please note, plugs are not sockets. Plugs are not sockets. PAT testing is portable appliance testing, which relates to plugs, not sockets. I and other members of the shed pointed out to you on numerous occasions how dangerous the plugs and the risk to anyone in the shed. So this is a statement which is, okay, so I'm going to say, this is my first time, this is a lie. This is a falsehood. This is a known falsehood because it's directly within the gift of John Joseph Bradley to know himself whether he did or he didn't. He's claiming here, as he's claimed elsewhere, in fact, witnessed by Mary Cleary, he has claimed that he pointed to me personally that there was about these dangerous plugs. Now again, plugs are not sockets. And he said, I and other members. So again, he doesn't specify who these other members of the shed are. So again, that's by definition hearsay. So John Joseph Bradley left the shed in September 2021. There's no record anywhere. And given that he was the treasurer of the group at that time, and he was on the committee, there's no recollection by any committee member of any statement ever made by John Joseph Bradley concerning safety of wiring or even plugs in the shed. And certainly sockets, absolutely not. So this is a complete, absolute fabrication. And because he's not been a member of the shed since then, he's had no reason to know about any situation. And the other thing is the video analysis that I've shown and my reflection about all of this relates to burn marks which actually existed pre-COVID 2 years ago. Anyway, you chose to ignore the warnings. Now I said these warnings were never made by John Joseph Bradley or anybody else, and were instrumental in having a member expelled from the shed because he refused to accept the situation. Again, this fact-checking video is set out to show the complete vacancy of veracity in any of this stuff. Now we move on. I have studied health and safety law and read the Health and Safety Act. So this is John Joseph Bradley making a very, very, very strong claim for legitimacy. He has studied health and safety law and read the Health and Safety Act and have some qualifications in that field. I just note, I have no idea whether he does or doesn't. I understood John Joseph Bradley to have been a professional or scaffolder. I have never heard him mention any qualifications in health and safety. I've never heard him mention that he had read a Health and Safety Act. When he was an officer of the shed, I would have presumed that that would have created some extra responsibility on his shoulders to have actually known if there were health and safety issues, that he would have had that extra responsibility over and above, let's say, ignorant other people in the shed. Ignorant as in not aware or not studied and having qualifications in this field of what was necessary. There is no record anywhere of John Joseph Bradley doing any of these things. He moves on. I consider your actions to be a case of reckless endangerment. So this is the first time I've seen this form, reckless endangerment, which when I look it up, I look it up on the internet, it seems to relate to non-fatal offences against a person. Like, this is quite criminal stuff. So now I'm moving on to I'm now being classified as in the criminal class. This is probably one of the worst cases I have ever seen, having spent a lifetime in the building industry. So again, for readers, you're invited to, of course, you're always invited to visit the men's shed. That's what we're trying to get people to do. But you're also invited to review the video and look at actually what's up. But just to say to you that, look at this. If this is somebody you claim he's worked all over the world, to my knowledge, she's told me he has, that, and I believe that he's been on building sites all over the place. I've been on building sites and all sorts of project work on sites. And he said, this is one of the worst cases I've ever seen. Has spent a lifetime to build. This is unnecessary. This type of over-exaggeration, gilding lilies beyond their nature is unwarranted. I feel I have no alternative but to complain to the HSE. The HSE are the Health Service Executive. I have no idea why I'd be going to the Health Service Executive. And to An Garda. So he's going to go to An Garda. I put you on notice herewith to immediately close the shed and to refrain from entering the shed or in any way to interfere with the electrics in the shed from receipt of this message. So this is quite, again, the language of ultimatum, which seems to in some way emanate purely from two people. John Joseph Bradley and Jimmy Boyle seem to be self-appointed sheriffs and each other's deputies and marshals around the whole world and how it operates. And then he said, please do not put the public at any further risk. So I shared this with the group. So that was on the 17th of February 10:33. That evening at 22:14, I posted, again, because now that Jimmy had brought the dialogue into this shared or Facebook Messenger group, it seemed important that we respond to him in this medium also. Jimmy, on Scioból Chairman Austin has asked me to deliver the following update to you. Jimmy, as I set out to you in my last update, on Scioból have now moved all of your personal belongings to the bay area of the shed. It involved a lot of hard work by shed members cleaning out your stuff and having to clear off the accumulation of dust and sawdust, which leads to poor air quality in the shed. During this process, it was discovered that, contrary to your claims, that you have been prevented from accessing your tools, that in fact all of your locked drawers were empty. Furthermore, it was noticed that the electric planer belonging to MJ Mihal Call was not there, even though you have been requested to return MJ's property to the shed. I trust that you will want to avoid being accused of theft by returning the planer to MJ directly. I note that the red trolley which belongs to the shed is missing and no other members seem to have it. If you do, please bring it along and return it when you are collecting your belongings. As items were collected, a number of sanding boards were uncovered among your items. Some time ago, JJ, John Joseph Bradley, created suspicion around the shed with his claims that someone had stolen his property. That's those sanding boards. As it turns out, you had the items hidden among your stuff. I think what he means by that it was hidden in his stuff. This created unnecessary bad feeling in the shed. Hopefully, Scioból can now move past this corrosive atmosphere. So just again for the record, on the night that Jimmy Boyle's bench was being dismantled, I videoed elements of this, and part of it was in the milieu of all his stuff, these sanding boards, which J.J. Bradley had created a lot of angst within the shed, claiming that someone had stolen this, were uncovered. And this is perfectly understandable. The amount of stuff that was just thrown inside and all that Jimmy stuff, I can absolutely well believe why it got in there. But it was asking about reflecting on, slow down and just reflect. Maybe John Joseph Bradley and Jimmy might have been better informed to actually look among their own stuff before accusing other people. So hopefully the Scioból can now move past this corrosive atmosphere. So there was a corrosive atmosphere being generated about, suspicions of allegations of theft when nothing like that had happened. We have arranged 2 possible time slots for you to remove your belongings from the shed as follows. Now, this is important because John Joseph Bradley is in his present state claiming that this was not, that Jimmy Boyle had no advance or prior notice. Tomorrow, Friday, 4:15 to 5:15 p.m. to Saturday morning from 10:45 to 11:45 a.m. We are arranging shed members to be present to ensure a witnessed and hopefully seamless transfer of your belongings from the shed. In the light of the adversarial and intimidatory approach exhibited by both yourself and your partner in this affair, J.J. Bradley, and your threats to attempt to destroy the shed, for the protection of both yourselves and the shed reputation and the safety of members, neither you nor anyone accompanying you are permitted to enter the shed premises to ensure no possible insurance claims, etc. So that's kind of quite clear. When you arrive for collection, your belongings will be shifted outside the shed where responsibility for them will then transfers to you. In the event of you determining not to avail of these collection times, in spite of the Scioból's patient and the reasonable extensions and grace period, we will arrange to leave your belongings outside the shed. For the avoidance of doubt and for the protection and safety, both physical and mental, of Scioból members, I am putting you on notice that both you and JJ are permanently barred from entering on Scioból premises in the future. So again, this is, I'd say, clear and unequivocal and prior notice. So that was written at 10:14 at night. Now again, I just want you to consider it. So 10:14, 10:38, there's 24 minutes, I think. 24 minutes later. Again, reflection. Jimmy Boyle comes back. So he's very rapid. So he's reading this stuff very rapid and responding very rapid. As I am not in Guidor tomorrow and I will not be back until Monday evening, I am letting you and the world that I am 77 years old with bad breathing problems. This is a disgrace by the chairman to do this after expelling me from the shed for wanting to make the place safer for all members. Why are you tying me in with JJ? I do have enough evidence to show you are bullying me by changing the time to collect my stuff. So I'm telling you not to put my stuff outside. So look at the purpose again of this forensic tracking of stuff. Now we have the sudden introduction by Jimmy Boyle that he's 77 years old with bad breathing problems, and to point out to the viewer or reader that, many of the other members of the shed who ended up having dismantled the paraphernalia, benches, etc., belonging to Jimmy Boyle, are equally medically challenged with various vulnerabilities, many of them pulmonary. And in fact, by Jimmy Boyle's failure to actually take his own stuff, take up your bed and walk, which he said he would do, it led to other people having to actually go to the trouble of moving this stuff. So it certainly doesn't show a lot of concern for anyone else's health. The other thing is that, again, the points, as I read earlier on, the 5 points, are evidence of Jimmy trying to twist the narrative as regards why he was expelled. Right? The 5 points are set there. So on the 16th of February, at this was 1 o'clock in the morning, and just again to say, this whole exercise has consumed an enormous number of hours on me, the narrator here, Liam O'Gogan. And it never caused me to wonder, why did I get involved with the men's sheds? I mean, I think the men's shed has been it's a wonderful idea in itself, and it's been a wonderful, warm, friendly, inviting place for me to be part of. And I've certainly committed a number of years from 2015 of my life to try and make it a better place and to contribute something to this community, which a beautiful place that I've come to live in. However, this is not the fun part of my existence. None of this is. I suppose my forensic nature is, I'm tired of living in a world where people have been able to constantly get away with half-truths and lies, and self-serving misinformation at all levels. It's not just, it predates, it's a whole experience of many parts of my life, and I'm not willing to just put up with that. If I can produce and adduce evidence to the contrary, and that's what I'm doing. However, I wrote this, a long day, some great parts, some sad parts, some necessary parts, sleep much needed. The interactions with JJ today required a response from me before heading off to John of Dreams. Tomorrow's another day. The audio recording of the visit to the Garda station, where a JJ failed to register a complaint, has been forwarded to the Garda and will serve to give deep insight to JJ's attitude, malicious intent and quality of his endeavours. I have responded to JJ as per below and will attach the photo of JJ's wiring standards overseen and availed of by Jimmy as great examples of how digital literacy iPad learning is proving really useful and very enjoyable. Sadly for them, both JJ and Jimmy are choosing, or have chosen, to cut themselves off from the magic of shed involvement. So this relates to the fact that earlier, it must have been on the 17th, it was after, so the 18th must be a Friday, I imagine. On the Thursday, I had been involved as a result of the wonderful grant support under the Mitigating Against Education Disadvantage Fund, MAEDF, and the support of the Donegal Educational Training Board. I had been on the third week of our beginning with a magical learning group of 10 people, mostly older people, and, to have a man of 84 years of age who came into the shed for this and has been playing with iPads and making videos and learning stuff and having great fun. An amazing, collaborative, positive experience. As I came out of this, suddenly John Joseph Bradley drove into the cul-de-sac area of the shed. I don't know why he would be up there normally. We stopped side by side in the car. We had a short interchange. And Mary clearly was beside me in the car, so she's a witness to this. And this was one area where John Joseph Bradley stated that he had, on numerous occasions, told me personally about the danger of these sockets, etc., in the shed, and that he had a number of people who would give witness to this. And I was trying to make sense of it. I still am. What's it all about? Where are you trying to go with this? And he said, well, my objective, the shed will be closed. He then said, I said, what are you going to do about this? Well, he said, follow me. So I followed him. He told me to follow him. I followed him, and I followed him to the Garda station, where he then drew the attention of the Garda, and the three of us had a conversation, which I recorded. And by the way, I recorded within my rights within the law. And that recording has been circulated in some areas, but and I probably should put that recording into YouTube as well. I've no particular interest in drawing the particular Garda into this, although I think there are questions for the Gardaí in terms of their understanding of what the law is in terms of third-party recording, given that the state already paid €5 million, and that's just the money to Sergeant Maurice McCabe for precisely them being found out with him depending solely on the fact that he had carried out similarly a recording of an interpersonal conversation in which he was a part of. And God knows how many more millions were spent paying the various attorneys and legal people on that journey, and the whole investigation, endless sums of public money spent on this. The very least I would have expected is that the Garda Commissioner and the unions would have ensured that their members were cognizant of the law in that regard. However, and I certainly have no intention of, I don't want the Gardaí stop me at every crossroads trying to pay me back for having stood up for the truth. Yes, that is a concern of mine, based on my personal experience, by the way, over the years. Anyway, the point here is that, as I said during the recording, I told the Garda that I would send him the information, and I sent him the information. I sent it to the email, which address he gave me. The Garda has not done which I asked him to confirm acknowledgement of receipt. Anyway, however, that recording should be available. Anyway, written then to JJ, I wrote, JJ, I have read your carefully constructed note and reflected on its contents. As I explained in the Garda station earlier, as confirmed by the recording of the conversations, details matter in an investigation. Your focus on plugs is misconceived. However, the attached photo of your own unapproved handiwork, allied to your insistence of your own legal knowledge of safety, etc., as per your note, may give you cause for reflection. I can confirm that your misinformation to the Gardaí that a public open night was to take place in the Scioból tonight did not occur, and it seems that no one in the shed was aware of such plans. Yes, that too is in the recording. So just for the viewer here, John Joseph Bradley stated to the guard that a public open night was to be held on Thursday night, which presumably Thursday the 17th of February. This man had not been a member of the shed since last September. How would he know of such a thing? Unless it was publicised somewhere. He certainly wouldn't know it as being a member. And to me, there's absolutely no truth whatsoever in this. So, when you tell a guard something like this here, I don't know, if that's not a lie, I don't know, what is it? What is it if it's not a lie? Anyway, it didn't happen, nor was it ever intended to happen. I had hoped that you might resile from your malevolent attempts to destroy the shed, given that you invested much of your time and energy during its construction, as is evidenced in the photo history. On the other hand, I checked today and not one member can remember a single solitary contribution by Jimmy to that construction, whereas you, along with the others, really put in a shift. As I said, with a wonderfully engaging and positive group of digital literacy collaborative learners here today in the shed for 3 delightful hours, I was somewhat saddened to note, as I sat with a wonderfully engaging group, I was somewhat saddened to note your absence. Self-willed, of course. I thought of how interested you had been, how positively you pioneered engagement with Zoom, with laptops learning, even to the point of being provided with a new iPad before you just threw it all away. He was provided for a laptop in his role as treasurer, an iPad. A sad lost opportunity for you. Now at least the iPads get to be recycled to another community learner while you miss out on a wonderful experience that you had put such effort into fostering. Where did it all go wrong, JJ? And at this point, I'm really reaching out here, appealing to some better nature to just resile from this madness. Was it really worthwhile to throw away all that camaraderie, the bowling, the card games, your wonderful wood turning, the opportunity to upskill with digital IT, the sense of community, all on your own doorstep? I once read an article about the absurdity of sticking a needle into oneself in the hope that some other person will feel the hurt. Is it so important for you to try to personally destroy Austin, who you had supported for the role of chairman back a year ago? So earlier in this video and back in this post, in March, I think it might have been the 3rd of March 2021, prior to the AGM, it was John Joseph Bradley who proposed Austin O'Donnell for chairman. And then, for some crazy reason, he seems to have turned to try and absolutely undermine him. Why did you feel the persistent need to undermine him? What did he do to you, JJ, that has elicited such an unhealthy vindictiveness? Would you actually want to be a member of any group where one individual would be allowed to issue ultimatums against the will of the majority? Had there been any point at which you stopped to reflect, just to ask yourself, am I really on message here? Is there somewhere there in the background, some deep hurt which drives this refusal to look at your actual behaviour in all of this? As we worked alongside each other to progress the shed, while Jimmy focused purely on Jimmy's interests, as you sweated working on shed development while Jimmy salivated at the opportunity to have a whole shed to himself, only to focus on his own private personal interest as against any engagement with the shed community, did you ever imagine that it would come to this, where you would invite me to follow you today into a Garda station? And just to fill this out, the recording in the Garda station shows John Joseph Bradley resolutely trying to refuse to accept that he invited me to follow him up to the shed. And this is all in the audio recording. And his invitation for me to follow him was witnessed by Mary Cleary, who sat beside me in the car. Anyway, invite me to follow you to the Garda station, where you maliciously tried to lodge a complaint against me personally, accused me of reckless endangerment of putting people's lives at risk. Do you now really believe that my character is so flawed as to recklessly place other members' lives in danger? Does it give you some perverse pleasure to question whether I really am an engineer? So, when we went to the Garda station, JJ described me as someone who purported to be an engineer, but he's no reason to believe that this is true. Anyway, I like being an engineer. I like what engineering has brought to me in my life, the ability to think critically in that Cartesian sense. And also, when I study the magic of engineering in the past and in the present, the quantum creative capacity to connect both and along with either or. So I'm glad of that experience. Anyway, in all your dealings with me, where I assisted you, JJ, in learning the role of treasurer, do you think I am or was a person of such poor character as you now accuse me of? Given our ages in medical history, you, me, Jimmy, we already know Jimmy is 77, I think JJ in his late 60s, and I've just turned 66 on the 24th of February. Is it really a wise choice to attempt to destroy a wonderful shed community that you should have been proud to have helped develop? Is Jimmy such a good friend to you that would so readily dissociate himself from your behaviour when you walked out of the shed last September, when he stated he disagreed and said he had no hand or part in your early morning unsolicited threatening phone call to me on Tuesday, February the 8th at 9 a.m. You stated the day with Mary present. That was obviously, I'm right now, 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm referring to the afternoon before, that at Christmas you had reflected on how happy you were to be with your present post-shed life. So JJ had been at pains to point out, John Joseph Bradley, that he was really happy not being involved with the shed. And now we're back into this quagmire. By definition, any insight you may think you have about events in the shed since you voluntarily walked out of can only be through the skewed one-sided feedback from Jimmy. So whether in the conversation that took place in the presence of Mary Cleary, JJ smugly said, I have a good idea, that's the word he used, I have a good idea of what's going on in the shed. So, when we talk about hearsay, material knowledge, how do you make sense of a conversation, that type of conversation? Are your septic conversations so unbalanced as to not question why every single member of the shed meeting, except Jimmy, voted for his exclusion? Not even Jimmy voted against the proposal, choosing only to abstain. How could he vote against the proposal, of course, as he subsequently claimed he did everything in his power to ensure that he got expelled, which is what he now says he wanted. Now, look, I know if you're having problems parsing all that out, so do I. I don't get this. I don't get the convoluted mindset that delivers such I just don't get it. Don't get it. Did you really want to set aside the happiness you felt at Christmas and trade it for the hassle of traipsing around from door to badmouth the men's shed, to personally destroy Austin, to damage my personal and professional reputation, to face the energy-sapping demands of being required to actually back up your claims if you do manage to find a willing ear? So just at this time, I was appealing to JJ to just stop and reflect, because as we go further down the road, as we will see in further activities here, this process is just escalating and escalating. It now involves the Health and Safety Authority, the Donegal Local Development Company, the Men's Shed of Ireland, the local politicians, and as far as I'm concerned, everybody in the community and voluntary sector, because we all need to learn about this internal, interpersonal power struggle, emotively driven as against factually based interaction, which is toxic, corrosive, caustic, and so damaging to the voluntary effort that people put in. We need to find out, why is this happening, and don't confuse yourself in any way that this is related just to men. That's the way men are, or anything else. My contention would this be, ask yourself, have you ever come across this type of internecine struggle before? Now, did you actually believe when you made that intimidating early morning call that you yourself could, with one phone call, ensure that the Scioból would never get another euro of grant aid? Are you really that well connected, even politically? You had regularly told me about how central you are in the Sinn Féin party locally. Would Pierce Doherty really want to associate himself with such threats? It could have all been so different. It could all have been so different. Was giving the ultimatum that Bernard be dealt with on your terms really worth throwing all away for? Does your future involvement with a self-serving Jimmy really offer a healthier proposition than your relationship with such good men in the shed, than your enjoyment in working alongside MJ in extended family activities? For me, I have no agenda with you or Jimmy, save to defend my reputation and to serve the long-term interests of the men's shed. Today, while in conversation, you refuse to acknowledge that you yourself installed the overhead wiring system. However, the recorded experience of the interaction at the Garda station and listening back to the vacuity of the complaint, which failed to muster even an official registration, has been and will be instructive to and assist both shed members and the wider interest group about your approach and your desire to damage, to soothe whatever internal pain you have, God only knows. Quo Vadimus, I wonder. Where will we go? Where will this bring us? Perhaps a penny will drop. If it does, I do hope it's not too late. Whatever happens, for me to be prepared to apply my limited energies to this issue, and it does personally stress me greatly. Unlike you, it does not make me happy. Not even seeing you and Jimmy leaving the shed, although the behaviours of both of you seriously needed excision. I need to see the recording, collection, aggregation, analysis of, and presentation of this journey as a case study for other groups to assist them in preventing this needless corrosive experience. Meanwhile, the photo of your wiring and its annotation is offered as a sample for reflection. So, and I just... Okay, I'm just trying to see if I can expand that there. Anyway, I don't want to lose the thread of this thing here. So what I had posted here was, during the COVID period, a set of overhead wires, hanging wires, appeared across the shed, which I'm stating that John Joseph Bradley personally put up. I was of the presumption that he was assisted in this by Jimmy Bradley. On Tuesday afternoon, the 8th of February, in the conversation with Jimmy Bradley, Jimmy said that JJ did this on his own. Jimmy washed his hands totally of this. On the Thursday afternoon, prior to going to the Garda station, I asked JJ to confirm if he had done this wiring, and he wouldn't acknowledge or accept that he did. The picture that I picked here was when I went to look at this wiring, as I was in the process of looking at the wiring in the shed in general, I came across this plug as one of the plugs that associated with this wiring. And as the photograph shows, the sheet, the covering, the insulation covering was exposed. There's a question about the gauge of the cable, whether it was adequate to provide even power in this case. However, this was put in by John Joseph Bradley. This is the same person who's talking about putting people at risk, etc. And you know, over the years, we've all struggled to just make the shed better. We've had very little money from the statutory authorities, given the immense work that the statutory authorities claim that the men's sheds are doing throughout the country in terms of mental health, while effectively starving us of resources. So I never questioned the fact that we just tried our best within our resources. The people who started all of this are John Joseph Bradley and Jimmy Boyle. But they have to take account. I mean, John Joseph Bradley has, as I've depicted here, claimed that he's had health and safety, cognizance of the Health and Safety Act and training qualifications in this regard, and that's what he produced. Now, I'm not here to have a dick measuring contest with this person at all, but I think I was just trying to bring home to him, please look at what's going on here, and you know, is this, where's this mutually assured destruction object really getting anybody? It just, as I do this now, it concerns me even greater, but I just hope this excises this madness out of my system. So that I wrote that at almost 1 o'clock in the morning, which shows you that this is on my head at 1 o'clock in the morning on 18th of February at 7 minutes to 1. So at 7:59 that morning, so that's less than 8 hours later, right? At 7:05 that morning, yeah, I received a response from J.J. Bradley, which I've now posted in here. So I got a text response. Please note that the previously referred to HSE has morphed into the more appropriate HSA. So now for the first time between Jimmy Bradley and Jimmy Boyle and John Joseph Bradley, the HSE, which was constantly referred to the Health Service Executive, has now become the HSA. So now we're talking about the Health and Safety Authority. In the same way that reference to wearing of plugs will eventually morph into sockets. So details don't seem to matter to these people. So JJ, presumably, I don't know, this was in the middle of the night. I don't know what time he read this. If he wrote it back to 7:05 this morning, presumably he read, and to read what I wrote, to ingest it, to digest it, to reflect on it, to regurgitate it, to look at it, to have an appropriate, mature response, I'm not sure, and to sleep during it. I don't know. Seems like a very short time frame. Again, rush to judgment. JJ states, thanks for the email, Liam. Several points of which I'd like to address. So I'd like the several points. So we should look at several points. Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First thing is, I have known Jimmy Ellen for much longer than anyone else in the shed. I'm going to read that a couple of times. I, John Joseph Bradley, have known Jimmy Ellen, Boyle, for much longer than anyone else in the shed. We go back a long way. In all that time, I have found him to be trustworthy and honest, unlike some of the shed members. Now, I'm not sure if further on I question that. So if you live here locally, you'll be able to work out, if you know John Joseph Bradley, you'll have some idea of how long he's lived here. It's obviously longer than me. I don't know it. You'll know that Jimmy Ellen Boyle has lived here his whole life. He's gone to school with numbers of people in the shed. He's worked with people in the sheds as long as 40 years ago. So the question is, I question the veracity of this. I have known Jimmy Ellen for much longer than anyone else in the shed. That's something that can be determined factually. For the record, Jimmy worked alongside me, trying our best in bringing much needed funds to the shed. Funny you forgot to put that in your email to me. I did, I think, in the past relate to the fact that JJ had done wonderful work and efforts in the shed. No question about that. I'm just trying, this has become black and highlighted. I'm trying to get off that. Hold on. I don't know how I just have to, because I don't know how this will turn out in video, so I'll just, oh dear. Okay, we have it back again. Again, I don't want to do a lot of post-production if I can on this. Please understand that this is done extempore, and I hope you stick with me. And if there are times when maybe you have to wait for me to move on, just use it to reflect on the bigger questions here. Over and above the handbags between individuals, what are the bigger issues here for voluntary support, voluntary groups, whether they're men's sheds or women's sheds or other type of community groups, the behaviours that go on here. For the record, Jimmy worked alongside me. Funny you forgot to put that in the email. How much did Bernard or Austin or any other shed member put in? So this is a sad reduction to start saying how much did anybody else do. I mean, we're a collective, a team. Anyway, I'm sure you will remember the stacks of reclaimed wood pallets in the middle of the floor. A compromise was reached to persuade me to move them away from the shed, and that included moving all the benches and installing new benches. So it's interesting that JJ seems to think that he was the holder of some position which he had to compromise. I mean, this is a shed where groups make decisions, and that group's decision is then represented by the elected committee, and the majority make a decision. So there seems to be a real difficulty here that JJ seems to feel that he in some way needs to be personally appeased. However, he says, I then discovered I was being screwed and that one bench was being kept. So, I mean, even the language, he was being screwed. This is big mistake. I walked away disgusted and disappointed that all I had done at the shed counted for nothing. So I have always felt that this was sad that JJ seemed to parse his frustration out in this way. It doesn't reflect on the reality. And unfortunately for JJ, all of his behaviours and ultimatum which he issued to the shed meeting, he did it in the presence of all the members. So like, it's not something he did that he doesn't need to. Like, you can't pretend the lights were off and nobody saw him do it. I'm sure you, and of course it's sad that he feels that everything he did was kind of for nothing, because that's not true. I mean, JJ's contribution personally to the physical work in the shed, etc., was wonderful, and I've already alluded in my earlier email to him the great work he did in, promoting a digital process. But all of this was undermined by him in his role. Imagine in his role as treasurer to almost crash the whole finances of the shed. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And to then hold the shed to ransom, refusing to give back the books of the shed and equipment belonging to the shed. I mean, it's just insane. Sheds, no organisation can survive like that. It just can't. So your behaviour, if you want to leave as a member, that's one thing. You play a different role when you're an officer of any group. You take on a different role. You represent something other than your own personal feelings. I'm sure you remember the meeting we had in your house to sort out the accountants, deal with the money the shed owed me personally. So I believe I may have addressed that in another email or another video around correspondence between myself and John Joseph Bradley. You had the cheek to suggest, because I waited so long to claim the money I had spent on behalf of the shed, that I was not entitled to it. So again, anybody who's ever involved with accounts, John Joseph Bradley was seeking for money spent back in 2017, which he'd never produced any documentation for. This was in 2021. Some of the stuff he had receipts for, all of things he decided to buy himself. And anyway, at the end of the day, buying JJ off, just paying the ransom to get the books of the shed back so we could put our finances in order, was a cheap price just to get over this. The fact is, he said, I included one small invoice in error and you tore into me in front of Austin and insulted me verbally for what seemed like an hour. Do you really think I am vindictive? So what happened was that for this solid hour, John Joseph Bradley, who had been very loud, demanded in fact that I would be at the meeting, which was a way for him to undermine the chairman. He demanded I be at the meeting as well. Then had claimed for monies which he'd already been paid, and then repeatedly tried to deny that this money was the same, even though I showed him documentation from the credit union which he had failed to annotate, And I had then dug up the original payments documents from the credit union. I'd showed him an IBAN number, and then he said it wasn't his. He couldn't recognise it. So the hour was spent getting John Joseph Bradley to just tell the truth, nothing else. Now, anybody who goes to the trouble listen to the recording in the Gardaburgs, and particularly the area where I pointed out that he invited me to follow him up, will begin to understand this person who will just keep saying black is white, black is white, black is white, and just gets locked into that. With regard to the electrics of the shed, I leave it to the HSA to deal with. So he signs off on that. I don't know, well, is he suggesting here that he's going to talk to the HSA? I don't know. So I have no proof that John Joseph Bradley contacted the HSA. So let me just say, subsequent to that, on the 18th of February, I posted a little video there, which was recovered items among Jimmy's units, which JJ had reported as having been stolen, another mystery solved. Good practice video for digital literacy project. So it was a way of, in our digital literacy project, we're getting people to make little videos, but these were the sanding boards that JJ had claimed had been stolen, when in fact all of the time they were hidden. And I would say hidden, they were hidden because they couldn't be seen. I'm not saying somebody deliberately hid them. They were in amongst the milieu of Jimmy Boyle's desk and bench area, which him and JJ used to operate from. So it would have been helpful if they'd actually looked among their own stuff. So now again we have Jimmy Boyle re-entering the fray, saying, "Sorry lads, this kind of bullying must stop without proof. Not in my locker." Jimmy Boyle is now trying to say that this stuff wasn't within his locker. So I never said it was his locker. I said it among his stuff or his material, right? So again, I felt it was necessary to get that clarity to Jimmy Boyle, so I responded on the 18th of February. Jimmy, the sanding boards were discovered in your locker. The proof is, I defined the locker as that whole bench area made up of all sorts of, like, these are not standard drawers or anything like that. The proof is the witnessing of saying by the members present moving items from your locker. So there was numbers of people, 6 or 7 people involved in this. So this is not something that was done secretly. Much of it was videoed, etc. Why the boards were there, how they got there, etc., no one knows, but possibly you and JJ. It was your area. The salient point here is the corrosive suspicions raised by JJ and foisted upon every member of the shed with his, as it turns out, misguided allegation of theft. Do you think that there are any lessons here for you and JJ rather than jump to a nonsensical conclusion? The good news for you is that by failing to move your stuff in an agreed grace period, you have managed to get other shed members, some with not inconsequential ailments such as yourself, to do your work for you, to tidy up the pile of dirt and sawdust which was contaminating the air quality of the shed. Just to say, one of the major problems with Jimmy Boyle and all this is that Jimmy Boyle repeatedly created dust and sawdust around the place and did not clean up after him. He selectively gathered out some of it. There were vacuum cleaners provided it, and the place was full of dust. This is not good for people, including people like me after having half my lung removed for air quality. Given that you have now achieved your goal, having acted at the meeting in such an uncooperative manner as to intentionally draw expulsion, thought, though for the selective reason you have cited, note the meeting was recorded, not that evidence seems to sway your fixated focus. And now that you've managed to get others to collect your belongings for you, and that you have defined time slots for removing yourself from a collaborative community which you have repeatedly demonstrated you don't want to be a member of, I'm left wondering, what is it that you actually want for yourself? What is it that you actually need to get closure for you, such that you can move on and respectfully allow the shed to focus on the remaining member of the shed and their joint vision for the future? Note again that your carefully crafted pre-meeting strategy, which you described smugly to me the following day, Tuesday the 8th of February, was so powerful in its manipulation that every single solitary member present voted for your wish, as it subsequently emerged, to be expelled. No one voted to retain you as a member, not one, not even yourself. Would you really want to be part of a group where no one supports your behaviour? So Jimmy Boyle comes back on the 18th of February of 1638. Now this is his response. Again, I will to stop the bullshit. I will to stop the bullshit. Grow up and act like proper men. Not for the last time. There was nothing in my locker, only a saw. The other locker was JJ's. Now, if you guys have nothing to do, then go and play with yourselves, but stop this bullying. You don't frighten me one bit. Try and cop on. Now, just ask yourself, what's going on in this escalation of the process here? Allegation made by John Joseph Bradley that his sanding boards were stolen. They turned up not in JJ's locker, as he says, but in the bench area and stuff belonging to Jimmy Boyle. It was very easy to see how they could have been lost amongst all that stuff. The question was that they might have actually looked at their own stuff before accusing everybody else. And this idea of go and play with yourselves, I mean, this is all evocative response stuff. None of this seems to help at all. And it's hard to know. I mean, if you don't engage and try and bring the facts to this person's attention, it seems to give them oxygen to believe in their own falsehoods. So I just go back again, after some reflection. A couple of hours later, I wrote, Jimmy, for completeness, the reference to your locker covers the whole complex set of drawers, slide-outs, which was constructed by you contra to shed policy of hot desking. And it was among them that JJ's missing items were uncovered effectively in your possession. This is not as meant as a judgment, merely a fact. As you've now confirmed that the only tool left by you in the locker was a solitary saw, I would ask that you now do the honourable thing and apprise the Uteros of the incorrectness of your previous information and where you claimed that your tools had been locked in the shed, with you having no access when you yourself absolutely knew this was false. Details matter in an investigation, as Jack Reacher says. A great series on Amazon Prime. I highly recommend it. Now, in the parallel and subsequent Facebook post fabrication by John Joseph Bradley in the week just ended, this Sunday the 6th, I think it was, John Joseph Bradley claims that all of Jimmy Boyle's tools were put outside and damaged. And Jimmy Boyle himself has said the only thing that was in there was a saw. So, I mean, this is his own words. You'd ask yourself, is there any point at which facts actually are supposed... Does anybody ever tot things up, and as he said, with the bottom line? So Jimmy Boyle comes back, 1932, the same day. I hate crap. I hate bullying, as I told you before. I want you guys to grow up. It's easy knowing you guys spent your life bullying people. Don't expect to come to West Donegal and do the same. And another thing, I did not mention tools. I always had stuff, which is why I've moved on to just deferring to Jimmy Boyle's things as stuff. Anyway, you yourself told Uteros I was expelled for misbehaving or something like that. Now again, the information sent to an Uteros and all they've been they're cognizant of all of this material is the information which I've read out earlier. The documents don't change. They're the same documents, same 5 points. The video of the meeting can't be changed by my will or Jimmy Boyle's will. That it expelled for misbehaving or something like that. Now I ask you to prove it. That if I did do something wrong, so the fellow says the proof is all in the documentation and in this fact-checking set of video that I've been putting together here. You would have to give me 3 written warnings. So we've been here before you could expel me. So he's talking about that he never got material. I've told you, these documents were handed to him at the meeting. But all the years I was there were not one word but praise from time to time. Now you must see for yourself that you are a big a liar as your great buddy Austin. So now on the 18th of February, I have now morphed into becoming a big liar. So just to say that on the 8th of February, the Tuesday, when Jimmy, if we go roll back the video, stated that there was things going on behind the scenes at the shed to him, I specifically asked him, did he have a problem with me? And in front of Mary Cleary, who was witness to the conversation, he said, no, in fact, I personally had been of immense help to him. And now suddenly I've turned into a liar since that date. In 10 days I've turned into a liar. So again, I respond to him. I say, Jimmy, once more for the record. Let's see. Where's my mouse? Okay. Jimmy, once more for the record, who to us were supplied with the same documented correspondence which you were sent, and a copy of which was handed to you at the meeting. The 5 areas where you have been requested to come into alignment are contained therein. And I also read these elements out loud at a meeting for the benefit of all present, including yourself. The fact is recorded. That fact is recorded in Zoom. I'm not sure how many factually verifiable references it would take as to what was actually said and read out of the meeting before you are prepared to accept the reality that everybody else is tuned into. That might assist you in seeking closure, even if it's not what you want to hear. Are you actually asking all the members present at the meeting to lie, firstly to themselves, then to each other, and finally to you, asking them to reframe reality in order to legitimate your delusions? Similarly, with the audio recording of the interaction between JJ the guard and myself is unlikely to authenticate JJ's both recollection and his spin on what was said. I refer you to an earlier quote from Confucius in this thread about accuracy and chaos. There's been a lot of Jimmys and JJs on the planet since then, reframing reality to support a skewed, incorrect perspective. Strangely enough, though, the plain, simple, as against simplistic logic expressed by Confucius. Strangely enough, though, the plain, simple, as against simplistic logic expressed by Confucius has stood the test of time. I certainly could have annotated that with different commas in there to make it clear. Now you have explicitly turned to branding me a liar. It seems logical then. Please reflect on how you called me to intervene in the circus act by JJ last September when he walked out because the rest of the group would not comply. You called for me to intervene. The rest of the group would not comply with his ultimatum, saying that I was the only sensible man among the group. So at that meeting when JJ walked out, again, in my view, looking at what happened, as a way of trying to denigrate the chairman and the role of the chairman, I said, at that meeting, Jimmy wanted me as this only sensible man in the room to come in and intervene. And I reject it being misused in that way, totally. Please recall how during our conversation witnessed on Tuesday the 8th last, when you stated how happy you were to be out of the shed because you stated there were unspecified, as is a norm for you, actions against you going on in the background. I specifically asked you if you had a problem with me. Without hesitation, you rather effusively said that to the contrary, I had personally been most helpful to you. These expressed views by you up to this day were either authentic beliefs held by you, or else if these were just more of your tests for me, then in my humble opinion, you are simply a cretin. I will assume for now that you wish not to be assessed as a cretin, and therefore up to your sudden revisionism about my credibility should be taken as your true position. So in other words, if I was a good guy up until the 8th of February, then something must have happened. Therefore, as Sherlock would figure, some fact or facts as against red mist emotions must have occurred which now give evidence of my now being a liar, and a big liar at that. As Shakespeare would say it, pray sir, and what might those facts be? So Jimmy comes back. Now, just to say at this point, so it's at this point, and just to get our clarity here, on 18th of February 2032, at that point, I became aware that John Joseph Bradley was in fact still in this group. And I explained earlier that was an oversight on my part. I don't feel any guilt or otherwise around that. In fact, it means that there was nothing untoward or hidden in the interactions since September 2021, which were either derogatory towards John Joseph Bradley in any way, shape or form. However, it's inappropriate at this stage that he would continue to be participative in this group. So I removed him, having been requested to do so by the chairman, Austin, when I told Austin that he was still in the group. So Jimmy comes back and says, you did not answer my question, but more crap and more bullying. I was expelled for refusing to sign a code of conduct due to safety issues. Don't try and lie your way out of it. Now, Okay, so I'm not trying to lie my way out. I'm just trying to produce evidence. That's what I've adduced here. Keep digging that big hole for yourself and bring that big lying buddy with you, which I presume he means Austin O'Donnell, the chairman. And when you can't get out, send for Jimmy Boyle. So when you're in a big hole as you've kept digging, send for Jimmy Boyle. So again, I just want you to notice this, that this is the frail pensioner that's been described in John Joseph Bradley's most recent fantasy fabrication Facebook posts, and not exactly shrinking violet, I would suggest. So I sort of said to myself, how do I put something down? How do I set up a set of detailed forensic questions? Can we make some progress on all this? So on February the 18th, 2013, I said, "Oh, wise man, riddle me this." So I sent this as addressed to Jimmy Boyle. At this stage, Joseph Bradley is removed from the group. 1. Were you and I present in and participative in the meeting on Monday the 7th in the shed? Yes or no? They're trying to find real simple things. Were the two of us actually present at this meeting? Was I, Lord, and of course, yes, I am being frustrated in this, because Jimmy is the Lord of all truth, according to what he's saying himself. Was I the person who tabled the motion that you be expelled? So just to tell you, Liam O'Gogan, I made the motion. I proposed it. So he's been asked to answer these yes or no, so we can at least get onto some factual agreed page. 3, did Terence Coyle second the motion? Yes or no? So these can all be independently verified by the video of the meeting. I said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely do you think it is that I understood the reasons for calling your expulsion? That I understood what I was doing. 1, that I hadn't a clue, and 10, that I knew precisely my reasons. And my reasons were the 5 reasons I had read out at the meeting. Number 4, on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely do you think it is, in 5, did I read out loud to the meeting, including to you, the 5 areas of compliance which you refused to accede to? These are the same ones I read earlier in this video, yes or no? Which not only I read out to the meeting and read into the record, but I handed Jimmy Boyle a hard copy of, as I handed to Austin, the chairman, because I was the intermediary for intercommunication between the two of them. Did I hand to both you and the chairman, Austin, a copy of the emails from which I read these 5 elements in question 5? Yes or no? Question 7, did I provide time and space for any queries or clarifications to the above to be addressed? Yes or no? On a scale of 1 to 10, what level of understanding of those 5 elements did or do you have? 1, you don't have a clue, or 10, you understood in full. So how ambiguous, what do you not understand? You know, as the fellow said, can you not read digital? I mean, what is it you don't understand in this? Now, I just want to say to you that the problem with all of this is Jimmy's constant, I don't read emails, too busy. On a scale, number 9, on a scale of 1 to 10, what level of understanding of those 5 elements did the other meeting participants have? What do you think? Now, this is obviously asking for Jimmy to project. Does he think that the other people were all clueless? Does he think they can't understand English? And 9, the vote to expel you based on my motion, based on those 5 elements, was passed by 11 for, 0 against, and 1 solitary individual, namely yourself, who voted to abstain. Is this true or false? And I said, number 10, if you've managed to keep folks and get this far, what advice would you give your wiser self give to the irreversible, irrational version of Jimmy Boyle, who is put out to represent your whole being? In other words, what I'm saying is, behind the person who's writing and taking this view, there must be a person, a third person within Jimmy Boyle, who's looking after the holistic values and health and well-being of Jimmy Boyle. When Jimmy Ellen talks to this inner person, what advice, given these questions, would that person give him? No, it's called reflection. And then he says, answer my questions. I don't want any crap or bullying, and the reason you were doing this is because you lied. Okay? So again, now he's restating the fact I've lied. So it's not unreasonable I should know what I'm supposed to have lied about. So I go back and say, Jimmy, you, like me, have studied trigonometry in school. Say, for example, the proof that an equilateral triangle with 3 angles, each being 60 degrees, And then there was a proof process for this theorem. When you went through the process, yes, investigations are a process, and you proved your point, you would write, and you proved your point. So when you got to that in that geometry class, you would write QED, quod erat demonstrandum, as had been demonstrated. It appears to me that continually you bypass process, disregard data, show complete, see my errors here, spelling errors, show complete disdain for the need or value of evidence, deny reality, refuse to address questions or challenges, and just jump to your predetermined conclusion, whatever you and only you, except perhaps for seeking approval from JJ, though there's no guarantee of even that when you're on a roll. Tell me, Jimmy, have you ever acknowledged publicly to have been wrong? Did you ever back up that truck and give an authentic apology? Note, I'm not asking you if you were ever wrong. I'm asking if you ever acknowledged it. As for me, as per gospel literature, I fall 70 times 7 every day, even before I get up, and I see the real learning in facing my mistakes and correcting my path. In that vein, please explain my lie to me. Yes, whatever it is must presumably be post-February the 8th. So then I put this further post. Jimmy, I have been asked by the Scioból chairman Austin to pass on the following note. Jimmy, I wish to update you vis-a-vis your removing of your belongings on the Scioból, from Scioból. Unfortunately, you did not show up during the appointed slot from 4:15 to 5:15 today to collect your belongings. By the way, thanks to all who turned up to witness and assist. We now moved the slot to tomorrow, Saturday morning, the 19th of February, from 10:45 to 11:45. When shed members will arrange to move your belongings outside. If you have not availed or completed the removal of the items, they will, as I have previously informed you, be left outside the Scioból for removal at your convenience and become your sole responsibility. Noting the possible weather conditions, if you feel that you want some covers over your items, then please ensure that you either bring said covers with you or else arrange to have them left outside. And as a matter of courtesy, the shed members will try to cover up the items as best as possible. Hopefully you will finally remove your head from the hedge and the process can be seamlessly completed with minimum tension. When your belongings are outside the shed, both you and the shed will then be free to follow our separate paths, whatever each party decides for themselves. As we are almost there, I encourage you to engage positively with achieving your own stated goal of being out of the shed, out of the Scioból, by confirming you will turn up, remove your belongings which shed members have toiled voluntarily to dismantle, and prayer for you in advance, and furthermore that you will do so without further unnecessary rancour. I note that you have finally phoned MJ today at 11:07 to accept that you do have his planer and that you will drop it over with him. I thank you for that positive gesture and hope you deliver on your word. Finally, the red trolley which it appears you may have used to transfer some stuff is missing. Please confirm by return whether you have this trolley or not. If you do acknowledge that you have it, please bring it back along tomorrow and leave it back as the shed needs it during our restructuring phase after you have completed your departure from Scioból. So Jimmy responds, all in the same general time frame, by the way. As I told you before, I am in Derry until Monday evening, and you already know I go to Derry every weekend. I was with Udaros this morning, and also explained this to them. Now you should get in touch with them yourself. I showed them your slotted time, and made it clear to them that you know I go away every weekend, and that you have no reason to slot this time but for pure badness towards me, but for not signing the code of conduct due to safety issues. The lady took note of this and they will work with me. So now you know you must move this until next week. If my stuff is put on the outside, you will be held responsible for anything that happens or damage to my stuff. And if anything is stolen, you will replace same. This is proof that I told you so. This lady was made aware of my age and health problems, so I'm asking you to do the right thing. Thanks, Jimmy. So the interesting thing about this is that Jimmy now is relying on documented material like this here for proof. So in every other aspect of this whole interaction, Jimmy is simply denying or refusing to accept anything that's written or recorded as proof. then he says down here, another thing, I don't have anything belonging to the shed. So I have to presume that he's claiming that he doesn't have the red trolley. And he was simply, the trolley was missing. We didn't know where it was. The possibility Jimmy may have used it, understandably, to move stuff as he was moving stuff out of his bench. Anyway, he's confirmed, he's claiming that he doesn't have that. But it is interesting. Jimmy has made a presumption that the Uteros have taken some official position. They've said they're going to work with him on this. I don't know. I don't know what happened between Jimmy and Uteros. I just hope for an Uteros' sake that, like every organisation, your calls will be recorded for quality and training purposes and accuracy. Anyway, so I just went on then to come back. I responded to that saying, for the record, Jimmy, I don't know about your personal movements. You did say some time ago you were no longer visiting Derry, and I thought more about it. I haven't had any update on your personal life for a long time now. And just to repeat that, I don't know what Jimmy's movements are. I'm not sure that Dawson does. Jimmy hasn't told us. Jimmy lives his own independent life, keeps his private life to himself, and that's totally respected. It does seem it might have been a good idea in retrospect for you to have delivered on your stated plan to have got your stuff out before last Saturday. That was on the 8th of February, when he undertook to move his stuff. Then didn't do it, didn't complete it, and never got on to anybody to either seek an extension or to explain anything, and just put his head in the sand, as you agreed to aim for. You never got back to Austin, or to me as an intermediary, to apprise us of your progress, as would have been respectful of the grace period extended to you. Meanwhile, you've expended and wasted your own energies in some sort of tag team process with JJ, traipsing from pillar to post, spreading unsubstantiated information as measured against the documented evidence, all of which has been shared with you, instead of getting on with removing your stuff. As you now see the train pulling into the station and your crying health issue, never mind the solicited stress levels you personally continue to visit on the rest of the members of the shed, and very much for me personally. Jimmy, perhaps your stuff is not important enough for you to align with the grace period offered you. Perhaps it's about some epic interpersonal struggle within yourselves about accepting to be a team player. One where you also accommodate the needs of others and recognise the timeless norm of majority rule. Do you really believe that the readers of these posts are rooting for you just because they have, wisely in my opinion, stood back and allowed the chairman to effect the voted upon wishes of the group? I had explained to you that after you left the Monday, the 7th of February meeting, having secured your explicit wish to be expelled, a motion of confidence in the chairman was carried unanimously. Therefore, when the chairman communicates with you, it is with the imprimatur of the group. Yes, Jimmy, that's democracy for you, even if you don't like the majority decision. Somewhere I imagine that part of your strategic plan to attend the February the 7th meeting with a specific focused objective to get expelled from the shed would have included the corresponding consequence of achieving your own objective to be expelled, that you would need to remove your belongings. Given that you had refused to pay your membership subs for a number of weeks prior to achieving your objective of being expelled, is it not obvious that you would be requested to leave forthwith and let the rest of the shed get on with furthering a collaborative community whose needs are about more than just Jimmy Boyle's needs? Actions or inactions have consequences. The shed's patience with your conduct, your refusal to align with so many reasonable requests that all other members have aligned with, the numerous unmet timelines, would have exceeded the frustration tolerance of Job himself. Personally, I feel sorry for Austin to have had to endure the blatant, continuous disrespect you showed towards him, particularly at meetings, and for JJ also outside of meetings where both of you would seek to defer to me as previous chairman for the sole objective to undermine Austin's role as chairman. This, of course, was not out of any fundamental respect for me, but purely as a tool to undermine Austin, I should have said. Sometimes I'm not sure why that greys out. What part of serving a cause do you not get, Jimmy? The vision of the Scioból, which I serve and did so for 5 years as chairman, was to build a better shed community than I was in initially, and to support succession management and to secure a sustainable shed. When you told me back in late February 2021 that you yourself wouldn't serve any committee role, I told you how self-centred that view was and urged you to think beyond yourself, encourage you to engage collaboratively, to act reciprocally. When you pleaded with me to facilitate you personally to have continued shed access during lockdown, stating then, though you as usual plead ignorance, that without shed access you would likely reach for a shotgun due to not having shed access, I accommodated your personal needs. Unfortunately, you seem to have been incapable of reciprocating that consideration by appreciating the needs and interests of others, and instead you developed an unfortunate sense of squatters' rights, which seemed to have prevented you from operating as a team member. The train you bought your ticket for will arrive at its destination tomorrow, as per the well-identified time frame, and your belongings will be deposited as explained to you, and the Scioból train will then continue to serve the other fellow travellers whose interests and valid needs have been put on hold in order to give you every opportunity to get with the agreed programme. Perhaps you can arrange for a friend to collect your stuff tomorrow. On Scioból, have no comment or view on who that may be. When your stuff is outside the shed, you are free to do as you please with it, and that is not the concern of the shed, I believe. By the way, I've just run this by Austin, and we're on the same page on this. Now, this is important. This is the first four words are important for me here. I did not read. Repeat that. I did not read. Repeat it again. I did not read. This seems to be an underlying, recurring mantra for James Boyle. I did not read. I did not read whatever crap or bullying you're trying. I told Austin I am not in Guidor until Monday, and that the same information is with Uteros, and as the lady said, Austin or the shed have no authority to have anything outside the shed, so I will be there on Tuesday. All of my answers to Austin is proof of what should happen. As I told the lady, I need time to arrange the removal of same. Okay, so that was the 18th of February. We're now in the 7th of March, and certainly as of Saturday last, so that's the 5th of March, there's parts of Jimmy Boyle's stuff, as he called it, still hanging outside the shed. So even after a protracted period of it being left out of the shed, he said he'd be back on Tuesday. He has still dragged his feet on moving all this stuff. Again, all this information is with you. All of the time, you know, the threats, the underlying threats of I'm telling about you and I'm telling about you. So, you know, I don't know who he gets to. I don't know what he tells other people. I don't know. All I know is the evidence of what this guy has put in writing and what the shed has, and me on behalf of the shed, has communicated to him. That's what fact-checking is. So on the 19th of February, and I just in these photographs here, these photographs are photographs of the items which, how Jimmy's stuff was packed outside the shed, carefully, and certainly in the other video I've responded to in relation to John Joseph Bradley's fabricated falsifications. I describe more precisely the care which was taken to cover up Jimmy Boyle's stuff, given that he made no effort to turn up and no effort to provide covers to protect this equipment. Jimmy, on Scioból Chairman, Austin has asked me to update you on removing your belongings. As you have been previously informed with regular updating, further to you deciding not to show up this morning as scheduled and remove your belongings, the process moved to the next specified stage. Thanks to the shed members who gave up their personal time to do your work for you, once again, the group carefully transferred your belongings outside the shed. Just notice that Saturday was the most appropriate time for the shed members to move stuff. People are just not available at the drop of a hat to be going around doing stuff, especially work that belongs to Jimmy Boyle himself. Given that you had failed to provide any protective covering, members went out of their way to cover and tidy exposed equipment, as can be seen in the attached photos. As explained to you already, your belongings are now at your personal responsibility. As a result of the learned experience today, I would advise you from a health perspective, particularly in light of your declared medical vulnerabilities, to perhaps arrange to pay some healthier person to take your stuff away. I can just say to you, it took at least 5-6 people in the shed members to carry all the stuff away, so a lot of work for an individual. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. An extension reel was uncovered, that should have said, rather than unconcerned, in the process. And it was thought that it might belong to you or your friend JJ. You might confirm if it was yours so that we can include it with your stuff. So that's the extension reel that was uncovered. It was uncovered during the removal of Jimmy Boyle's belongings. That's what I can tell you. It just emerged in that conversation. I have no idea specifically who owns it or whatever. I just wanted to identify it. So on the 20th of February, I said, Jimmy, now that the exercise of transferring your belongings has been completed, Austin has mandated me as an intermediary to you to suggest that you return your keys to the shed. As you've undertaken to drop your over MJ's planer to him, I suggest there would be a convenient time to do so. So a couple of weeks before then, Jimmy Boyle had confirmed that he would do so. He hadn't done it by then. So, again, this is not something that belonged to him. It's an item of equipment belonged to another shed member, and Jimmy had it locked up in his locker for months. And, the obvious thing would have been just give it back, which it has been done at this stage. But when I ask yourself, why dragging the feet? Given the escalating tensions being fueled by JJ, his now seeking to involve the guard, his previous allegations of theft, etc., if you handed back the Scioból keys, then it will reduce possible suspicions of trespass by you going forward. I trust that you will be the sense for you in this request, I should have meant to see the sense for you in this request and comply without further delay. Again, it was important that anybody who's keys to the shed and leaves should hand them back. And particularly in the light of the vindictive vendettas that are going on here, all sorts of allegations, as we can see through this whole process, unsubstantiated allegations may emerge. The last thing anybody needs is allegations of somebody entering the shed illegally, etc. We don't need that. So I just asked him, the keys are no good to him, just pass them back. And then I said, Jimmy, with your energetic tactic by AJ spreading of rumours, JJ, so by the 20th of February, John Joseph Bradley had begun his first thread of rumours, spreading rumours on Facebook, false allegations on rumours. I submit that making, retaining, tracking and reproducing evidence within records will assist everyone in establishing the facts. I read once that facts are friendly, they don't take sides, instead they facilitate clarity between opposing parties in a dispute. In that wise context, I draw your attention to your recent claims that I have lied, February the 19th, and I'm a big liar, as big a liar as your great buddy Austin, February the 19th, okay, 2 different occasions. As you had previously most effusively stated when we spoke in the shed on Tuesday, 8th of February last, as witnessed by Mary Cleary, did not have any issue with me, and that I had, in fact, been of great help to you. Then, for consistency, this newly emergent claim that I am a liar must be based on either 1, some evidence of a lie which I had told you prior to February 8th, which you have since uncovered, or 2, some evidence that you have that I have lied since the 8th of February. I realise that your pattern of conduct to date has been based on you bandying about wild allegations such as bullying while persistently failing to either name names, times, incidents supported by independent evidence to prove your assertions. I also realise that you persistently refuse to read written material which is presented in support of establishing facts. I am formally requesting you specify precisely where and when and to whom I have lied as per your claims. Of course, Jimmy, you may choose to act in an authentic, mature manner with integrity by backing up your allegations with supportive evidence, in contrast to the most recent action by John Joseph Bradley in both starting and spreading his own rumours. On the other hand, you may choose to continue your strategy to date of throwing unsubstantiated allegations with a hope of them somehow sticking. In terms of how I operate and what guides my sense of purpose, I refer you to my video 5 years ago entitled My Expectation, What I Expect and My Experience, and there's the YouTube link. So you can find it, just do a search for these terms, My Expectation, What I Expect and My Experience. I look forward to either receiving an intelligent response from you in this regard. It didn't say or what, it's an incompleted error. So on the 20th of February at 12:39, I posted a link to a video and stated, now that the Scioból have turned a corner, that Jimmy and JJ are no longer with us, as per their own recorded choices, and that the shed can finally move forward as a collaborative community dedicated to creating a sustainable governance compliance group. I took time this morning to watch the recording of last year's AGM on the 4th of March 2021. In terms of reflecting on the recent tensions and corrosive altercations, their ongoing strain on all of our ageing and declining personal energies, and their potential to cause significant hurt in the future, at least in the short term, until cogent, consistent, evidence-based investigations and evaluations establish clarity and assign accountability for behaviours. I highly recommended all Scioból members to take 46 minutes to watch the record of proceedings. So that YouTube video is the video of last year's AGM, which was recorded, carried out in Zoom and recorded and posted on the internet for the purposes of governance, to reflect on the positivity expressed by all present, to consider how J.J. Bradley was the driver of nominating Austin O'Donnell for chairman, to note how Jimmy Boyle said good luck to the team and looking forward to working with you. So if you care about any sort of sense of context and reality, I advise you to check that YouTube video. It was also a salutary lesson for me in the ephemeral nature of acknowledgement, to note how my reputation has fallen so rapidly in the eyes of both JJ and Jimmy, to now being labelled a liar, a big liar by Jimmy Boyle, and to be the target of allegations of criminal reckless endangerment by me of all of you shed members, which JJ has now brought to the Garda authorities. For your information, I audio recorded the instance of JJ's visit to the Garda station, for which I was present. I have copied the Garda with my recording along with my legal references underpinning my legal right to have recorded the incident. Those who to date have had the opportunity to review the recording are best placed to evaluate the authenticity, the veracity, the quality of the contributions, both by myself and JJ. Finally, in response to a cryptic Facebook post reposted by John Joseph Bradley in his Facebook page stating, "Whatever happens in the sheds stays in the sheds." Don't know what that means, by the way. While I fundamentally agree with the principle that internal issues should initially be addressed internally and collaboratively with adherence to the principles of fairness and due process, where corrosive behaviour emerges, where the reputation of individuals are libelled by unsupported hard evidence, where unsubstantiated and malevolent allegations of criminality, etc., are levied against individuals, where ex-members threaten to close the shed and initiate rumour mills among a wider public, who by definition can't know the evidence, the records, the details, etc., then in my view, the only authentic, safe and sustainable course of action is to collate and present all of the dirty linen publicly and to allow the independently adjudicated determination of accountability to carry through. Scioból na Fear was not, and will not be the first and only men's shed, voluntary community group, religious order, political party, family, statutory body, corporation, etc. to be bedevilled by such embarrassing experiences. As the poet Patrick Kavanagh once wrote, the parochial is the universal. So again, just on that point, I think it's important, the whole essence of putting this effort into all of these videos and hopefully to try to pull all of this together as a case study. Just for your information, I suppose, this is Monday the 7th of March. Last night I decided to Google the general question of power struggles within voluntary bodies, interpersonal conflicts in that regard, and I found almost nothing on the internet discussing this sort of topic. And I've reflected on that. Would that, like, there's something in Google and everything, would that suggest that such things don't happen? Or maybe we just cover everything up? And is it any good for us to cover this stuff up? I mean, if people have interpersonal problems, it's not the wisest thing to have what's called, imprudent disclosure, as one person spoke to me about how one might behave at an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting or any such meeting that you might be at. Prudent disclosure is also always a wise thought. So I can understand it. I absolutely believe in this process that the only authentic future with integrity for men's sheds and for Scioból na Fear is that all of this is brought out into the public space and dealt with. And it puts a great demand on statutory agencies, etc. Those very bodies who I would charge have stood by over the last 10 years and watched men's shed try to establish themselves and then create all these demands of governance, compliance and, financial rectitude and everything, while providing no support, and then claiming, acknowledging the wonderful value in mental health status that men's sheds perform, and constantly referring people to come to sheds, and yet providing, Mickey Mouse money to support these things. So there is a personal responsibility. So everybody who's in authority who's reading this stuff here, there's a mirror there for you. Spieglein, amt der Wand, wer ist die schönste in dem ganzen Land? Look at yourselves and look at, where do you people and your corporate bureaucratic lack of engagement in producing solutions and helping groups move forward. And this is part of this exercise that I'm committed to try and create this case study for evaluation. And it's certainly not something you should think you should read in a half an hour. This is a complex situation involving complex human beings going through the very complex and pressurizing situation of COVID between March 20 and March 22. For 2 years now. These are videos here. These are clips that you can't see them running here, but I think I'll post them. These were clips that I lifted from the online video of the Scioból Navarre's annual general meeting on the 1st of March last year. And it's just interesting, it just shows that the change in dynamics over a year where, John Joseph Bradley, I say, for the record, John Joseph Bradley nominated us for the role of chairman. Ask yourself, in your experience over the period of from March, and this is written to the group, until JJ's walkout in October, September, leaving the Treasurer's records in a mess, do you think that JJ's actions reflect support for the chairman who he himself normalised? Given Jimmy's forthright wishes of good luck and looking forward to working with the committee, working with the team, as he said, ask yourself, in your experience of Jimmy's behaviours, were these behaviours of a team player? And also, by the way, the effusive celebratory thanks to me by John Joseph Bradley for all the wonderful work I did in the shed, and suddenly I'm some sort of a monster and a liar and someone who's putting people, recklessly endangers people's lives. Does this make sense? Anyway, I responded to Jimmy, you can fudge for yourself whether your partner in this campaign accurately represented your view in making his allegation of criminality and reckless endangerment against me in Bunbay Garda Station. It all seems so contradictory to JJ's warm acclamation about my contribution to the development of Scioból. So that's what these short videos were about. And again, they will also be posted on YouTube. So on the 22nd of February, this year at 17:51, a note to Jimmy. So this is quite personal for me, by the way. Something occurred here which, transcends this epic, nonsensical, argumentative struggle. Note to Jimmy, this is a personal note to you, which is directly concerned to my personal safety today. I was in the shed before 1 p.m. today. I heard a van pulling up outside, looked out briefly, and saw Jimmy walking by my van, which was parked outside the shed. As I went to exit the shed about 15 minutes later, I suddenly found my exit was inhibited by bags of material which Jimmy, I believe, had placed outside the main door to the shed during the previous few minutes. Given that I could have been carrying something or exiting the shed in a hurry, the items that Jimmy deliberately placed there could easily have led to my tripping, falling and being injured, while being totally unprepared. Jimmy had seen my van. He'd been right up against the door where it would have been obvious that the lock was off the door and that someone was probably inside the shed. Placing impediments outside the main door with its likelihood of tripping up an unsuspecting person exiting the shed is a no-no. What sort of mindlessness would lead you to block an entrance like that? Perhaps you were out foreign when the Stardust disaster with its locked doors exit took the lives of so many innocent people. I do understand how angry you are at the consequence of your own continuous misbehaviour, with you ironically expending much greater efforts traipsing around trying to wreck the shed than you ever expended in trying to pull together with the rest of the shed to improve the community. However, blocking exits is fundamentally dangerous. For the record, I videoed the short interaction between us, which was also witnessed by Paul Tracy. I do believe that blinded by your red-misted, self-inflicted anger, you were not thinking straight, and that a better version of yourself would never intentionally block an exit. For someone like Jimmy Boyle, who has told me that he personally owned 50 houses in London, who has a number of houses that he is a professional renter of property, to block an exit with the absolute understanding of what that means, like, really is beyond the pale for me. It really is. I want to believe that, that a better version would never intentionally block an exit. However, having been on the receiving end of what could have led to an injury by me, and given how suddenly safety conscious yourself and your partner JJ have become, that you now take a hold of your self-respect and undertaking to never block an exit. All lives matter. I am aware that you have been coming up to the shed on repeated occasions over the last 2 days. Certainly I have evidence on 3 occasions myself. I have evidence of occasions seeing different items being removed, and no reason to believe anyone else is removing them. Instead of getting on with moving your belongings, giving you repeated bemoaning, including to us that you couldn't get your stuff as it was locked in the shed, allegedly, you appear to have been consumed only with repeatedly moving certain items up against the shed door in some gesture of protest. As regards the bags of sawdust and dirt, these bags were solely the result of others having to clean up your stuff and the dirt you left behind you, having consistently failed to tidy up after you created dust in the shed. The material left for you outside is yours. Own it, and please leave the area cleaned up after you move your stuff. As regards the glass, so there was a large piece of glass outside which we presumed belonged to Jimmy. As regards the glass, you stated it was mine, claiming you were there the day I brought it in. However, you were vague, as is your norm, when I asked you when that might have been. For your information, the only large item of that size with glass in it that I ever brought to the shed was an old 55-inch TV with 90-degree corners which had tinted glass, unlike the rounded clear glass that is there. If you still claim the glass is not yours, just leave it. In fact, in the likely event that your increasingly vengeful behaviour might have you facilitating the glass getting broken, Paul Tracy wisely moved the glass inside. Furthermore, and for the record, you acknowledge cognizance of the HSA involvement now in play when you threaten that the HSA will sort us out, tying yourself, as you have referred to earlier, to JJ and his actions. So earlier he kept asking, why are we tying him to JJ? Finally, as you termed me a big liar, as you accelerate through the gears of unbridled abuse, I'm still waiting for your evidence to support your unfounded assertions. So what we have here is Jimmy putting up some sort of an emoji just afterwards, which is an acknowledgement that he saw it. So I just said, thanks for confirming you noted the safety warning. This is a safety warning. So I just want to clear here, if you block a door, an entrance and exit door, any place, I mean, I can't, I don't need to explain that. So Jimmy says, why did you not post the video you took at time today from outside the bags up against the door with you on the outside, and the video you took, and I asked you some question and told you that the glass was yours taken from the shed a long time ago. You asked had I witnesses to that, and I told you, yes, I was there. Listen to this. Have you a witness to this? Yes, I'm the witness. It completely doesn't understand the idea of what a witness is. Then you asked me what time and date, but as I said, you should know you brought it to the shed. Poor Liam, you were nearly killed. You were nearly killed by Jimmy. You have posted enough video to tell the truth. Sorry, Liam, it's a bit too late to cry wolf. So I responded by saying, Jimmy, suffice it to say, you've been notified in relation to blocking the entrance. Not something a more reflective version of you would be proud of. All evidence, as in the case of JJ, will be available, such as our conversations, when and if you're in a setting where you're held to account for your various unfounded and unbounded allegations. So Jimmy writes back, please don't try and judge me, as it doesn't sound good coming from you. Then I go back and I say, evidence and facts will be the judge. Meanwhile, I urge you to get on with moving your stuff from outside the shed. And both parties, JJ and yourself on one hand, and Scioból on the other hand, can go about our respective lives without needing to cross paths, thus avoiding future stress. The good news for both sides is that you and JJ have what you wanted in terms of leaving the shed. From the shed's perspective, both you and JJ, who have committed to bringing down the shed, are now finally on the other side of the door, the outside. I suggested that you both allow due process, as you have both have initiated, to take its course in an environment where facts and reproducible evidence replace the ongoing noise. Now, just to reflect back to the point about the leaving stuff outside the door. This has importance for I want to see if I've included that in here later. What it relates to is that as I reflected on that situation with Mary Cleary subsequently, Mary who pointed out to me that she has a particular eyesight condition, which people in the shed will know about. And that condition is such that when she moves from an area where you have substantially different lighting levels as you go from when you're going inside to outside, that she can suddenly be effectively blinded by that. And it's particularly dangerous. Now, both Mary and I regularly carry music materials and computer materials in and out to the shed when we're involved in music and computer-based stuff, etc. And it would have been perfectly normal for Mary to have opened that door and walked straight out onto that. And we know from another member of the shed who fell in very similar circumstances that he only survives on walking sticks now. So, I mean, this is not a joke. It was never meant to be a joke. And Jimmy's sort of, just come back here, Jimmy saying, poor Liam, Jimmy says, poor Liam, you're nearly killed by Jimmy. I mean, this is beyond, like this. You should have enough wisdom at 77 years of age not to be doing this. Anyway, on the 24th of February, yes, that was 1721. This is how I was spending my 66th birthday. Anyway, essentially, I posted a video of John Joseph Bradley's creating and spreading his own rumours on social media, creating false allegations. And that's on one of the other YouTube videos, which again I'll have linked to in here below. And again, on the 24th of February, I noted for everybody's knowledge, I had created a video, fact-checking video, reflecting on John Joseph Bradley's text with me during this period of time. So it had been intended and was discussed with Jimmy Boyle on February the 8th that when his business with the shed would be complete, that logistically he would be removed from the shed, and he was happy to do so. So I just, at this stage here, I just want to note that on 24th of February, I wrote, as both JJ and Jimmy have continued to disseminate unsubstantiated and unsupported claims over the last number of months, constantly referencing people and events without supplying evidence-based data, I am providing specific reproducible evidence to provide background context to ongoing issues surrounding JJ, Jimmy, and their concerted combined actions in which JJ has stated the objective is to close the shed. On the 25th of February, I posted, for completeness, I've uploaded to YouTube the total video review of text-based correspondence between John Joseph Bradley and myself since September 2021. These videos are unlisted and therefore are only likely to be viewed by those of you, like you, who are within this private messenger group, who have the link and or those who have been sent the link. So my initial intention at that stage was just, it wasn't to keep it secretive, but to keep, at the moment, the people who needed context around here, the people who are directly involved. One, most important people are the other members of the shed, to know what's going on in their name and which will affect them. The other people are the people who are required to have, let's say, an external evaluation of all of this. As John Joseph Bradley has chosen to take his fabricated Facebook posts, and not only to create the rumours, but on multiple occasions, over 20 in each case, to just keep obsessively repeating them and putting them out there, it's inevitable that this filters out into the public dialogue, and therefore these videos will be, if they haven't already been, they will be listed as public, because while it might appear to a viewer as people internally fighting, yes, this is an internal struggle in a voluntary group, and the real issue is the meta issues. What can we learn about this? I will shortly be producing a video review of interaction between Jimmy Boyle and the Shed, including posts here within this private messenger group, as well as the written correspondence and conversations that occurred as part of a deeper research report into how such troubling dissension and potential damage to a voluntary community shed came about, in order that the Shed can learn from the experience, and that this material will be shared with other bodies and groups who can learn from the experience. As this material will identify Jimmy, I hope that Jimmy will avail of the opportunity over the next few days to place on the record his evidence to back up multiple wide-ranging, unsubstantiated allegations against unspecified persons that he has been casting about for some time now. So the reason for that was that I had been discussing with Austin, the chairman, about the timing of Jimmy's removal from this Facebook group. And again, probably like my view of what's going on in Ukraine and Russia today, I personally believe that all the data should be out there. I don't think we should be covering up data. We should put stuff out there. We should fact check stuff and make people accountable for the roles and things they say. I then go on the 25th of February to say that Chairman Austin O'Donnell received a hard copy letter from the Health and Safety Authority based on a complaint lodged by either of both Jimmy Boyle and John Joseph Bradley, a conclusion reasonably drawn based on their stated intention to do so. Austin has mandated me to address this issue on behalf of the Shed. I've begun the process of collating evidence to scope out the whole issue. For example, I'm focusing on the overhead wiring that JJ has now refused to acknowledge he personally strung up without seeking permission. Jimmy, on the other hand, has stated clearly that JJ himself installed that wiring and that Jimmy did not help him. The safety and exposed wiring of that installation is being examined and recorded. Similarly, I am looking into the use by JJ of an old microwave in the Shed to dry out pieces of wood, and I am reviewing proposals of Jimmy Boyle to deliberately modify a microwave unit to use within the Shed high voltage of kilovolt order elements, with the intention of applying these high voltages to wood with liquid to create arc strikes to burn shapes into wood. There is a question to be reviewed about the use by Jimmy Boyle of his extension leads pulled inside the training room. There is also the question of a damaged extension lead uncovered during clearing out Jimmy Boyle's stuff, which Jimmy has refused and failed to address. As I forensically collect information surrounding this whole affair and evidence of fabricated false allegations on the part of either or both Jimmy and JJ, I would appreciate if individuals come to me privately to discuss information and evidence they may have which can illuminate this issue. Part of the complaint, which we'll be seeking a copy of the actual complaint in due course, refers to a no-trip switch activated. That's in inverted commas, no-trip switch activated. This is a particularly serious electrical safety issue if it were true. The questions as to how any Shed member could have ascertained such a fault remains to be interrogated. If you have specific knowledge of an event occurring within your material knowledge, in other words, only if you saw it yourself, please bring it to the specifics to my attention. And I placed in there a copy for everybody's attention of the letter received from the HSA. I then went on to say, as discussed with Jimmy in my conversation with him, witnessed by Mary Cleary in the Shed on Tuesday the 9th of February, it was agreed that Jimmy would remain in this private messenger group for the present, as he transitioned himself as per his desired intention out of the Shed, after which he would be removed from this private messenger group. For the group's information, I had inadvertently forgotten to remove JJ from this group after he finalised his dealings with the Shed last September. He had been removed from the separate Scioból committee messenger group. However, JJ was removed from this group recently. Now that Jimmy has his stuff finally outside the Shed, and his dealings with the Shed are coming to an end, the proposal is to remove Jimmy from the private messenger group as of this coming Sunday the 27th of February at midnight. This provides Jimmy with a final opportunity to place any information which he wishes to rely upon in any future proceedings on the record before he exits this group, after which I will be making a video review for the purpose of supporting follow-up investigations. This includes facilitating Jimmy in presenting his evidence-based perspective on recent occurrences and to produce evidence to claims that I lied to him. Following Sunday, Scioból will seek to put the bad experiences with JJ and Jimmy behind us and use the lessons learned to continue to develop our shed as a team, metal-based, governance-compliant, sustainable men's shed. Finally, if there's anyone in this group who feels that Jimmy and or JJ have been unfairly treated in this whole process, please use this form to register your views in order that Jimmy, JJ can have evidence of your support for them. So just to say that no one responded. I don't necessarily read anybody in this. Again, I removed extra people from this group who are not actively involved. And the reason being because I think that, someone reading this, like if you have stayed around to watch any of this, you may be embarrassed by our human condition. You may be embarrassed by who we are and how poor representation we are of the human condition. But get over it. We're not any better, any worse than anybody else. And really seriously ask yourself how you would have engaged in this process, okay? And from my perspective, how would you have fielded the type of incessant, undermining, unsubstantiated, evocative, emotive, ridiculous claims that are being propagated, and the timing at which these things were done by both Jimmy Boyle and John Joseph Bradley. So now what we did is, so it was proposed that Jimmy Boyle would be removed from the Facebook Messenger group at midnight on Saturday, or not, midnight on the 27th of February, I think it was 27th of February. And the objective of facilitating Jimmy was to encapsulate into this shared space, which Jimmy had initially entered. He decided to bring this information, this dialogue, into the Facebook Messenger group. There had been a separate set of dialogue communications being transmitted between himself and the chairman, and through me as an intermediary, with me holding the data as a witness. And he went in here. So... And I did ask, look, if Jimmy has, I assume the man has points in these arguments. I respect any opponent in an argument. I must listen to their argument, examine their argument, adduce and deduce. If there's any basis for the argument, then produce counter arguments or, produce countervailant facts to that. So anyway, at 17:34, suddenly Jimmy popped up. And this is this piece of information which you're going to look at here. There are 10 points here. This is the most formal, structured interaction and dialogue that I have ever experienced from not only my dealings with Jimmy Boyle within the involvement of Scioból Men's Shed, but within other private areas in which I have been consulting with him and trying to help him make sense of legal other issues. And I have never, ever seen him write something in at least a structured manner in which he did. Now, it has been said to me, I wonder, did Jimmy write this himself? That's not my issue. Look, they're written. It says here, James Boyle, if he did get help in doing this, I'm delighted. Anything that helps clarity. So he made 10 points, so I want to read through the points. And these were all done with 5:30 in the evening. It was to be removed at 12 o'clock at night. So very last minute stuff. I mean, all this stuff has been going on for months and months and months now. Obviously, escalated exponentially since the start of the year. Lots of time to have actually put something to writing, but finally he's got something down. So I want to read them out. One, Jimmy saying, you, so I presume he's referring to me by it, you said I went to your home and said if the shed was closed due to COVID that I would shoot myself. No, actually, that's not what I said. Okay. I've already read what I said in the video earlier. I am asking you to withdraw this comment right now, for this is how low you will go to blame someone for having the shed opened up. This shows how you bully, harass and belittle people just because the HSA is coming in the door. To me, you are proved not to be nothing but a scumbag. So now Jimmy Boyle has come me a scumbag to stoop so low as you were the chairman at the time. Now I just want to say, I I don't want to go into these responses now, because I have written, in respect to the fact that Jimmy had taken time to write something down, I owed him at least the honour of responding to each question one at a time, which I will do, which I did, and I will read these in here. 2. Liam, when you were chairman, you came up with the idea of not having leads on the floor, as it would be a danger for people to trip on, but that the leads would be overhead, and you yourself asked for someone to do this. JJ took on the job, and you were very pleased with what he had done. The overhead leads were there for about 2 years. I, James Boyle, told you, Liam, that the plugs must have a pat test every year, but you disagreed with me. But you now found a fault in the wiring at one of the plugs 2 years. It was all installed, and to save yourself you blame JJ. Again, because the HSA is knocking on the door. Who will you blame for not having the plugs pat tested? Again, you let Bernard and Paul use the overhead leads to weld the trailer, but at the same time you know welding is not allowed in the shed for insurance reasons. But you can explain that to the HSA after I send this to them. So therefore, he stated he's sending this to the HSA. So, I believe under our constitutional rights, and certainly from my point of view, we will be entitled to access to all of the evidence presented to the HSA in support of Jimmy Boyle's allegations made to the HSA. And therefore, I presume, if Jimmy Boyle is true to his word, this evidence, this material, will turn up in that evidence. This remains to be seen. It's really important. As I read in these, I said, with no response, they sound very convincing. So when I address them further on in this video, and I do thank you for the patience if you have to do this, I'm wondering if I should chapterize these subsequently in YouTube. Anyway, let's have a look. A lot of post-production work to go on here. Let me continue anyway. Point number 3. When JJ was on holidays, I went to the shed one day to find Bernard and Austin putting Bernard's bench in place. This Austin always denied, but I did see that for myself, and this was his way of getting at JJ, and it worked. As Liam said, there is a crying need for leadership development program to upskill, equip and mentor men, not women, just men. Again, I'm not sure what that means, guys. Kind of important to me. To gain the confidence to be leaders, and he himself, along with us, doing this by bullying, harassment and lies. Again, very evocative, very emotive stuff, but interesting to see when each point is interrogated and I respond to them. Number 4, yes, as Liam said, putting an impediment outside the door of the shed is a no-no. So at least that's finally an acknowledgement by Jimmy Boyle. Blocking exits and entrances to buildings. This is, anyway. He and his merry men put all my stuff out, blocking half the door. Again, this will be responded to. I can understand him saying about the Stardust disaster, as if his wiring went on fire, he himself had half blocked the door. But again, with the HSA on the way, he has to blame someone. Number 5, with the HSA on his door, he comes up with a new idea, something about microwaves. He is doing his very best to blame someone for something. Liam, if you have proof, please show me. Number 6, you said there was a damaged reel uncovered in my stuff, but you yourself put all my stuff outside, but I don't see any damaged reel. But just to clarify, the reel belongs to Paul. I'll repeat this. Just to clarify, the reel belongs to Paul. This is a statement of fact. That means that within Jimmy Boyle's material knowledge, he is materially aware that this reel belongs to Paul. We can watch the reply later. But again, more bullying and lies. 7. Yes, a complaint was lodged by me to the HSE over the phone. So this confirms that Jimmy Boyle made a verbal complaint over the phone. A verbal complaint. This is important, verbal as against a written complaint. Due to the chairman not accepting my complaint about dangerous wiring, and for Liam and not the chairman to me expelled. I presume, I'm not sure if this is calling that I should be expelled. I'm not really sure. Anyway, Liam, you told Uteros I was expelled for misconduct. Proof, please. I was expelled due to my bringing very safety issues to the chairman. These are the 5 points again. Oh God, how often must they be brought out? 9. And then a few days later, after the meeting, Liam made a video of all the dangerous sockets and replaced them with the new ones, but this video will now be passed on to the HSA to view. Again, this is a claim by Jimmy Boyle, that it will be passed on presumably by him, but just to put the viewer's mind at ease, this has all been passed on by me to the HSA. 10. All of this will be passed on to the HSA and they can make up their own mind. So again, independently from anything that I do on behalf of Scioból Navarre, the integrity and authenticity of what Jimmy Boyle is saying will be interrogated once again by finding out separately and individually whether Jimmy Boyle has done, as he has claimed to do, to send all of this will be passed to the HSA. So again, I await to see that. So at 18, so 7 o'clock that evening, given that Jimmy had actually gone on record, I wrote, Austin, as Jimmy has gone to the trouble of actually articulating his arguments in writing, as the first constructive engagement with this whole issue, I propose that even though Jimmy's response is close to the 11th hour, that you should agree to his remaining a member of the private messenger group for now. This will facilitate an evidence-based and recorded setting out the competing arguments and evidence. In terms of the bigger journey towards maturation within the shed, I submit that this will prove beneficial in the longer term. Please confirm here if you are in agreement with this extension. If so, I will review and reflect on Jimmy's structured points and respond to each one in due course. I take it that Jimmy will update his partner in this escapade, JJ, to ensure completeness. So again, just want to reiterate the fact that Jimmy Boyle had morphed the engagement with the shed from a email interchange between himself and Austin and myself, where I was the intermediary, to moving it into the centre of this Facebook group, and therefore making all of the members of this Facebook cognizant of what was going on, which is why I continued to copy posts, etc., fold them into this environment so that we could have this as a true and accurate record of what had actually taken place. So just to, again, look over here, Austin responded to say, yes, I agree. So I just said, again, forgive all the spellings on everybody's side. Thanks for confirming that, Austin. I'm just watching the Carabao Cup final right now and reflecting on the value of VAR. That's the video reviews of events to evaluate a goal disallowed by Matip. Whoever you support as a team, for me, this calm, evidence-based evaluation carried out remote from the emotion of those present at a match and making a considered and explained evaluation is a helpful model for how to manage this epic, emotionally fueled struggle between Jimmy and his partner JJ, whose avowed objective is to pull down the shed, and those in the shed who simply want to ensure the survival and improvement of a respectful, safe, collaborative men's shed. This issue hopefully will be resolved through rational logic, evidence-based arguments instead of emotionally invective and personalised views. Just waiting to finish the penalty shootout. So, I mean, look, a lot of us love football. A lot of us in the shed spend a lot of time discussing football. This was a final between Chelsea and Liverpool. I'm a Man United supporter, but I'm not an anti-Liverpool supporter, and I really support good football, but I really love watching VAR play out. I love watching the scientifically applied lines. And I just wonder, in all of this interaction that had taken place, if all parties had adhered to the concept, the engineering concept of measurement, of putting down evidence, would we have ever got to this stage? I think not. Anyway, so I just went on then after the game, when the game was over. I wrote to Jimmy to say, Jimmy, I wish to formally acknowledge your carefully considered and well laid out 10 points. Firstly, as it's the first time in all of this that you have engaged in a documented and structured manner with either myself, the chairman, or the shed meetings. Secondly, it is also a huge measure of progress in terms of the amazing improvement in digital literacy throughout the shed, such that all parties can express themselves and communicate online. The long-term benefit of the shed is well served by this step forward. Thirdly, I submit that it's in everybody's personal interest that we use this process clearly articulating our arguments, supporting our arguments and claims, and allow the facts to determine the outcomes. Out of respect for you, finally, if belatedly deciding to move from the wild emotive general noise to making written specific points, I will review, analyse, reflect on your points and the evidence you have supplied in support of your claims. I'm sure that in areas where your arguments have merit, I and everyone in the shed will acknowledge those points and learn elements which can lead to a better, safer shed. In the possible event that your arguments are defeated by facts and logic, you will have the opportunity to do something I've never seen you do, either in terms of shed issues or in your personal issues about which you asked my advice. Namely, to recognise you being incorrect, acknowledging you being wrong and correcting the record. However, I must point out that the process of rational evidence-based argument, as you would have discovered if you have taken your own issues to court, is demanding and logical and is not dependent on invective or emotional outbursts. The fact that you are no longer a member of the shed and should not enter the premises in future without prior agreement, written agreement from the chairman, that requirement a result of you accusing the chairman of being a liar in terms of verbal communications between you, and have the outcome being expelled from the shed, which you stated on the February 9th had been your primary objective when participating in the shed meeting the previous night, now allows both sides to ramp down unnecessary and unhelpful rhetoric and focus on cooperation to establish facts in a rational and calm manner. I note that in point 1 of your post you have called me a scumbag and request that you either desist from doing so going forward or else that you provide irrefutable evidence to underpin and validate your abuse. Finally, as I have undertaken to respectfully consider and respond to each of your specific points, I formally request and expect that you do the same in terms of the following points I posted to you here in this group on February the 18th at 2013 in a more useful and adult manner than your knee-jerk, ill-considered response. Answer my question. I don't want any crap or bullying, and the reason you're doing this because you lied. I also formally request that you specify the basis for you now to call me a big liar, in spite of you confirming on Tuesday the 9th of February, should have been the 8th of February there, that not only you had no problem with me, but in fact I had been most helpful to you. What specifically did I do since then to underpin your claim of now calling me a scumbag? So what I've then done is I reposted or restated the 10 questions that I had. So, Jimmy has come and he's set down questions, and I, delighted for the opportunity to respond to them. I set questions then for Jimmy, and his response was, answer my question, I don't want any crap or bullying, and the reason you were doing this is because you lied. So, what is it? Something for the goose, sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. Should this apply to both Jimmy Boyle and the rest of us? So, what I decided to do, obviously, Jimmy had made Jimmy had made points, articulated points. I'm here, my objective is to interrogate those points, check on their validity. If I don't think they're correct, produce a countervailing argument and say, this is the argument which I put to challenge your argument, and what I'm asking for is, either you reflect on it or let's get an independent view and decide on a basis of merits which argument should win, and then we should both accept the outcome of that adjudication. So a number of those arguments I'm just shooting forward here. So just to explain here briefly, because there's I need to explain this. First, we started off with Jimmy's point number 1. So I would have taken a post like this. I then went through the process. I restate Jimmy's initial point, then I produce my response. Okay. So I think, yeah, I know, because at some point, and I'll come back to this, at some point, this obviously takes a period of time, as you can see, like, my God, why am I doing this, you might ask. Anyway, um, I then was on to do Jimmy point 2, point 3, 4. So we were up to point 5. And at this point, and just before we got to point 6, okay, a contact left the group. So the indication I got was that a contact left the group. That's the only indication I have here. So I have then responded to, I continued within this group to respond to these issues, okay? Okay. However, as I forensically evaluate this, I can see that a contact left the group at before February 28 at 10:18. So I was aware when I looked at the group members that it was Jimmy Ellen who had left the group, but I have no proof. That all I can see is this here, a contact left the group. However, subsequently in conversation with Austin, I have here a screen capture on Austin's phone of that event at the same time, 10:18, where it states there, Jimmy Boyle left the group. So I asked Austin to send that to me. So I said, that post is a record of Jimmy leaving the Sciobol's Facebook Messenger at 10:18 on his own volition and at his own timing. Jimmy chose to leave the group before having the respect to wait for all of the responses to the 10 points, which he was facilitated to post. However, all of these points are being emailed to Jimmy directly. So I'm going to go back through the post, but just to point out to you that it is reasonable to conclude that Jimmy was only active in the group for some of the points at which he personally decided to leave. So just from a matter of respect, Jimmy was given a window of opportunity before 12 o'clock on Sunday night to state his case, put his points forward. He took the time to put 10 points. I acknowledged them, and I said, in response, out of respect to you, I will respond to each of those points. Jimmy then exited the process before listening to the outcome of all those points. So I put it to anybody listening, this is just disrespectful. You now join in a process and you decide to just walk out halfway through the process. I can confirm that, as I stated, that I did follow this up by emailing Jimmy and copying various parties to the proof that I emailed him with all of these responses. So just to say that, while Jimmy, through this group, can't be considered to be cognizant of the latter number of them, he has been made legally cognizant of all of the answers, separately by email. So I just want to take those points, and in all the period of time throughout his engagement, I started his video pointing out that back a couple of years before 2020, Jimmy Boyle had walked out in a shed, chose to walk out, refused to come, not over it, and I did, refused to come to a meeting where we could all table our grievances and try and work out a situation, simply refused to engage. In his processes back in the latter half of last year, where Jimmy Boyle was going around the place talking about being bullied, he refused to accept the opportunity of engaging in a grievance process where he would set out his bullying. In relation to any of the claims that he's made anywhere, he's produced no documentation. He hasn't responded in any engaged way to anything that was stated anywhere. In any of the areas that he was required to comply with agreed shed policies, at no stage did he ever come to the table and engage. So this is the first effort that he made to write his 10 points, and I think it's reasonable that I would encourage that and see that as a mark of improvement and deal with the question. That's not to say that I should give the points an easy ride. Like, Jimmy can't score goals just because we feel sorry for him. His points either merit winning an argument, or else they don't. So, that's why. So I'll go through them one by one. Jimmy's points: 1. You said I went to your home and said if the shed was closed due to COVID, I would shoot myself. I am asking you to withdraw this comment right now, for this is how low you will go to blame someone for having the shed opened. This shows how you bully, harass and belittle people just because the HSA is coming. To me, you have proven to be nothing but a scumbag to stoop so low as you were chairman at the time. My response: Jimmy, having spent more than 20 years of fathers sharing their most private and intimate personal details with me as a result of family law issues, no one has ever either alleged or had reason to allege that I had divulged personal information shared with me. I am clear in my mind that your plea to me for having continuing access to the shed, that I was not having a confessional conversation with you, nor was I under any obligation of secrecy with you or to you. If you're asking me to withdraw the comment, as I made it, by the way, as against what you claim I made, because you are now claiming you didn't actually say it, then I submit it's unreasonable to lie for you, as against to you. My only reason to bring this into the limelight is to provide context as to how we got to where we are. The only reason that I, as the chairman, facilitated you in continuing to attend the shed was because of my understanding of your concerns and assessment of the risks involved. I didn't blame anyone for keeping the shed open. My reflected regret is not to have facilitated you, but rather how it appears that both yourself and JJ lost perspective during those long months of effective sole occupancy by you of the shed, and seem to feel that you should have a veto of shed developments. None of my response was aimed at belittling anyone. However, they are aimed at exposing unacceptable self-serving and incorrect behaviours such as those exhibited by yourself and JJ over these issues. Finally, my contributions, which predate any communications from the HSA to the shed, are not in any way a response to HSA intervention. Your argument in this regard is defeated by logic of date and sequence. So I said my interventions here predate any engagement with the Health Safety Authority or any external bodies, and haven't changed throughout, as evidenced by this fact check video and all of the associated documents. So we now move on. So that was at 9:26, I think. So a couple of hours later. So it takes me time to write this stuff, a lot of time. So Jimmy's point number 2. Point number 2, Liam, when you were chairman, you came up with the idea of not having leads on the floor, as it would be a danger for people to trip on, but that the leads would be overhead, and you yourself asked for someone to do this. JJ took on the job, and you were pleased with what he done. The overheads leads were there for about 2 years. I, James Boyle, told you, Liam, that the plugs must have a pat test every year, but you disagreed with me. But you now found a fault in the wiring at one of the plugs. 2 years it was all installed, and to save yourself you blame JJ, again because the HSA is knocking on the door. Who will you blame for not having the plugs pat tested? Again, you let Bernard and Paul use the overhead leads to weld the trailer, but at the same time, you know welding is not allowed in a shed for insurance reasons, but you can explain that to the HSA after I send this to them. My response: okay. You are correct in saying that I was always unhappy with the practice of leaving extension cables lying around on the ground for fear of tripping and having potentially exposed cables. Okay, that's absolutely correct. I mean, from the outset, when I would have been in the shed back a number of years ago, it has always bothered me that people typically who are not from electrical background often use extension leads, and because they're used out in exposed areas, etc., they cut up and that, and then they just bandage them together and splice them and tape them up, etc. And I just, oh my God, I hate this. And I've always argued about this. I've always argued that where you need use extension leads, you either cover them up or you use them with markings or particularly taking care of them, and you put them away as soon as you've used them. So I absolutely, totally agree with that. However, for the record, I never suggested overhead cabling to anyone at any time. So this is factually incorrect. Once again, please consider the timelines. The shed was effectively unoccupied for a year and a half due to COVID lockdown, save for mainly yourself and JJ being there more or less on a daily basis. So this overhead stuff emerged anyway. There was not at that time, nor would there be any requirement for such cabling, nor even a consideration of same until the lockdown would end. The source or sources for suggesting hanging overhead cables could only have been yourself and or JJ. On February the 8th, as it turns out, not the 9th, during our witness conversation in the shed, you were explicit in claiming that JJ did all of the overhead wiring, and thus its exposed cabling at the plug was installed by your friend and partner JJ. Note, in all the ongoing interactions on this issue, it is vital for everyone to take on board the landscape and context. In November 2019, the shed had one room, an incomplete kitchen, a sloppy, poor quality toilet and no finance. During the period between November 2019, obviously not 2109, and March 2020, as a result of the tremendous team effort put in by many members, the second room was constructed and floored, the kitchen was fitted, the toilet was tiled and replaced, the bowling alley was established, and an initial set of benches based on communal hot desking shared systems were put in place. While, for example, your partner JJ, along with others, did Trojan unpaid work on this project, I have been unable to find, in spite of my asking other shed members, even one solitary reference to yourself making any contribution to that team effort. It is true that there was very little governance or active committee engagement at that stage of shed development. That environment is perhaps best epitomised by a conversation I had with you in the new room back in February 21, when you scoffed at the suggestion that you might contribute your life skills and experience as a businessman, self-declared, who stated to me that you had once owned some 50 houses in London. You said you couldn't be bothered with committee work. You kept referring back to a time when there was a committee, questioning what that committee was doing. When I pointed out that you yourself were on the committee, that committee is PRO, having given an excellent interview about the shed on Radio na Gaeltacht in 2018, I think, and I asked exactly how many meetings you had attended, you simply shrugged your shoulders as usual and couldn't or wouldn't answer. The answer, by the way, is 0. As chairman, having personally funded the shed development to the tune of over €7,000, I was just delighted that we had succeeded against the odds in creating a quality facility, which really helped us survive when the unexpected COVID hit. Right through the COVID lockdown, mindful of the massive personal pressure of isolation which COVID visited on all of us, I was mindful on focusing the shed survival as against the heavy-handed regulation when there was negligible use of the shed. After JJ installed the overhead cable, a fact that he was unwilling to confirm on the Thursday, I think that's the 17th of February, when he attended Bunbeg Garda Station, I was aware of him afterwards. It is true that I did not examine his work, nor did I seek proof of certification of insurance for JJ doing scaffolding or of anybody else. Once again, context, dear reader. And this applies to if we want to be authentic here, we need to have a real consideration of what has been happening on the ground in men's sheds, over the last 10 years and how things get done with no money, etc. But by people who have a lifetime of experience and talent in this, and of course, and who are not turning on each other. Now, you, Jimmy, first introduced me to PAT issues in late 2021. PAT, I've described portable appliance testing, not plugs, not shed wiring, to do with plugs on portable appliances. Constantly confusing PAT testing with sockets. So Jimmy has, PAT testing does not apply to sockets. How do you get this across to people? Both yourself and Jay just seem to repeatedly equate and mix up sockets and plugs. I quote from your point to James Boyle told you, James Boyle told you that the plugs must have a PAT test every year, but you disagreed with me. But you now found a fault in the wiring of one of those plugs 2 years after it was installed to save them. For your information, please check it out and confirm the sockets and plugs are not the same. Your statement is illogical, misinformed, and simply nonsensical. Specifically, you yourself only started harping on about Pat in late 2021 after the outcome of a lengthy discussion at a Shed monthly meeting about a policy suggested by the chairman that all plugs outside the offices should be removed from their sockets when one was leaving the shed. I informed that meeting that I had posed the issue amongst men's sheds forums online and that the feedback was varied and not definitive. You were fixated on believing that this drive towards improving shed safety was solely directed at inconveniencing you personally. Yet you provided no evidence, except perhaps your unfounded paranoia, to support your claims. That's your claims that somebody was out to get you. The meeting decided on a majority as an interim measure until we could secure serious funding to completely revamp the whole shed electrics to provide for the future envisaged shed developments, that the policy would be that all plugs except those in the office and kitchen were to be unplugged upon leaving the shed. As an act of continued obstinance and disrespect to both the chairman and to the shed as a group, you continued thereafter to leave plugs in when leaving the shed and insisted on plugging plugs back in order to score points. These actions are hardly examples of the behaviour of a safety-conscious team player. As I reflect on your newly discovered passion about PAT testing, insisting that you yourself are forced to comply as a professional landlord and insisting on showing me your PAT documents, I am wondering if any or all of the portable tools and leads you were using in the shed yourself have or had current PAT certification. Certainly when your 110 volt trafo, that's the transformer, and circular saw were being gathered to ensure you were moving your stuff outside of the shed, I cannot recall seeing any certification stickers on them. Perhaps you would clarify this detail. So again, in me responding to Jimmy at this point, we were in a process of interactive dialogue. So yes, my assumption was he was going to come back and say, yes, either here's the proof of PAT testing on those devices, or I don't have it. As we see, he just jumped out, he just left. As that's what his non-engagement does, right? One point that should please you, however, is the emergent suggestion that the shed should now look for funding of a PAT tester for the shed. As many members, as with most sheds I expect, regularly bring their own portable tools along with them. As you did and JJ did JJ's tools have PAT certification? And such testing can improve safety standards and awareness, and we can also offer that testing facility to members of the local community. Just on that note, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had a PAT tester in the shed and we could offer that service, that people could bring up hair dryers and vacuum cleaners and things like that there, and help them by just doing a very straightforward PAT test. As regards Paul and or Bernard using the overhead cables and welding, I had not noted them using the overhead cables as I was seldom there due to COVID restrictions. Remember, we were in lockdown. I didn't attend a shed on any way on a regular basis, and the only reason the shed was accessible was to facilitate this, the onus of massive isolation by guys if they needed to go to the shed. But, I simply mostly stayed at home or went walking. I do accept that there are potential insurance cover questions in terms of welding in the shed, and this is all part of the positive drive towards improving shed governance and the introduction of shed code of practice, which has been driven by the chairman, Austin, with the support of the Donegal DLDC, Donegal Local Development Company, an effort which you personally repeatedly failed to contribute to the development of or adherence to. So just in relation to the fact that, obviously to move from a period of low governance and low compliance and amateurish, poorly resourced and everything men's sheds, we have to move in a process, and right throughout the period since Austin took over chairmanship, he's been working closely with the Donegal Local Development Company to bring in external advisors to discuss and examine our safety process, to negotiate with members, make sense, make sure people understood. And when Austin called this meeting together with this person, discussed it with the members, Jimmy Boyle failed, despite being invited, to turn up and, comment or add to or criticise anything. Just didn't engage. However, given that you, according to yourself, were cognizant, note the legal implication of the term cognizant, of the safety stroke insurance issue with this welding, there is no record anywhere, written or verbal, where you, being cognizant of this concerning situation, did anything to raise or report your concerns to the chairman and to the committee. This hardly reflects responsible conduct on your part, does it? I expect you will bring your conduct on this matter to the HSA as a measure of your integrity. Now, just again for the record, at this point in terms of the Health and Safety Act, firstly, as I've scanned it, and I've only scanned it, as again studied it, it seems persistently to talk about an employer-employee relationship. It seems to talk about work in terms of a remunerated exercise, none of which applies to the men's shed. But it does also lay great responsibility on an employee to take an action if they become cognizant of a dangerous situation. So there are questions to be raised there for both Jimmy Boyle and for John Joseph Bradley, who earlier I've showed here has claimed has qualifications in this area and has studied and therefore presume is cognizant of the detail of the Act in terms of their complete failure to in any way put it on the record of any fears they had or concerns. So responded to, sorry, that's point number 2. So let me just go on here to. So point number 3, so this was a number of hours later. Point number 3, Jimmy wrote, when JJ was on holidays, I went to the shed one day to find Bernard and Austin putting Bernard's workbench in place. This Austin has always denied. But I did see that for myself again. This was his way of getting at JJ, and it worked. As Liam said, there's a crying need for a leadership development program to upskill, equip and mentor men. Now in here he says, not women, just men. Don't know what that means. To gain the confidence to be leaders. And he himself, along with Austin, doing this by bullying, harassment and lies. My response. I am and was always aware that Austin assisted Bernard in assimilating a reformed version of what had been Bernard's bench, adjusting its height, recovering its top, and dovetailing it with the other benches which JJ had assembled by himself. Unfortunately, JJ had persisted in going ahead on his own rather than wait, as he was asked to do by Austin, for others to work together as a team. Such impatience and ultimatum approach by JJ was ill-advised, and whatever experiences JJ had on his short foreign holiday seemed to me to push him unnecessarily over the edge and behave so inappropriately at the meeting by just walking out when the shed didn't bend to his will. That's to do with the ultimatum presented by JJ to the meeting when he walked out in September 2021. If you had actually listened to Austin's explanation given to the meeting where JJ presented his get rid of that bench or I'll walk ultimatum, you would have heard him say that he had made it clear to Bernard that the placement of the bench was to be on a temporary basis until the overall shed layout was developed, and that it would be removed at that time if it didn't fit in. There was no evidence of the committee or Austin getting at JJ. I note that subsequent to that meeting, you yourself told me you disagreed with JJ's action of just walking out, and you felt that he had done the wrong thing by doing so. I agreed with you. Personally, as I stated at that meeting, I didn't and don't agree with the bench fixed in that location, and I have argued that it would be better if it were on wheels and mobile. However, I accepted Austin's temporary proposal and his way of handling the situation, which both you, JJ, and yourself have and continue to misrepresent. I did ask Bernard why Bernard has insisted on fixing the bench to the floor when it was unnecessary to do so, to which Bernard did not offer any cogent response. However, given the much bigger issue to try to get the shed finances onto even keel, which has since been achieved in spite of JJ's totally irresponsible behaviour by suddenly and childishly walking out on his role of responsibility as treasurer and his subsequent ransoming of the equipment and financial records belongings to the shed, while I held and still hold my views on shed layout, at no stage did I or would I see this as a walking out issue. I quote you, saying, as Liam said, there is a crying need for a leadership development programme up to upskill, equip and mentor men, not men, just women, to gain the confidence to be leaders, and he himself with Austin doing so by bullying and harassing and lies. I just don't know what your not women, just men comment refers to or means, as you didn't show the interest in participating in the very positive international Zoom discussion on this topic. This is a topic on future leadership development sheds that I facilitated maybe in the previous 10 days or so before this. I submit that you're simply ill-informed on this topic. Again, he wasn't there. He didn't participate in any of this. So, anyway, when once again you are imprecise and unspecific with your wild, unsupported, unsubstantiated, loose allegations of bullying, harassment, and lies, you fall back into an unhelpful, emotive rhetoric. You had already previously been offered the opportunity to set out the details of the basis for your allegations that's around bullying, and you failed not only to do so, but you didn't even bother to turn up to the follow-up monthly meeting to review the issue. As you now, though belatedly, begun to engage in a practical way in your post, I submit that it's reasonable to request that you back up your claims with specific evidence, or else withdraw your unsubstantiated allegations. So again, in me responding to Jimmy, I'm of the expectation that now that we've joined the human race with the rest of us, that he's going to engage in a metricated, written down dialogue where we can establish facts. And as we will see, he just walked out halfway through the process. Yet earlier, citing what's written here as stuff he will have as proof. Anyway, response to point number 4. Point number 4 was, yes, as Liam said, putting an impediment outside the main door is a no-no. He and his merry men put all my stuff out, blocking half the door. I can understand him saying about the Stardust disaster, as if his wiring went on fire, he himself had half blocked the door. But again, with the HSA on the way, he has to blame someone. Now I said, thankfully, Jimmy, my response, thankfully, Jimmy, you have actually accepted that your placement of impediments in front of an access entrance as a no-no, your own words. However, I believe you don't actually get the seriousness of what you did. When I originally posted to you on this, on a very personal issue, I was amazed to note that your really ill-considered response, poor Liam, you were nearly killed by Jimmy. You have posted enough video to tell the truth. Sorry, Liam, it's a bit late to cry wolf. When I subsequently showed Mary clearly how you had blocked the entrance, with you being aware that someone was likely inside it, as in lock off my van outside, Mary pointed out how often she has been along with me in the shed, as evidenced by yourself. For example, February the 8th to Tuesday afternoon, when we both spoke to you. As you will be aware, Mary suffers from serious side issues with advanced glaucoma. And in fact, I think she explained that to you again on that day of February the 8th. One of the main impacts of this condition happens when she moves through a door from inside to a bright outside situation, as occurs when leaving the shed. Often we both have music equipment in both our hands, and blocking the door is a real danger and not some slagging matter. On that day, Mary may well have been in the shed with me, with the high probability of her exiting the door first, and that could have led to an accident which could have had irreversible injury to her. I would suggest that you take some time to reflect on why an innocent person could have been seriously injured as a result of your red-misted misconduct. Now, given your admission of your wrongdoing by blocking off the entrance door, you seem to not understand the basic concept of two wrongs don't make a right. Separately, you claim that when assembling your stuff for you to remove that the team of shed members themselves blocked the entrance. This claim is factually incorrect and deliberately misleading. From your own repeated use of that entrance, you are personally aware and cognizant that only a single leaf of that door is operable, and that the opening width is perfectly adequate to easily accommodate a wheelchair, not a shell chair, going through it. The other leaf is effectively immovable, and always has been since we moved into the shed. You already knew and know that, of course. When arranging your stuff, and purely to accommodate you, the frame of your bench was left intact. When placing the frame outside for you to remove, which required a number of members to do so, considered discussion took place to ensure that neither the entrance door nor the roll-up door was blocked or impeded. Fortunately, photos taken by me of the arrangement at the time would facilitate scaling measurements which give proof of the safe clearance. This is one point on which, with some mature measurement-based reflection, as your frame is still there, waiting for you to remove, perhaps you can take stock, do the right thing, correct the record vis-a-vis your claim that your frame in any way interferes with the shed access. This would be helpful. Now we move on to, God, I'm writing in the middle of the night, 1:25 in the morning. But anyway, it was important. For me, just for the record, this stuff goes on in my head. It always has. That's the way I am. I think critically. I'm affected. It's not as if I can just pretend this stuff isn't happening. So I responded with point number 5. So point number 5, Jimmy writes, with the HSA on his door, he comes up with a new idea, something about microwaves. He is doing his very best to blame someone for something. Liam, if you have proof, please show me. Okay, my response. Jimmy, you yourself have singularly, well, perhaps in conjunction with your partner JJ, brought the HSA into this situation. Okay? So, moving or escalating into this situation, there was the choice made by Jimmy Boyle and or John Joseph Bradley, because John Joseph Bradley had earlier stated that was his intention to do so. In terms of properly scoping this safety claim issue, given that it may span quite a length of time, given the 2-year COVID lockdown, the lack of detailed specifics of both your complaint, whatever the specific complaint and supportive evidence was, and JJ's carefully constructed rumour fabrication as posted on his Facebook page, I submit that it's necessary for me to review as many electrical issues as I can. In terms of the microwave issue, where you yourself discussed with me within the shed your own plans to use the secondary, naked, exposed high-tension leads from an old microwave to place liquid on a flat wood and then apply the high-tension multiple kilovolts to the liquid, creating a lightning-like arc as a work of creative art. I was very clear with you about that highly unsafe nature of your idea. However, as is evidenced by your repeated behaviour within the shed of being a law unto yourself and disrespecting shed leadership, and that you have had many periods of being alone in the shed unsupervised, I cannot say with any certainty that you haven't carried out such experiments. Given the unspecified allegations you're making about electrical safety within the shed at present, I consider your own behaviour and safety disposition becomes relevant. At present, my evidence in this regard is solely my word that you discussed this with me. You may, of course, deny it. Unless some other persons independently confirms this, it's down to your word versus mine. However, I note that you, Jimmy, are the person who continues to maintain that you're present at a shed monthly meetings, which both the approved minutes don't record your presence, and where not one single person who was present at that meeting can attest you being there. You have also claimed me a big liar, but you have repeatedly failed to produce any evidence to support your claim. Whose word, Jimmy, would you advise your partner JJ to put his money on in this incidence of who is telling the truth? I acknowledge that JJ has stated to me as witnessed that he is not a betting man. And in here then I posted a picture here of the Jimmy Boyle's stuff, as he declares it, being carefully packed for his removal outside the shed. And you can see here with the cursor that there is clearance even before the half leaf of a door. And this other leaf here is more than adequate, as a member of our shed who's in a wheelchair regularly enters and exits this clearance. So it says, in support of independence evidence-based measurement, note the door unimpeded, Jimmy. So again, this is an attempt by me, from a logical, irrational engineering Cartesian perspective, to put this evidence there. So again, at this point, so again, I expected that Jimmy would come back and review this. You know, the issue is never in life being wrong. It's that when you become cognizant of your wrong, one, not to acknowledge it, and then to clear up the effects of any of your incorrect behaviour. So it's at this point that I said a contact had left the group, and as I pointed out earlier, Austin provided me with evidence later that it was Jimmy. I actually could confirm by looking at the group members at this stage that it was Jimmy. So it means that Jimmy, within this group, would not have been able to read the following responses, but just to point out that these responses from 6 to 10, the whole lot of them were emailed separately and subsequently to Jimmy. So he is cognizant of these responses, and he has chosen not to come back in any formal, in fact in any medium that I know of, to respond to these. So point number 6, you said there was a damaged lead uncovered in my stuff, but you yourself put all my stuff outside, but I don't see any damaged reel. But just to clarify, the reel belongs to Paul. But again, more bullying and lies. My response, once again, you're incorrect in stating that I said or wrote that a damaged reel was uncovered in my stuff. What I actually wrote, as per my email or post of Friday 25th, I wrote as follows, inverted commas, there is also the question of a damaged extension reel uncovered while clearing out Jimmy's stuff, which Jimmy has refused to failed to address. I did not state that it was in your stuff, but rather that it was uncovered in the process of moving your stuff. Details matter in an investigation. At present, I am still trying to ascertain who the reel belongs to. If you go on record and deny it's yours, then that will be one person ruled out. I note your claim that the reel belongs to Paul Tracy. If you have material knowledge to support your claim, please provide it. Otherwise, it's just projection on your part. You ask why it was not put with your stuff. The reason that it may form some evidence to explain some of your electrical claims re electrical safety in the shed, and I have retained it for that purpose. And just for the viewer's point here, I have asked Paul Tracy, and Paul Tracy said that his lead is down in his own house, and he's offered me to come and look at it. So that's all I know. I do know that Jimmy Boyle has made a statement that the reel belongs to Paul. He hasn't provided any evidence to support that statement. So moving on to Jimmy's response to Jimmy's point number 7. Point number 7, yes, a complaint was lodged by me to the HSA over the phone due to the chairman not accepting my complaint about dangerous wiring and for Liam and not the chairman to be expelled. Okay, so my response, I note that you acknowledge yourself as the complainant to the HSA and that you confirm your complaint was verbal as against written by you. If it was verbal, then by definition you could not have at that time provided any documentary evidence in support of your complaint. As a matter of veracity, accuracy and fairness, and of course given your claimed primary focus on shed safety, it seems reasonable to now formally request you to set out specifically what specifically is or was your complaint. This is pertinent, firstly due to the Sciobol's need to know what precise elements of electrical safety we were supposed to investigate, and secondly, given the evidence of you repeatedly mixing up plugs and sockets and misquoting the application of PAT, portable appliance testing. Plugs are not sockets. I expect, if you have any integrity, that in order to ensure a proper follow-up to your complaint, that you set out by response without delay what your actual specific complaint to the HSA was and what supportive evidence you provided to underpin said complaint. The last line of your point 7 is quite clear. It seems to suggest that I, Liam O'Gogan, should have been expelled instead of you. This proposition, I submit, is ludicrous, given your statement to me in the shed on the 8th of February 2022, the day after the February meeting, as witnessed by Mary Clear, that your primary objective and reason for acting as obnoxiously as you did at that meeting was to ensure that you yourself would be expelled, an outcome which you successfully achieved and claimed to be happy with. That's what I mean by ludicrous. So then we move on to Jimmy's point number 8. Jimmy wrote, Liam, as you told Uderos that I was expelled for misconduct, proof please, I was expelled due to bringing very serious... I was expelled... Proof please. I was expelled due to bringing very serious safety issues to the chairman. Now, again, look, I'm not picking on Jimmy's punctuation here. As you read all of this, you know, we're all short in that, I think, because we're working in this medium of typing in the way in which we are through this message medium. Anyway, my response. I note that you claim that I told Uderos you were expelled for misconduct. This statement by you is untrue, and you were aware and cognizant of that fact. The reason by that is because earlier in this scrolling through the detail, I passed the notion or the email that I sent to the Uderos in relation to this. I quote for your information and for other readers the verbatim extract of my email to Uderos dated 16th of February, wherein you personally were copied by email, and I further posted contents of the said email on this private messenger post on February 16th at 10:16. So this is what I wrote to the Uderos. While I have no detail of Jimmy's purported complaint, I can contribute to the mature reflection of this issue by sharing the attached documents which map interactions between Jimmy and the shed, and which have led to Jimmy Boyle being expelled from membership of the Scioból for his persistent misbehaviour and non-alignment with approved shed policies and a number of combined elements at our monthly meeting. That's what I wrote. And they're based on those 5 points that I've read into this record earlier. Again, may I repeat it ad nauseum, to which Jimmy was emailed. He was also given a physical hard copy at the meeting. Whilst it is clear that you repeatedly act to pervert the facts, to seek simply to suit your own desired narrative, thankfully by my focusing on recorded reproducible media, to move past the he said, unhelpful stuckness that resulted from verbal communications which the chairman Austin had held with you, there is reproducible record to expose your falsehood. Additionally, in that email, which you were copied with, I attached a PDF of email correspondence with you, which contains the various reminders you keep asking for copies of. I do realise that in your hot-headed red mist knee-jerk reactionism, you constantly refuse to read the material provided for your information, choosing instead to blaze away with broad-spectrum, unspecific, personalised abusive invective. However, as I have referred to elsewhere, the time-consuming efforts expended trying to have a coherent communication with you on these matters will be justified, hopefully, by developing this horrendous experience as a case study for both other men's sheds and voluntary groups to learn from in order to avoid repeating this negative, damaging experience. Once again, in this point number 8, you, Jimmy, can review your false claim against the quoted facts. If you do so, I invite you once again, correct your false claim and enable the evaluation of your points to continue with integrity. Now we move on to point number 9. Jimmy wrote, and then a few days after the meeting, Liam made a video of all the dangerous sockets and replaced them with the new ones, but this video will now be passed to the HSA to view. Okay, my response. The first record of you, Jimmy Boyle, reporting your concerns about the safety of wiring of sockets in the shed. At the February meeting, 8th of February, Monday the 8th, whereat you claimed the socket wiring was unsafe and it was done by cowboys. This is the first time Jimmy had done this. All of your previous comments had only referred to plugs. Again, plugs are not sockets. Plugs are appended to portable appliances. You plug things in and out. You take the plug home it's not associated with the wiring. This flowed directly from your continuous refusal to comply with a direction from the chairman, Austin O'Donnell, underpinned by a policy decision taken at an earlier monthly meeting, a majority vote that all plugs, except in the office and kitchen, were to be removed upon leaving the shed. That is when you began your PAT campaign, which, as previously explained to you, relates to plugs and not sockets. You subsequently apologised to me in a post in this private messenger group for having called me a cowboy, but stated, "But anyways, I do apologise to you, Liam, and at the time it was necessary for me to do this to achieve my goal, and it worked." After the meeting, I suggested to Austin that your claims re safety and your reference to cowboys were unspecific and appeared provocative. That while your claims appeared unspecific and provocative, that I would undertake an investigation of the sockets and wiring. This suspicion was proved to be correct. In your mealy-mouthed attempt at a subsequent apology and your explanation to me in the presence of Mary Cleary the following day that your deliberate, obnoxious and damaging behaviour at the monthly meeting was intentionally focused on ensuring you were expelled. So I was simply cannon fodder for you to misuse to achieve your objective of ensuring that the shed expelled you. I did investigate the wiring and sockets in the offices as agreed with Austin. In accordance with my engineering practice and possible fault investigation, I recorded my findings as evidenced, and that data is contained in the video you refer to. The data was shared by me within the private messenger group in order to explain the finding to the shed members and to put them at ease, reassuring them that there was no fault, no dangerous sockets. At that time, I had no definitive evidence of what caused the localised surface overheating of the outside of the sockets. Rather, I do conclude and show evidence that there were no signs of arcing, carbon buildup, overheating or loose or incorrect wiring on the socket side. During follow-up conversation with other shed members, my suggestions about a heater were confirmed. Finally, the surface damage on the sockets, one in front, the front office, smaller office, and two in the back room, essentially date back to pre-COVID late 2019, early 2020. At that time, there had been a serious water leak which destroyed the floor lino and appears to have waterlogged the plug which was attached to an electric heater. I note that the shed was more than €6,000 in debt with no immediate prospect of income. The shed dried out eventually, and in oversight the heater was reused in different sockets at various times. Sometime later it was noticed. I have and had no personal experience or knowledge of this at any time. It was noticed that the plug was overheating, and upon investigation it was found to be rusty and clogged inside. This heater apparently was subsequently discarded, and the problem it may have caused did not re-emerge since. This is the value of rational, structured investigation, Jimmy. The explanation which emerged from my conversation with other shed members presents a logical explanation to what in effect were cosmetic heat marks on the sockets. I chose to place the three sockets in question, not hastily, as your partner JJ has claimed in his Facebook self-created and self-promoted rumour mill post, nor in fear of a HSA investigation, but simply because it was good practice, and I have retained those three original sockets for subsequent analysis. You, like the other members, along with your partner and ex-member JJ, have had adequate opportunity to review and reflect on the evidence of this video. You have both chosen to irrationally conflate and ascribe illogical conclusions to the findings, with JJ even claiming that I am criminally guilty of reckless endangerment of members of the shed and the public. Yet neither of you have identified where you perceive some faulty wiring, etc. You both need to ask yourselves why on earth I would be dumb enough to record and disseminate evidence of reckless endangerment by myself. In fact, as I interpret the legal meaning of reckless endangerment, such stupidity on my part would render me incapable of being guilty of such a charge. You know, if I was that incompetent, how could I be competent to face trial? The facts are as I have both recorded and presented them. It appears that for both yourself and JJ operating with blinkered vision in your own little septic echo chamber have failed to actually understand the findings of the video. choosing instead to essentially fabricate a false and malevolent allegation personally against me in order to damage my reputation and to punish me for what seems to be to have simply acted as an intermediary between you, Jimmy, and the Scioból chairman, Austin, as a means of moving past your unsubstantiated repeated allegations that Austin was a liar. As the process of documenting interchanges between you and Austin had the effect of mapping your non-engagement with compliance requirements and your self-directed acceleration towards your own self-willed expulsion from the shed, it appears that both you and JJ have chosen to redirect your unrequited internal anger towards me as the messenger. If you actually have a specific, intelligible engineering argument to present re my investigation and findings, then I suggest you do so. If, as you both claim to be primarily concerned for the safety of the members and the public, then logic would suggest you would first bring such evidence-based arguments to my attention as against what you have done in collaboration, hyping misinformation and going to the Garda Údarás and the HSA. The evidence of the behaviours by both yourself, Jimmy, and your partner, JJ, leads me to conclude that you have both made unknowingly false fabricated allegations with malevolent and or mutually misguided intent. If that outcome emerges, I will be seeking that you will both be held accountable, at the very least within the community served by Scioból, to prevent any further damage to the reputation of the shed. And finally, in response to Jimmy's point number 10, Jimmy said, all of this will be passed to the HSA as they can make up their own mind. My response, as I undertook to do, Jimmy, I had provided a detailed response to each of your points raised. I note your own undertaking that all of this will be passed to the HSE and you will be held to that. So as I said, the last element there is a reference to the screen capture by Austin on at 10:18 to indicate that it was Jimmy Boyle who had actually left the group. So at this point in time, the interaction between Jimmy Boyle and the group has now ceased. I just noticed this post that I put in here on the 2nd of March. And again, this would have been for bringing the shed membership up to date. The bitter battle of misinformation by JJ and his partner Jimmy continues. For your information, all of the data held by Scioból on this issue was sent or has been sent by email to the HSA, to John Seamus and Micheál Cullum as your local council representatives, to the DLDC, Donegal Local Development Company, who have been supporting the shed's drive towards better governments, and also to both John Joseph Bradley and to Jimmy Boyle to ensure that they are both cognizant of and supplied with all of the evidence. In order that they cannot plead ignorance in the future. JJ and Jimmy have both continued to spread falsely fabricated rumours, as with this latest one. If someone discussed this topic with you, my personal plan is to refer them to the data, to request that JJ and Jimmy produce all the evidence, which they have. It's a pity that both of these men were not as committed to promoting the shed as they now are in seeking to energetically destroy it. So, this post I posted was again bringing people to the awareness. So I posted this, I think, on the 2nd of March. This is a picture of John Joseph Bradley taken in the self-same shed. In better times, I must say, when this vitriol wasn't the order of the day. And just referring to the latest string of posts, which he posted in the week ending Sunday, the 7th of March. So this has been a long exercise. I just want to shoot over to trying to bring this back to some sort of uber context. You know, this is about accuracy. Again, I want to read from Confucius. If language is not correct, then what is said is not what is meant. If what is said is not what is meant, then what must be done remains undone. If this remains undone, morals and art will deteriorate. If justice goes astray, the people will stand about in helpless confusion. Hence there must be no arbitrariness in what is said. This matters above everything. Confucius. The second one, again, to bring us back. Rumours are carried by haters, spread by fools, accepted by idiots. And most importantly, this one. Ignorance is not knowing the truth, but also being unwilling to search for it. Stupidity is knowing the truth, but refusing to agree with it because it doesn't fit your views. We have to stop underanalyzing facts because we don't like the direction that they point us in. So just to tie this up, I've spent a long time doing this. It's going to take another period to post-edit this in order to try and at least take out the periods for which I was scrolling through in the early periods, scrolling through the historical data in this group, and was silent until I came to relevant issues. Yes, it has taken me a long time to do this, to prepare it. I have no question as to the validity and why I would do it. I certainly am going to continue my undertaking to produce a case study evaluation of this whole experience, not in any way to prove that I'm right or wrong, that's less relevant, but to actually try and interrogate the truth, whatever it might be. And then to have that considered from an organisational development reflection point of view as to why this has occurred, how this has occurred, what methodologies and what fractal of behaviours bring this about, whether this is unique to this group of people, whether it applies to just to voluntary organisations, does it apply to corporations, etc., 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 which my life's experience at 66 years of age gives evidence that it occurs in many, many places. And to try and synthesise some sort of maybe training and development approach which will help other groups and ourselves in the future to prevent ourselves from getting into this type of protracted mess. How and ever, on a personal level, and I'm referring outwards here to anybody in position of authority or anybody in bureaucracy or anybody who controls money's been given out to sheds or anything like that, that if anybody thinks for 1 minute that this should just be put under the carpet because we won't address it, certainly you won't be finding a friend in me. Whatever part I have played in all of this, the evidence is there of what I've played. I've tried to cover it up in any way. And if you've watched this, I'm sure it's quite a long event. I hope you'll bring this into some thoughtful, reflective processes for you to engage in. Like if you're dumb enough to sit and sort of look at the base behaviour of us as human beings in our men's shed, then again, you personally will have completely missed the point. If you're wise enough to realise that we need to do better as a society, as a people. And, you know, my big reflection here is that, you know, when I look at what's happening in Ukraine and the world issues, the existential issues, I believe they're all based in, you know, the small microcosmic fractal of behaviour that, you know, exemplifies itself at increasing levels in our society, of people not dealing with the facts, working together to establish truth, and people taking responsibility and accountability for their thoughts, their words, and their actions. Anyway, this is Liam O'Gogan signing off. I'll just have a look at what time it is. It is, I know it's time, it's got dark. I started this a number of hours ago. It's 1841 on the 7th of March. The one good news from my point of view, the way my brain works, is when I, like Descartes, René Descartes, I take the stuff out of my mind, I lay it down, and I release myself from the obligation to carry it around with me. I lay it down in a Cartesian manner as evidence, so that when I want to address in the future, I just go back to the evidence that I've produced, and I release myself from the need to carry bitterness going forward. Thank you.